What is up, Wizards? It is time again for your favorite video of the year, the Speed Run Zoom. This time it's Lorwyn Eclipsed, which I believe there are 273 cards in, minus the basic lands. We're looking at about 250. Can we break our record? There are some double-sided cards slowing things down, but for the most part, I think we got a shot at it. We're not hitting the timer just yet because I got a few things I want to go through before we really get to it. First, the scoring system. I don't always explain it, but as usual, it's 1 out of 10, and 5 is a pretty playable Magic card in some decks, right? I think some people are too used to the Game Informer IGN way of scoring things, where if something's not a 7, hey, if something's like a 6, that means it's the worst game you ever played. You know what I mean? Like if a game's a 7, that means it's kind of terrible. It has to be a 9.5 to be playable whatsoever. That is not how I score cards. I always hated that about most scoring systems, right? Like people have just been trained to think a 7 is where okay starts. For me, a 5 is where okay starts. This can show up in a deck or two. It's a fine Magic card. We are, of course, scoring for every format here. How good is a card in Standard, Modern, Commander, Legacy, Old School, Pioneer, 97, 98, whatever it's called, Pre-Modern, Pauper, right? Like we're kind of just scoring blanket on most formats here. And so being good in a lot of formats will bring a card score up, theoretically. So just keep that in mind about the scoring system. If you see a card's got like a 5.6 and I'm calling it good, there's a reason. I think a 5.6 is pretty playable Magic card some of the time. So keep that in mind. The set overall, I think, has a low ceiling, but a pretty high floor, right? I don't think there's a ton of just like absolute outright trash 1.5s in this set. There might be one or two, but I'm not really seeing a whole lot of them. That said, I'll agree with the vast majority opinion here that there's really not a whole lot of just like outright insane cards on their face that affect multiple formats. Day one, $40 chase rare. There's not a whole lot of that in this set. But moving on to my next point, I will remind you that underpowered sets, shouldn't be a hot take here, are good. They are. We talk all the time about power creep. We talk all the time about how maybe Standard needs to be powered down just a little bit. It's a bit fast at the moment, you know. Standard feels a bit like Modern. In some cases, Standard feels a bit like Legacy. The game is determined on game 2 or 3, or turn 2 or 3, depending on what's going on. That's not what Standard used to be like, and I don't think that's what Standard necessarily should be like, but that's just my opinion. I think a lot of people share that opinion. Standard could do with a slowdown. Standard could do with a power down more than a slowdown. And I think that we got to remember that we say stuff like that before we turn around and say out of the other side of our mouth, this set's underpowered. What's that about? It's because people have been saying power creep for 10 years. So it's, again, a powered down set is okay. It's nothing wrong with that. And my final point on this is that it also remains to be seen if the set is even underpowered, right? Said the same thing about Ether Drift, and I know some people still make the point that Ether Drift is underpowered, but Stock Up and Monument to Endurance and a number of other really, really good cards came from Ether Drift and now have a place in Standard. Just go to Scryfall, look up Ether Drift, sort by price. You'll be surprised how many Ether Drift cards are very much played in Standard. Apart from that, there's Final Fantasy, which people also thought was underpowered, put a bunch of cards in Standard. Avatar, a very recent example, right? I mean, all of these are, but Avatar put a bunch of cards in Standard, and people were like, oh, set looks really good. I like the look of the set. Is it powerful, though? Turns out, yeah, it was very good. In Bloomborough, this set reminds me most of Bloomborough, where people are like, oh, it's cute. I like the themes. It'll sell to casuals and whatever. And then it turns out, yeah, it does sell to casuals like hotcakes. It turns out to be a very successful set that also ends up putting a bunch of cards in Standard, some of which have to be banned. That is the story of Bloomborough. It has put reliable cards into Standard like Caretaker's Talent, among many, many other cards, right? So Innkeeper's Talent or whatever. So lots and lots of cards. Bloomborough is put into Standard and continues to. Another talent, Artist Talent, just started seeing play. So again, Bloomborough continues to put cards into Standard. And at first it was seen as like a low-powered cutesy set for, casuals and all that. And Bloomborough has gone on to be one of the best sets of the last 5 years. I can say that with confidence. So for a lot of reasons, not just because it's the most powerful one. So I think that Lorwyn might have a similar trajectory. No one can see the future. Who knows where this goes from here, right? But that is basically everything I wanted to say before we really got into the speed run, right? Just the scoring system, low ceiling, high floor, underpowered sets are supposed to be good. Remember, can't see the future. Set might put a bunch of cards in the Standard. So with all that said, I think I've made most of my opinions clear. Let's go ahead and get into it. Last week, I believe the kids would call it effed out. We effed out of the stream after about 2 hours. I am praying to Urza that does not happen again. Let's just all cross our fingers. And I hope that Streamlabs sticks with us here. Let's get into it. Start the timer. Abigail, Eloquent First Year, is the 2-mana Healer's Hawk with First Strike. I'm going to shorthand cards like this a lot tonight. It's the 2-mana Healer's Hawk with First Strike that when it enters, you can also have a creature blank all of its abilities and get, counters that are Abigail's abilities. Flying, First Strike, lifelink counters. Go on something else. So you can use this to kind of make one of your opponent's best creatures not as good, just blank its text box. That could be good. Or you could turn your turn 1 Cecil into a flying First Strike lifelink that no longer deals damage to you, right? No longer makes you lose life. There are decent turn 1 plays with this card, into this card, that I don't mind. And there are obviously like decent top deck. You draw this card and play it on turn 4 or 5. There's decent, 2 and 3 and 4 drops you can hit with it. So, I think that just for the stuff that you can do with it to your own guys, there's some playability on this, but I'm just not necessarily sure where it goes. It doesn't even really want to go in Momo, right? Because the creatures in Momo already have flying, first of all. And the creatures, in Momo want to have some sort of cost reduction. You can't reduce the cost of this with Momo, is what I'm getting at. So there's some things I like about this, but I'm not sure where it goes necessarily. If you want to build Abzan birds or something, I guess. But it doesn't even have to be an Abzan. You just build birds and you just pay double white for it, right? Altogether, though, I think this is a really, really neat design, which I'll say a lot tonight. But I'm not convinced that it's a powerful Magic card. That said, I'll see a lot of this tonight, too. This is not a card I'm convinced is a bad Magic card either. Yeah, love this card. The thing is, I like it, too. I really do like this card. But are you going to see it in Standard all the time? I'm just not convinced. Maybe this could go in some sort of, this is going to sound weird, but some sort of Bogles deck. I could actually see that. Especially if you do, like you hit one of your opponent's creatures. You give it flying, First Strike, and lifelink. That won't matter as much when you put an Ethereal Armor on Abigail, right? Like, sure, their guy has First Strike and flying and all that. It can block the Abigail precisely once, right? So, and yours will lifelink for 1 million because it's got the armor on it. So there's some places like maybe, but I think they're just better Bogles creatures, Is that 2/2 from Spider-Man for 2 mana? I think is better than this. That has like Ward 2 or whatever it is. So again, I can't really wrap my head around what to do with it necessarily. Again, there's good 1-drop plays. Do they necessitate or do they make the card good? Right. Good enough to form the basis of a deck in Standard? I don't necessarily think so. So we'll have to wait and see on this one. It's one of those cards, but right now, if I had to score it, I would actually give this a 5.2, a little bit over my sort of mark for a decent Magic card. And that's not really like bet hedging either. I legitimately think that the card probably is decent, but is it, 6, 7? Nah, I don't think so. I think if the card is good, it's barely good, but I want it to surprise me. I want this card to surprise me. Adept Watershaper is... Have you read this card? This is 3 mana for a 3/4 Merfolk Cleric. Other tapped creatures you control have indestructible. It's wild. So it does say other, meaning that they're incentivized, just like if you had like a Sigarda, right? You guys remember the 4-drop Sigarda that kind of does this? They're incentivized to kill this thing first. Cool thing is that, like, imagine this as your 3-drop in a Kona deck, right? Because at that point, you drop this on turn 3, and then you drop Kona on turn 4, and you tap it down for, a planet, station a planet or something like that. And now your opponent can't really kill the Kona. I guess they could still know where to run it, right? You can get around indestructible in a couple of ways, but only a couple of ways. I think the best thing this does is protect a Kona. Also kind of interesting the way this works because, tapping something down is often part of an activation cost. Like, you can't say, like, oh, wait, before you tap that guy down, right? Like, that's the way timing works. The guy's tapped down by the time you can cast a spell, right? So, that again, that's kind of interesting. And this works with vehicles and planets and spacecraft and all kinds of stuff. We got Springleaf Drum in this set, so it works with that too. And a couple of other things as well. So, really neat dude here, man. Indestructible is so useful in today's Standard. Yeah, I will say, I think Indestructible is really good right now, outside of the presence of Nowhere to Run. And I guess we're getting some -1/-1 counter stuff in Standard, but I don't know how much of it will actually be in Standard, right? So, card looks pretty cracked in a lot of ways. I think it's a decent commander card, if nothing else, for sure. But in Standard, if there's a Merfolk deck, maybe, right? Because there's a lot of tricks that involve tapping your Merfolk down. Even before this set, right? The big infinite combo involves tapping Merfolk down. with a 2-mana enchantment that puts a Merfolk into play every time a Merfolk becomes tapped. And you untap them, tap them, untap them, tap them, you get infinite Merfolk. This guy's really good if you're trying to like assemble that combo, or you just kind of incidentally have that combo in your deck, right? But yeah, just outside of even, you know, a Kindred deck, I guess they're calling it now. This is just a solid Magic card, man. I'm going to have to give this like, am I wrong to give this like a 7? You know? Yeah, there are instant speed convoke cards too. Yeah, that's actually a sick usage of this card. First time chat from G Salty, making a really good point there, I gotta say. Yeah, if your opponent tries to target one of your dudes as removal, just like convoke something with it. That's a slick line right there. So yeah, I think it's a solid card. I will give this a 7. I'll stick with a 7 right here. I'm trending towards a 6.5, but I'll go 7, which again is a good score for me. Right, I like that. Playable card for sure. We'll see if it's playable in standard, but I think some commander decks would make use out of it. A Johnny Outland Chaperone for 3 mana. You get a 3 loyalty planeswalker +1. You get a 1/1 guy -2. It deals 4 damage to a tap thing. And for -8, look at the top X cards of your library, X being your live total. Put any number of non-land permanent cards with mana value 3 or less onto the battlefield. Shuffle up. So I'm not really even going to analyze the ultimate here because I shouldn't have even read it. I don't know how important the ultimate is to a card like this. It takes 6 total turns without proliferating or doing anything like that to get to this. I think that it's probably costed this way, loyalty this way, so that you can't have one of those things that like doubles the loyalty on it. Which doubling season there. I was like, the name evades me, but like one of them is doubling season. You have a doubling season now, you play Planeswalker, it gets double the loyalty starting. And if you do have a doubling season, you can't ultimate this when it comes out, right? But even if you could, it's just like, so, you know what I mean? Who cares, I guess? But this is just a buttoned up Planeswalker. This is a normal Planeswalker. That said, I think it's actually pretty good, right? I think a normal, like, relatively cheap, it's only 3 mana, Planeswalker. Basic starting loyalty of 4 and a guy, protects itself by plussing. And also has a removal mode on it. That's just solid. It is a solid Planeswalker, you know? So, kind of tough. I'm going to give this a 5.5. I think the only format it's good in is potentially standard. But even then, is it good in standard? Now, I will say, I think a lot of people are pooping on this. I think it's actually pretty good in the mono white deck that plays like Elspeth Stormslayer at the top of its curve. That way you're playing a bunch of Planeswalkers, and Planeswalkers are actually like relatively difficult to deal with in current standard. Not a whole lot of played removal deals with them. Sometimes, was it Bitter Triumph or whatever it's called? The 2 mana black removal spell, you have to discard a card. That and get lost, obviously, but there's just not a ton of ways to just eradicate Planeswalkers right now that people are playing. So I could see a more Planeswalker-centric version of that thing, maybe 2 of a Johnny, along with your 4 of Caretaker's Talent, the 3-drop slot. And you play the Elspeth at the top end of the curve, and now, you know, the Johnny makes double tokens, and you're just kind of burying them. You can play Day of Judgment, and then immediately a Johnny make 2 tokens, Elspeth make 2 tokens, and reset your board state. So, again, I think that the card might go pretty well in just that sort of mono-white mid-range deck. I like it there. But ultimately, I'll give it a 5.5. I think Standard's the only format it could work, but I'll give it more credit in Standard than I think some people have been giving it. I'll put it that way. I think it's slow, but it'll clap once in a while. We shall see. Yeah. Oh, okay. SFC, your first time chat. Thanks for that. Yeah, I kind of feel the same way about it. I think it is a little bit slow, but at least they made it 3 mana. You know, it's not every day that you see a 3 mana walker, and when they're even halfway decent, that usually means something. So I'll give it some credit. It's also a cat. It's like my favorite guy. So, you know. Appeal to Erdu is next. This is 4 mana for a convoke instant. 1 or 2 target creatures get +2/+1 till the end of turn. It's just like a fine combat trick. It is neat that you can kind of get 4 power for free, depending on what you're doing. It's especially good with vigilant creatures that are swinging in. Cool things about the card in limited for sure, but I'm just going to give this a 2.7. Right? Aquatex Defenses is 2 mana for a flash at an aura that enchants a thing you control, a creature. When it enters, enchanted creature gains hexproof till EOT. The creature gets +1/+2. So this is a Shard Mage's Rescue for double the price in a lot of ways. And even at double the price, I still kind of like Shard Mage's Rescue. So, I mean, what would I give Rescue, right? Like a 6.2 or something like that. I'm going to give this a 4.8. I do think that double the cost of rescue is kind of bad, but I still like it. I still can't help but like these like save a guy and also a little bit extra effects. They're not bad. Ashling Rekindled is, I give us a 4.8. Let's go 4.7. Such a difference. Ashling Rekindled is 2 mana, 1 and a red for a 1/3 legendary elemental sorcerer. See, when it enters or transforms into the red one, you can discard. And if you do that, you draw a card. At the beginning of your first main, you can pay a blue. If you do, transform it into Ashling Rhinebound. When it transforms into this, and at the beginning of your first main phase, add 2 mana of any one color. Spend this mana only to cast mana, spells of mana value 4 or greater. At the beginning of your first main phase, you can pay red to transform it back into the red one. So pretty good, I think, as Larry David might say. This is either, filtering. Well, it's both, really. It's filtering, a la, say, Fear of Missing Out, right, compared to that card on the front half. And on the back half is just ramp, right? You do have to cast big stuff with the ramp, and I guess you can filter on the first half to help you get big stuff if you don't already have it. So I guess there's that. Just decent card, but I'm going to do my first Ask the Audience here, I'll say that again, we have a decent card, but is it a truly good card? So I will give you just a moment to rate this card in chat while I continue to hem and haw about things you could do with it. So an idea here is that when it comes into play, you can discard a large creature. This is an easy call, right? And then draw a card. And then the next turn, you can pay a blue and then get the 2 mana out of it. And on turn 3, play a 4 mana reanimator spell, right? So it's actually possible here to play a Superior Spider-Man or a Zombify or something like that on turn 3 pretty easily. And I guess I like that. Plus, if you do have large men in your deck to reanimate, to discard for the reanimation, it's kind of nice that you also have some ramp to help play the large men later when you draw them in the game. I guess that's neat. Like a reanimator pile, it might be, I won't say it's going to be better than FOMO there. Obviously it attacks and blocks better than FOMO. FOMO will sometimes make your large men attack twice in the same turn, which is GG a lot of the time. So I don't know. I think it's a comparable card because, they compete for the same kind of basic function. But there might be more you can do with this than you can do with FOMO. Like FOMO doesn't ramp. It's kind of a big deal, right? So, is it good enough to see play in standard? We'll see. 5.246753 from Lily Vaughn. So 5. It kind of rounds up to a 5.3. I got a 6.5. High end is turn 3 Riddler. Yeah, maybe. Perhaps. Well, no, because you have to spend the mana, right? You have to spend this red mana to transform it. So on turn 3, you should have 4 mana. Drop your 3rd land. Yeah, you'll pay a mana. You'll have 2 mana open. Drop your 3rd land, 3 mana open. When it transforms, you'll have 2 more minutes. That's 3. Yeah, it's 4. It's 4, right? 1, 2, 3, 4. Yes, it is. It just is. So, but yeah. Again, turn 3 Superior Spider-Man, Deceit in the yard. That's kind of cute. I don't know. Deceit. It won't give you any of the ETB triggers. I don't think. Will it? No. No. Will it? Does it work that way? The Superior Spider-Man, will it? Seriously? Will it? Because you paid, okay, like if I pay 2 blue and 2 black for Superior Spider-Man and it copies a Deceit in my graveyard, do I get the ETB triggers? Yes, it will. People say it will. It happened in early access? Yes. That's insane. That's insane, brother. What are we doing? Oh my goodness. That's happened in early access. If that is true, that is wild. It is so stupid if that's true. I knew Deceit was the best one, but dang. That's crazy, dude. Yeah, people say yes. Other people have said yes. That's insane, dude. That's so crazy. I'd go with a 5. Got another one. Fewer people have deigned to rate this than I would have thought, I gotta say. I will give this a 6. I will do that. And I'm doing that because I'd give FOMO like a 6.2, you know what I mean? And I think that this is probably just slightly worse. But again, FOMO doesn't ramp. We'll wait and see about it. Ashling's command is 5 mana. I think this is the best of the commands in the set. It sets itself apart by being instant. I like that. It's also Kindred Elemental. You can either create a token that's a copy of an elemental you have. You can have a player draw 2 cards, probably you. You can have command deal 2 damage to each creature a player controls, so one-sided pyroclasm. Or you can have a player create 2 treasure tokens. You get 2 of these effects. So at the very bottom of the card, it's big score, right? It's a 5 mana big score that doesn't make you discard anything. Sometimes the best thing about big score is discarding stuff, but you know, if you don't want to, this is just a better big score in some ways. However, I think like draw 2 pyroclasm your team is kind of insane. I think EOT, like Jeskai control, right? Let's go Jeskai control. Do you think they have use for a card that can, during their opponent's attack step, pyroclasm their team and make 2 treasure tokens so that when they untap, they can just Revelation, they just have access to Revelation now, you know, like it seems pretty good. So I don't know. I kind of like this card a lot. And I think there's some commander playability on it too, you know? So I'm going to give this card like a 5.7. I mean it. I mean it too. I really think this card is good at the very least in commander. I think it could go in as a dex, right? Especially spellslingery stuff. I don't care that it's 5 mana. But in standard, I think there's a case for a 2 of this card in Jeskai. I really do. Also, cat spotted on the card. There it is, circling. Look at that cat. Goes in the cat cube. Assert perfection. And we need blue-red cards for the cat cube. I know that much. It's really hard to find them. Assert perfection is 2 mana, 1 green for a sorcery. A creature you control gets +1/+0 till end of turn, and then bites a creature. It deals damage equal to its power up to 1 target creature an opponent controls. So normal bite effect, sorcery speed. Sure, it gives a little bit of a boost, which is actually really good. But still, just a limited playable removal spell here. I'll give it a 3. Auntie's Sentence is 2 mana, 1 and a black for a sorcery. Choose one of these things. Target opponent reveals their hand. You get a non-land permanent out of it. They discard it. Target creature gets -2/-2 until end of turn. Not bad. Sorcery speed hurts, but they don't like to print instant speed discard effects for obvious reasons. If it's not obvious, it's just really annoying. It's just so irritating to have instant speed discard effects. Best thing about this card is the incredible Vincent Christian's art. Very, very nice art on this card. But I think that a card like this used to have like a chance, but I don't think so anymore. So I'll just give this a 4.4. I think they were like getting there with it, but just not quite. Just not. Probably not. Eternal format role player. And I keep seeing stuff like that about Sentence, if that's the card you're talking about. But I just don't think so. I just don't think so. I want to be surprised by this. I want this to be the kind of card where the versatility is so good that it's awesome against aggro decks because it kills a guy. But, if you're not playing against aggro, it's a removal spell that also is good against control decks, right? Good things about it, but ultimately, I've seen cards like this come and go before. They haven't done too much, so it's kind of tainted my opinion of them. I think there was a time 10 years ago when I've been like, this card's a 7. Multi-format all-star. But I don't know. Not anymore. Not anymore. I will say this is probably the best pilfer effect that we have in Standard. And that might be worth something, but I need to be wooed. I need to be wowed by this card. I haven't seen it yet. So I'll go 4.4 for now. Aurora Awakener. That is a hard card to say. Aurora, mama. This is 7 cards. 7 mana. What is wrong with me? 6 and a green for a 7/7 giant druid with trample. It's also got vivid. Very interesting ability here. When it enters, reveal cards from the top of your library until you reveal X permanents. X being the number of colors among permanents you control. Put any number of those permanent cards onto the battlefield. Put the rest of the revealed cards on the bottom in a random order. This card, first of all, bangs in Commander. I think for 7 mana, it's still worth playing in Commander. I think it really is. But I think that there is something to this in Standard. We have a couple of cards that are just all 5 colors. And notably, and I'll probably bring this card up a couple times tonight, we have Leyline of the Guild Pact, I think it's called. You can start the game with that in play, and it is all 5 colors. So that is interesting. Right. That deck looks a little bit memey to me, but hear me out. Hear me out. Smuggler's Surprise. How's that sound? Does that sound okay? Now, of course, you can also reanimate this. I think it's really interesting that there are ways to, say, reanimate this and a multicolored creature at the same time. We have a couple spells in Standard that can reanimate multiple creatures at the same time. And I think that with a spell like that, Obviously, Awakener starts getting really, really good. You can bring back this and a 5-colored creature at the same time. You get 5 more permanents. You get a total of 7 permanents for your reanimation. That's sick. But again, with Smuggler's Surprise, if you can throw this and a Progenitus down, right? Then you get this, a Progenitus, and 5 other permanents for 6 total mana. And like, that's pretty good. Lands from the Green Overlord are all 5 colors. Is the land all 5 colors, or does it produce all 5 colors? If the land itself is all 5 colors, holy mackerel. Holy smokes. But I'm pretty sure the land just produced, yeah, everywhere's colors. Good. Okay, I thought so. It just produces all 5 colors. That's different. But yeah, again, I think there are multiple ways to make this work, and I would not be surprised if there was at the very least like a meme deck or something with this. But it seems C tier if it does exist. Smuggler's Surprise has always kind of been like on the outskirts of standard. But this is the closest thing to like Atraxa that we've had since Atraxa left standard. And Atraxa just puts the cards in your hand. It just puts them right on the table, which is nuts. Nuts. Even if it just gets you a bunch of lands, I think it's fine. So, end of the day, I'm going to give this card a 6. I am. I think it's actually pretty good. Like, sometimes you don't look at a card and go, how much does this cost? You got to look at a card and say, what does this do? You know what I mean? There's a point at which a card could cost 12 mana. And it basically just costs 4, right? It costs, what does a Reanimator spell cost, right? What does Smuggler's Surprise cost? So once a card starts costing 7 to 15 mana, it effectively costs 4 to 6 mana, you know? So I think there's something to this. I really do. But sleeperish guy. Barbed Bloodletter is up next. This is 2 mana, 1 in the black for an artifact. It's an equipment that equips for 2, but when it enters, you attach it to a guy you control. The creature gains Wither until end of turn, and it also gets +1/+2 as long as it's wearing the equipment. This is neat for limited, but it's really just a limited equipment. Wither's a cool ability. I wish it granted Wither forever, but if it did that, the mana value would be a lot better. But still, I think it's a neat little thing. I will give this I'll give it a 3, sure. Bark of Doran is up next. Another neat little equipment. 2 mana, 1 on a white for an equipment that equips for 1. Equipped creature gets +0/+1. And as long as the equipped creature's toughness is greater than its power, it assigns combat damage with its toughness rather than its power. So makes sense for a Doran thing, but it's more cute than it is useful, I think. There's going to be Arcady Sabbath decks and stuff that want to use this, right? Kind of a way to have one creature be animated, even if you don't have Arcades out, even if you don't have Felathar out, or whatever your guy of choice is for doing this commander deck. You know, even if you don't have those guys out at the time, you can still attack with a huge butt creature. So I think it goes in those decks. But I'm not going to give it more than like a 4. It's really narrow. It only goes in those. I just don't think it's very good. I don't think it's particularly good, like even in limited, to be honest. But we'll see. Bile Val Boggart is a single black mana for a 1/1 Goblin Assassin. When it dies, a creature gets a -1/-1 counter. Pretty cool, actually. Better Festering Goblin. It's even the same creature type, which is nice. And Festering Goblin is fine, I guess. It's not the best thing in the world, but it's fine. Anytime you see like a body that costs 1 mana that doubles as kind of a removal spell, start paying attention. It's really not bad. This is pauper playable too, so for what that's worth, it's not too bad. There is a better 1-drop, I think, in this set that also removes creatures, right? And we'll get to that one when we get to that one. It's got the funniest name in the set. I can't wait to get to it. But as far as, playability goes, I'll give this like a 4.3, I think it's nearing playability. Let's just say that. It's not too bad. Good in aristocrats and whatever. Bitter Bloom Bearer, though. Everybody sees it. Everybody sees it. This is 2 black mana for a 1/1 fairy rogue with flash and flying. At the beginning of your upkeep, you lose 1 life and you get a 1/1 blue and black fairy creature token with flying. At the beginning of your upkeep, Bitterblossom. So just Bitterblossom on a body with flash and flying. This is, of course, more removable than Bitterblossom. So there's that. But Bitterblossom doesn't have flash. So pretty insane in some ways. I think Bitterblossom with flash is crazy. Also, Bitterblossom that attacks for 1. Bitterblossom that you don't have to wait an entire turn cycle to get you a guy. Bitterblossom that makes you don't feel like you're skipping your turn. Bitterblossom to where I can play it on turn 2, but I can also hold up mana for a removal or a counterspell or something. Again, I think that this is in a lot of ways just better than Bitterblossom, and I think design knew that because they made it harder to cast than Bitterblossom. Just a wild magic card. One of the best in the set. Easy call. Thanks for your sub, Drexy. Appreciate that. Drexia. And also thanks for your follow. Sell the prefix. I didn't see that. We also got OOK SFC with the follow. Thanks, guys. This is a good card. You know, I think that there's a tempting contrarianism inside of a lot of people to be like, card's actually butts, cod's tits, sucks eggs. But no, I really think this card's as good as it looks. I'm going to give it a 8. Probably one of the higher scoring cards in the set, I would assume. I think Bitterblossom, there it is. I think it's an 8. Yeah, me too. Out of how much are these rankings? 10. I think that Bearer is an 8. I think we'll start the bidding at an 8 for this guy. 10 says Christmas. I mean, I know it's a meme, but the card is very good. The card is stupid good, dude. It basically, I look at it this way. It's a resolute reinforcements where both creatures have flying, right? Because like most of the time you play it at the end of your opponent's second turn, and you immediately get the token when you untap. So you basically, I mean, you'd play resolute reinforcements, right? Would you play reinforcements if both the creatures had flying? Shoot, yeah, absolutely. If it stays in play more than a turn or two, it's just taking over the game, dude. Just wild card. If you've never played against Bitterblossom, I think it's easy to look at this and be like, what's the big deal? It's crazy. It's crazy. Trust me. Card is stupid. It will annoy you. It's good. 8. Again, sticking with it. I was answering Dawn's question. I agree with around 8. Okay, gotcha. Oh, out of how much are the rankings? And Christmas said 10. Ha 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 ha. Okay. But I get it now. Blighted Blackthorn is 5 mana, 4 and a black for a 3/7 Treefolk Warlock. When it enters or attacks, you may Blight 2. If you do, draw a card, lose a life. Fun limited thing, especially playing around with all the different toughness things, all the different Blight things. I think it works in like 3 different decks in limited. That's kind of nice. I like cards like that, but still just going to give it a 2.9. Big booty thing that draws you cards ain't bad, but I don't like the starting cost, really. Blight Rot is 3 mana, 2 and a black for an instant. Put 4 -1/-1 counters on a guy. That ain't bad. That ain't bad. But I think for 3 mana, you want to just say like destroy target creature, right? So I'm going to give this a 3.5. Blood Crypt, everybody. Let's just call this the dual lands entry, right? The shock lands entry. I believe that I have traditionally given shock lands a 9.5, and I'm not going to stop doing that now. These will, on paper, on a spreadsheet, right? If you're in Excel, these will look like the highest scoring card in the set, for sure. But that's, I tend to overscore lands because they're so integral to Magic. And dual lands like these that come into play untapped are the best lands of all time. The only lands better than this, to my mind, are very likely the original duels. Well, we can talk about fetch lands. I think fetch lands are phenomenal as well. But if these aren't the second best duels of all time, they're the third, right? So I'm going to give these a 9.5 and just keep it pushing. Bloodline Bidding is one of those things that can bring multiple things back at the same time. This is 8 mana, sort of. Hold your horses. 6 and 2 black for a sorcery with Convoke. Choose a creature type. Return all creature cards of the chosen type from your graveyard to the battlefield. So pretty good in like zombies, I guess. This is a commander card. But this is another one of those where I'm like, are we sure that's all it is, right? To cast this for 4 mana, you have to have 4 creatures in play. But you also have to have a buttload of creatures in your graveyard. How often is that going to happen? Probably not super often. Does it take the spot of like raise the past and raise the past decks? No, it doesn't. There's no chance of it doing that. I've heard people ask that question. It's the only reason I bring it up. I think it's a silly question. Unless you're nothing but Heir Apparents and Hinterland Sanctifiers. Yeah, you know, maybe. But altogether, yeah, I think that it's pretty bad in standard. You know, the things you have to do to make it work for a reasonable cost are difficult, to say the least. To do them on schedule, we'll put it. But in Commander, I think it's like a fine reanimator thing that some decks will play. So I'll give the card a solid 5. This is a 5, and Commander is the only thing really pushing that. But I assume that this will do some fun stuff. And also, I think that there is that 3% chance it might do something at some point in Standard, but I wouldn't count on it. I really wouldn't count on it. Bloom Tinder up next, ladies and gentlemen. This is 2 mana. 1 and a green for a 1/1 Elf Druid with Vivid. You tap it, and for each color among permanents you control, add a mana of that color. So this is a reprint, obviously. And a pretty expensive one at a time. This card was like $15 not long ago, and I think that some versions of it still are. That said, I think you can be able to get this for like $6 when the set comes out. That's not bad for a Bloom Tender. If you don't already have them for your Commander decks, get it. The question is this good in Standard? We already know it's good in Mander, so that it warrants a relatively high score. Legendary card there. Is it good in Standard? I think that you could make the argument pretty easily, like persuasively, that it's not, like Badger Mole Cubs in Standard. Sure, it works with Badger Mole Cub. Sure. But is it better than the other 2-drops that you play in Badger Mole? Because you tend to play another 2-drop that makes mana in Badger Mole. Is this the default now? Probably not, right? Because you're, I guess if you're Simic or Boroid, right? You play Jackal and other blue cards. This could tap for 2 mana. With a Badger Mole out, taps for 3, it could be good enough. It could be good enough, but I'm still torn. I'm still actually torn. I don't think that the 1/1-ness of it makes that big of a difference. I've seen some people saying the card's bad because it's a 1/1 for 2 mana. I don't think so. I really don't. It all comes down to, have we now surpassed even a card like Bloom Tender, right? Worth noting that this works with Leyline of the Guild Pack 2, so theoretically, you could play this on turn 2, and when you untap on turn 3, so long as you have your Leyline out, you can tap this for 5 mana. That will probably not happen 60% of the time or more. 2/3 of the time or more. So I wouldn't count on it, but the opponent has to remove it. It's not like it dies to removal. It is a removal check. There's a big difference between those two things. Badger Mole Cub dies to removal. Is it still one of the best creatures in Standard? Yeah, come on, yes. Because it's a removal check. They have to have the removal. I think Bloom Tender's a lot like that in a lot of ways. So, long story short, it's already been a long story. I'm going to give this card a 7.2. Bloom Tender's always been very good. That's not going to stop any day now. I will say that Bloom Tender has lost some of its playability even in EDH. I see it in fewer EDH decks now than I used to, which may just be a cost thing. Could be. But as far as Standard goes, it will have to prove itself to me. I'm not convinced, but obviously Bloom Tender is a powerful card. It's 7.5 to 8 for Bloom. Yeah, I'm in that neighborhood. I'll go so far as 7.35 on Bloom Tender. I think it's obviously a good card, but time will tell if it's good in, Standard, Pioneer, whatever. I think it's got a chance, though, for sure. Blossom Bind is some of my favorite art in the set, and it's OG Drew Tucker, by the way. It's doing stuff all the way back in, 94 for Magic the Gathering. This is 2 mana, 1 and a blue for an R that enchants a creature. When it enters, tap the creature. And the enchanted creature cannot become untapped, and it cannot have counters put on it. This is really interesting wording. I like this a lot, actually. Turns out that can't become untapped is a lot better than doesn't untap during its controller's untap step. That's better. A lot better. So cool card, not going to see Standard play. I'm sorry. Maybe in Pauper, if there's ever a creature that can tap, untap, tap, untap, tap, untap, like that's the basis of a deck, and it's a pretty popular deck. I could see this coming in as sort of tech in the sideboard against stuff like that. So it could end up having a small place in history eventually. But right now it's just typical removal for limited. So I'll give it a 3.1. I kind of like it. I like that wording. Blossoming Defense is Blossoming Defense. I think you give this card a 6. No, you don't. You give this card like a 5.5 or something, No, you don't. You give this card a 5.8. You do. This Blossoming Defense is a hell of a Magic card. It is. Boggart Cursecrafter. I was going to say Boggart Defense because we're just looking at Blossoming Defense. Boggart Cursecrafter is 2 mana. You know I like this card. Strictly Better Snakeskin Veil? No, that's not what Strictly Better means. Strictly, that's not, I love you. I love you, Drexy. Strictly Better means literally always better in every situation beyond really, really edge cases, like 1% edge cases. There are a lot of decks that would rather have a +1/+1 counter. A lot of decks would rather have the counter than the +2/+2. A lot of decks. Things like Tifa, Mossborn Hydra, right? And that's specifically relevant right now. I believe that those decks will continue to play a card like Veil that gives Tifa a counter for the rest of the game than a card like Defense. That's just me, but I think it'll probably work out that way. Counters can sometimes be really important. I see what you're saying. But yeah, Boggart Cursecrafter, 2 mana black-red for a 2/3 Goblin Warlock with Death Touch. Whenever another Goblin you control dies, this creature deals 1 damage to each opponent. Love it. I love it. Come on. This is my kind of guy. It even says each opponent, so it's good for Commander. But this is the exact Goblin that I was hoping we would get in this set. You know, I want Goblin Aristocrats. That's what it is. So now we're obligated to play it. The good thing is a lot of the Goblin Aristocrats cards are, you know, uncommon or common, white, right? So that's good. That's good for us. That's good news for us in the budget department. In the don't spend too much money day one department. This is one of the first decks I'm going to play because of this dude. One of my personal favorite cards in the set. He does only work with goblins. You could argue that's narrow, but I tend to sometimes view these creature type matters cards, these kindreds cards, not in a vacuum, but in context of their tribe. And in this case, I think that this could go in a lot of black-red goblins decks and commander for the rest of time. But also, if we're building black-red goblins in standard, she goes in. She's a pretty lady. So, and you know, I have to point this out. A 2-mana 2/3 death touch, that's just good. That's just fine. That's even better stats than like Ellis Core, a 2-mana 2/2 death touch. And I kind of like that about Ellis. I like everything about Ellis. You know that. But this is just fine stats, just more than decent stats on a death touch creature that's also a blood artist. The original blood artist was a 0/1 dog, and like even though this is blood artist is whenever any creature dies. It is a ridiculous line of text anywhere on the board. This is just whenever goblins you control dies. Much narrower. Still love it. Don't care. I'm gonna give this card a 6. Again, I'm trying to be objective, but I still think the card deserves a 6. I think it goes in a lot of goblins decks. I really do. Boggart Mischief is a similar card. This is 3 mana, 2 and a black for a kindred goblin enchantment. When it enters, you can blight 1. If you did that, create 2 1/1 black and red goblin creature tokens. Whenever a goblin you control dies, each opponent loses 1 life, and you gain 1 life. So unlike Cursecrafter, this is an actual drain, right? It's not just the damage. But this is mostly better Bastion of Remembrance for goblins. Bastion of Remembrance was actually one of my exclusive previews back when I used to get those. It's my favorite exclusive preview of all time. I love that. Still play it in Ellis Core to this day. So I recognize the power level of the card. And this gives you 2 guys instead of 1 guy. It's pretty nice. And when it comes into play, if you blight like an X1 and that guy goes to the graveyard, it's a goblin, then you get to drain. Not half bad, man. So this actually gives you some board presence and a blood artist. Kind of love that about it. I'll give this the same score I gave Cursecrafter, a 6. You could argue that I am overscoring these Aristocrats cards, but in Aristocrats, especially obviously Goblin decks, I think that these are kind of must-plays for the way the strategy is trying to operate. So could even be standard playable. We'll see. Boggart Prankster is, but in Commander, I'm giving them some of their score comes from Commander too. Boggart Prankster is 2 mana, 1 and a black for a 1/3 Gobbo Warrior. Whenever you attack, target attacking Goblin you control gets +1/+0 until end of turn. So we kind of have another 2 mana 2/3 here, but just not really exciting in any way. I'll give it a 2.7. Bog Slither's Embrace is 2 mana for a sorcery. As an additional cost to cast it, blight 1 or pay 3, exile target creature. This is neat because it's one of those Bone Slithers effects where you don't have to actually kill one of your guys. You know, if you have a 2 toughness creature, you can just kill one of their dudes and not have to come down on any board presence, right? The problem with Bone Splinter's effects is that they're often 2-for-1s. You lose a card from your hand and a creature from your side of the table just to take out one of their guys. It's usually not smart magic unless you have a bunch of tokens or an Infestation Sage or something like that. This is technically better than most of those effects. But in decks that want to play it, you want to sacrifice creatures anyway, right? So the creature of yours dying is kind of an upside most of the time, you know? So I think that we'll just continue playing 1 mana versions of this effect in Aristocrats decks. There are a few that, you know, exile the creature too that we already have access to. So I can't say this is amazing compared to what we already have. I will give it a 4.1. Bold Weir Aggressor, one of my favorite cards, low-key in the entire set. This is 5 mana in red for a 2/5 giant with double strike. Other giants you control have double strike. That means other changelings you control also have double strike. Just a sick card. I would look out for this at pre-release. I actually think this is a neat little card. Even if your pre-release contains, your kit contains this 2 giants and 3 changelings, I think you can go. I think you can go with that, dude. I really do. And this has double strike naturally. So if you throw an enchantment on it, or if you throw an equipment on it, or just any combat trick, double strike is amazing in limited, and it's amazing everywhere, really. I just really like this card there, but I want to try it in standard, but mostly as a meme, stream one day. We'll try this card out. But it's, I can't give it a high score, but I like it. I like this card. I will give it a 4.5, which is higher than I want to give it, but I like it. I like it. This is a crazy line of text when you get right down to it. Bone Club Berserker. This is 4 mana, 3 in red for a 2/4 Gobbo Berserker. Gets +2/+0 for each other goblin you control. Not actually that bad, but 4 mana is probably too much for any potential standard goblin aggro deck. Unless you can devise a way to give it haste, right? But I don't think it's going to be too tough to swing for like 10 in limited with this, especially in draft, where you're actually drafting like 16 goblins, you know? So keep an eye out for it there. I think it's actually really, really good there, especially for a common. I think it's fantastic. But anywhere outside of limited, I don't think it really works. So I'm just going to give this a 3.7. I think it's close. Friends, Boulder Dash is 2 mana, 1 and a red for a sorcery that deals 2 damage to a target and 1 damage to a target. So 3 total damage, split it up a couple of ways. This is a sorcery, which I don't love, but I still kind of like it. You know, like if your opponent goes Badger Mole, Earthbend to land on turn 2, well then on your turn 2 or turn 3 or whatever, you can play Boulder Dash, kill their Badger Mole and their Earthbent land. And I actually think that's neat. At that point, Pyroclasm would just be better, right? I think Pyroclasm is better for most intents than this card would be. But I still think it's kind of good. I really do. I'm going to give this a 3.7. Same exact score. I think it's like okay, right? Brambleback Brute is 3 mana, 2 and a red for a 4/5 giant warrior that enters with 2 -1/-1 counters on it. So read that this is a 2/3 for 3 mana. Yeah. You can pay 1 and a red and remove a counter from it to have a creature not be able to block. A target creature can't block this turn. You can only do that at sorcery speed. So again, I think in limited this is like okay. You know, I actually think it's fine because you'll end up with a 3 mana 4/5, and keeping creatures from blocking is kind of okay if you're going aggro with it. So I'll just give this a 2.75, you know, somewhere in there. Bray of Clan's Stout Arm is 4 mana, 2 a red and a white for a 4/4 legendary giant warrior. You can pay 1 and a white and tap her to have another target creature you control gain flying and lifelink until end of turn. At the beginning of your end step, if you gain life this turn, exile cards from the top of your library until you exile a non-land. You may cast that card without paying its mana cost if the spell's mana value is less than or equal to the amount of life you gain this turn. Otherwise, put the card in your hand, so it always draws you a card. A very interesting Boros commander, and it seems like they're trying to give us more and more interesting Boros commanders instead of just like aggro guy, right? And I appreciate that. One of the cooler commanders in the entire set. Not standard playable, I think. Now, there's a way to gain life the same turn you play this and go ahead and get extra value off of it at your end step. But at the end of the day, I don't think it's where it needs to be, power level wise, in standard right this moment. So that leaves commander. But that said, really interesting design on it, and I like that about it. I think people will build decks with it. How good is it? Remains to be seen. But I think I will give this a 6. And all of that is kind of the interesting commander tax. You know what I mean? It's not bad. But Brigid Clacklin's Heart is a 3 mana, 2 and a white for a 3/2 legendary Kithkin warrior. Whenever this creature enters or transforms into Brigid, create a 1/1 green and white Kithkin creature token. At the beginning of your first main phase, you can pay a green to transform her into Dawn's Mine. This is a legendary Kithkin soldier you can tap to add X green or white. X is equal to the number of other creatures that you control. And of course, at the beginning of your first main, you can pay white to transform back into Clacklin's Heart. So I've gotten some conflicting opinions on this. I was a little harsh on it when I first reviewed it. So now I'd like to ask the audience for the second time tonight. I will give you a moment while I continue, stuttering and stomping here about this card to rate it. Because I'm interested in how people feel. I do think this backside, much like your sister, is very tempting. See from the front side, and you're like, at least it comes with a friend. Hey, but sorry if that was a little insensitive. But I will say that a 3 mana for 4/3 in stats on 2 bodies. That is the floor of this card. 3 mana for 4/3 in stats. 2 bodies. The ceiling is that it taps for 10 mana. So, maybe, but ultimately, I don't love 3 mana 3/2s, 2 toughness creatures. I think you're asking to get out mana valued. Not that it dies to removal. I'm not saying that. I'm saying that if it does die to a Torch the Tower or Tragic Trajectory, then you've lost 2 mana value, and that is horrid. That is horrid tempo that you've lost there. I guess it left behind a token, but so, yeah, big deal. You can get multiple tokens out of it, which I do like. I don't hate that. But I think the big idea here is to tap this for 4 mana. And I'll say this. Here's a line. If you've already rated it, you might re-rate it. But let's say that I play a Badger Mole Cub, right, on turn 2. Bridget is among my turn 3 plays. You know, if I went Lana War Elf into Badger Mole Cub, that's 3 creatures. Because I Earthband a land, right? So on turn 3, I play Bridget. And how much mana do I have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, at least 6 mana, something like that. So if I play Bridget and 1 other creature, come on, we can do that, right? Bridget and 1 other creature. I have 5 creatures on the table. Meaning that I can then transform Bridget. Wait, do I have more than that? Wait, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I have 6. If I play Bridget and another creature, I have 6 creatures on the table. She makes a token. Meaning I can then untap. I can pay a mana on the next turn and tap Bridget for 7 because Badger Mole Cub makes a tap for an extra green. That on turn 4 is tempting. That's, right? So I think that there are lines. There are potential lines with the card, but I can't convince myself. You know? Have we gotten any ratings on this? Oh, hi all the time, Monkey420, my actual real life cousin Jason with tier 1 sub for 41 months. Thank you very much. He was busy playing Magic. 4, but you could persuade me for a 5. Bridget seems lousy. Mid. So I don't get it. I don't know. The card seems good, says Ira of Dawn. Ira of Dawn. Vicent Turso, first time chat, rates the card a 5.2. Okay. You can just keep flipping it for more bodies. Yes. Dice to Lightning Bolt. I'd say a 6.5. Oh, wow. Made a deck in early access. In the early access, and that deck seems interesting. The legend rule only checks up facing side. Yeah, that's true. That is fair. You can play this Bridget if this Bridget is face up. You know, if you transform the first Bridget, you can play this again, and it won't legend rule. That's true. It's cute interaction. 4 something, says my actual real life cousin Jason. I'd say 5.9, says Joe Denouse. Okay. Well, yeah, I feel like these transform ramp cards are a must kill before transformation. Yeah, it's like, that's what I was saying earlier, is that it's not that it dies to removal about a different card. It's that it's a removal check. And if they don't have the removal, there's a problem. And cards like that can be dangerous. So I think I could talk myself into a 5 point. I think I could talk myself into a 6. I think I could. I think I really could. You know, the floor on the card is that it gets blown away and leaves behind a 1/1. That's fine. That's fine, right? And that's the floor. I'll take it. Bridget's command is 3 mana. I think this is pretty bad. 1 a green and a white for a Kindred Kithkin sorcery. Choose 2. Create a token that's a copy of a Kithkin you got. Or a player creates a 1/1 green and white Kithkin creature token. I always wanted to create 2 Kithkins. It doesn't. It creates 1/1. Or target creature you control gets +3/+3 till end of turn. Giant growth. That's sorcery speed. Or target creature you control fights target creature an opponent controls. Just the +3/+3 mode. This card feels like it was supposed to be an instant. Maybe it does something ludicrous with the copy mode if it's an instant, right? But I feel like this was supposed to be the other instant in this cycle. Giant growth is terrible if it's not instant speed, right? I think that it's pretty bad. Even at 3 mana, like maybe you make a guy and fight. Maybe you give a creature +3/+3, fight, get in for a bunch of damage. There are ways to make the card okay. You only have so many slots in your deck. So I think the card is not great overall. I will give it a 4.4. Sure. Bristlebane Battler. This card's been getting some press lately. This is 2 mana, 1 and a green for a 6/6 Kithkin Soldier with Trample and Ward 2. It enters with 5 -1/-1 counters on it. And whenever another creature you control enters, while this guy has counters on it, -1/-1 counters, you remove one of the counters. So this is really 2 mana, 1/1, Trample and Ward 2. But in your Kithkin deck, if you do play Bridget on the next turn, then suddenly it's a 2 mana, 3/3 Trample Ward 2. Okay, we're getting somewhere. More creatures you play, the larger it gets. So by turn 4, you could feasibly be attacking for 5 or 6 with this guy. It's not bad. It's not. It's got the ward to keep it in play. Trample is particularly good. Even if you never play another creature, which you probably will, this is another thing that could be good in like Bogles, you know? 2 mana ward guy with trample. So like, even if I don't play more than 1 or 2 other creatures the entire game, an ethereal armor plus a sheltered by ghosts, you know, something like that. And suddenly the guy's swinging for like 8, even if he's got counters on him. So interesting creature. He doesn't need Kithkin to come into play either, just creatures. Doesn't need him to be non-token, just creatures. So that's actually kind of a neat little dude. Is it worth it? I don't know. Time will tell, but I'm going to give him a 5.2. I'm going to give him that. You can keep shoving Blight on this dude. Yeah, I guess you could. Like once the tokens are off of him, you know, once the counters are off, and put some more on him. That's true. You should chalk him up with Blight. And keep playing creatures. But ultimately, I think if he does see play, it might be in a kind of Boglesy thing, you know, an Enchantress deck that does play, you know, 12 to 16 total creatures. So you are going to take counters off of him. But for the most part, it's just like enchantment, sheltered, ethereal armor, swing 10, you know, that's still be pretty good, I think, you know. So yeah, 5.2, and I think he could be more than that. Bristlebane Outrider is 4 mana, 3 and a green. For did I give him a 5.2? I should give him higher than that. I'm going to give him a 5.6. Yeah. Bristlebane Outrider is 4 mana, 3 and a green for a 3/5 Kithkin Knight that can't be blocked by creature's power 2 or less. As long as another creature entered the battlefield under your control this turn, this guy gets +2/+0, but never any more than that. Kind of a drafty uncommon here, right? So let's give it a 2.5. Keep moving. Burden Stoneback is 2 mana, 1 and a white for a 4/4 giant warrior. Enters with 2 -1/-1 counters. Pay 1 and a white and remove a counter from this guy. Target creature gains indestructible till end of turn at sorcery speed. We almost had a good card, ladies and gentlemen. 3.7. Burning Curiosity, 3 mana, 2 and a red for a sorcery. As an additional cost to cast this spell, you may Blight 1. Exile the top 2 cards of your library. If this spell's additional cost was paid, exile the top 3 instead. Until the end of your next turn, you may play them cards. So this is common. I would wager to say this is the most pauper playable card in the entire set. Barring reprints or whatever, Blossoming Defense or whatever. Again, barring reprints, I think this is the most pauper playable card in the entire set. I think this card's very good. And is probably commander playable too, especially in decks like Firelord, Zuko, like anything that wants to play cards from somewhere other than their hand. Play cards from exile, right? Your decks that care about that. So I actually really, really like this thing. I'm going to give it a 6. You heard me. I mean it. I think this card's better than it looks by a mile. Catharsis is 6 mana. We have reached, I believe, the first of these. 4 and then 2 Boros hybrids. It's a 3/4 elemental incarnation, and when it enters, if double white was spent to cast it, you get 2 1/1 Kithkin guys. When this creature enters, if 2 red was spent to cast it, creatures you control get +1/+1, gain haste till end of turn. You can evoke this for Boros hybrids. So the idea is when you evoke it, you either pay 2 red or 2 white. So altogether good. This, I believe, is the, if I'm not mistaken, the most expensive still of these, which is insane. It does look like the Welk from Final Fantasy VI. Yes, the first boss from that game. Just make sure you hit it, but not while it's in its shell. You can only hit it when it's out of its shell. Anyway, this is First Day of Class on the 1/2, or kind of a Imidane's Recruiter trigger, which is pretty good, you know. And then on the other half, it's Gather the Townsfolk. Yeah, that's right. And both of those cards are very good. This is specifically good in the Imidane's Recruiter deck as redundancy. And once Recruiter's gone, it's Imidane's Recruiter in that deck. I think it's a lot better in a lot of ways than Recruiter. So, yeah, I think this card's dope. I'm going to give it a 6. Dope? I'm going to give this card a 6.3. I think this card's insane in a lot of ways. But not insane enough to be like a 7. You know what I mean? Like, it's not like that good. It's kind of narrow. It's aggro, Boros decks and stuff. But I still think that this is pretty good. Again, I'll cap out at 6.4. I'll cap out at 6.4 for this card. Celestial Reunion is X and a green for a sorcery. As an additional cost to cast it, you may choose a creature type and behold 2 creatures of that type. Search your library for a creature card, mana value X or less, reveal it, put it into your hand, shuffle up. If the spell's additional cost was paid and the revealed card is the chosen creature type, you just get to throw it onto the table instead of putting it in your hand. So this is like the 2nd or 3rd most expensive card in the set. I can only assume that's Commander, right? It's a green tutor. Sick. Commander players love their tutors. And not only is it a tutor, it can put the creature directly into play in your Elves deck or whatever you're doing, right? Probably going to be a little green heavy, but not necessarily. So obviously a stacked commander card, even for the cost you may pay for it. But the good thing about this card is that you might not have to pay too much of a cost, you know? In your kind of combo-y deck that plays a lot of the same creature type, so long as all you're trying to do is put 3 specific creatures into play to combo off, it's entirely possible you just pay like 3 mana for this thing. Go get a 2-drop, slap it into play, combo off. Could be easy enough. Even for 4 or 5 mana, I think that if you can effectively end the game with this, it might be standard playable. It really might. Yeah, Nature's Rhythm vibes. I think in some ways, especially in these, creature types matter decks, I think that it could be phenomenal. It's especially good in like Elves, right? Because like not only do you have a lot of the same creature types, they tap for mana. So it helps you play this card much easier. Obvious why it's a commander banger, but I think this might have like a little bit of potential play in standard if we get some combo-y stuff going, and it only costs you 3-4 mana. So I'm going to give this card a high score. I'm going to give this card, I'm going to give this card an 8.1. Yeah, it's a tutor and commander. I imagine this card will be expensive for a while, and for good reason, right? Not just that it's expensive. I think it's going to be expensive for good reason. Do I mean that? Yeah, I do. 8.1. It's a good card. Champion of the Kraken is up first in the champion cycle. I don't like most of these, and this is the worst one. This is 4 mana, 3 and a white for a 4/5 Kithkin Knight with Flash. As an additional cost to cast it, behold a Kithkin, exile it. Other Kithkin you control get +1/+1. And when this guy leaves the battlefield, return the exiled card to its owner's hand. Not the battlefield. Although there'd be some stupid ways to use this. If it did return to the battlefield, then you could just like champion a thing in your hand that costs 12 mana, and then immediately sacrifice this, get the 12 mana thing. So it has to go back to your hand. Again, just not very impressive. Not even in a Kithkin deck. I'm paying 4 mana for my Anthem. The fact that it's Flash means you can be tricksy after blocks and stuff, but I don't think it makes up for anything. I just like that he's riding a bear. That's cool. This guy's probably tough. This guy's super tough, dude. 4/5 Kithkin? That's crazy when you think about it. I'm going to give Champion... The bear is what's making him a 4/5, right? This guy by himself is like a 1/2. The bear's a 3/4. The bear's a 2/2, right? There's math involved. Means the guy's a 2/3. I could see that. That's pretty heavy armor. This is a speed run. This is a 3.9. It's just not good, man. Flash is awesome. I even tend to overvalue Flash. No, not this guy. Champion of the Path is 4 mana, 3 and a... But one more thing. The last card may illustrate... If there's a Kithkin deck, the last card may illustrate why a 3.9 is occasionally playable. Champion of the Path is 4 mana, 3 and a red for a 7/3 elemental. As an additional cost to cast it, behold an elemental, exile it. Whenever another elemental you control enters, it deals damage equal to its power to each opponent. When this creature leaves the battlefield, return the exiled card to its owner's hand. So... as long as you have enough elementals, this works really interestingly in multiples, right? You play one, you play the other, hit for 7. It's nasty. You get a Warstorm Surge for a 2 mana discount that only works with elementals. Now, again, I think championing is a real cost. I haven't explained this in this video, but I've explained it a million times already. I don't think the situation will actually be very rare, where you don't have any elementals on the table and you don't have any elementals in your hand. Top decking is a thing, turn 6 is a thing. Maybe you don't have any cards in your hand. You draw this. Your opponent just played Ultima. They've swept you. They've split up. You have no creatures. You literally cannot play this guy. Not that it's unplayable in the traditional sense, the way we use that. Card's unplayable. The card is literally locked within your hand. You cannot play it legally. And I just hate that. But this one pretty spicy. This one's cute, especially with Evoke Elementals. You pay 2 mana or something, 2-3 mana for a 7 power guy. It goes to the graveyard immediately, but it still does its damage to the opponent in that case. Also works with elementals you might convoke into play. It works with Sunderflock, which is, decreases the cost of Sunderflock depending on how big your elementals are. I think it's mana cost wise. So you play Sunderflock, that hits the table. You return everything to your opponent's hand, and you hit him for like 5 to the face. There's plays with this card. There's plays with it, but Ultimately, I'm just going to give this a 5. And that's the only reason I'm giving it a 5 is I like Warstorm Surge so much as a Magic card. It's like my second favorite one of these. Champion of the Weird is 4 mana, 3 and a black for a 5/5 Goblin Berserker. As an additional cost to cast it, behold a Goblin, exile it. Pay 1 life, Blight 2. Target opponent blights 2. Activate only as a sorcery. When this creature leaves the battlefield, you know what to do. So, I think this is the best of the cycle. Pretty definitely. So this is the champion cycle. Yeah, this is the one. You may have heard about it. I think this card is actually pretty good if you can get it into play, which shouldn't be too hard. You know, much as I bag on the champion mechanic here, especially in goblins, right? They play a lot of little guys. Like the whole thing is curving out in the first couple of turns. So you should be able to champion 80% of the time or better. And at that point, this guy is kind of a body that can kill up to 3 creatures the turn it comes into play for no additional mana. How does that not sound really good? You know? So I really want to like this dude, and I'm going to give him a 5.6. I'm going to do it. Champions of the Perfect is 4 mana for a Beast Whisperer. It's a 4 mana for a 6/6 Elf Warrior. Behold an elf when you cast it. Whenever you cast a creature spell, draw a card. Yeah. Whenever this creature leaves the battlefield, return the exiled card to its owner's hand. So I think Beast Whisperer might be Enters. No, I can't remember. It's like the most basic Magic card of all time, and I can't remember. But in any case, this is functionally like a Beast Whisperer. It just doesn't work with like tokens and stuff. And it's fine. I think in Elf Commander decks, we probably jam it. Apart from that, So I'll just give this a 5. I'll give it a 5. I think we're right there with it, like playable in some decks, you know. Champions of the Shoal is 4 mana, 3 and a blue for a 4/6 Merfolk soldier. As an additional cost to cast it, behold a Merfolk, exile it. Whenever this creature enters or becomes tapped, tap up to 1 target creature, put a stun counter on it, and again, when this guy leaves, you get the thing you exile back to your hand. So, okay. This one I think is the most better than it looks of the cycle. I think you can look at Champion of the Weird, the Goblin one, and be like, oh, yeah, maybe. That's pretty good. This one, I think there's a chance you look at this and you're like, you know. But this can, I think, pretty easily tap 2 creatures down the turn it comes into play. That's not bad tempo. It's really not. Also interesting, there's a lot of ways to tap it down on your opponent's turn, thus keeping creatures from attacking. That's nice. Also, the 6 toughness means it's a decent blocker, you know. Just altogether, I like it. You know, it basically says when it enters or attacks, but it's a better ability than even that, you know. We talk about these creatures with enters and attacks triggers. They're usually pretty good. This is way better, you know. You tap it to crew a vehicle, tap it to station a spacecraft or a planet, or something like that. And there's a million ways to tap creatures in this environment. So, yeah, I don't know, man. I think or becomes tapped is a pretty slick line of text on this, really. Champion kind of pulls me back on it a little bit, but I'm still going to give this a 5.2. I think there might be more to the, more to this, the tempo of this than it looks like. Yeah, Hello Frost Titan. Yeah, kind of. Yeah, Convoke, another way to tap it down. Yeah, exactly. See, there's a lot. Yeah, I mean, it's... It literally is kind of Frost Titan, right? That's high praise, right? But yeah, 5.2 for now. I think it has room to grow too. Changeling Wayfinder is 3 mana for a 1/2 shapeshifter with Changeling. When it enters, you can search your library for a basic, reveal it, goes in your hand, shuffle up. Decent limited card here. Any deck can play it. It's all the creature types. Sure. I will give this a 3.5. Hey, it's that good and limited. Chaos Spewer is 2 mana, 2 and a Rakdos hybrid for a 5/4 Gobbo Warlock. When it enters, you may pay 2 mana. If you don't, Blight 2. So, if you don't pay the mana, it's a 3 mana 3/2, which is about right. You know, it's always going to be 3 mana for effectively 3/2 worth of stats. Not so shabby, but you know, limited playable only. I will give this, it fills out your Goblins deck, right? I will give this a 2.5, right? Chitinous or Chitinous Graspling is excellent RKF art. Just really doing his job in this set. 4 mana, 3, and then a Simic hybrid for a 3/4 shapeshifter with Changeling and Reach. These are the bottom of the barrel cards in the set. They are only for limited, and they're still kind of neat. I'll give it a 2. Chomping Changeling is 3 mana, 2 and a green for a 1/2 shapeshifter with Changeling. When it enters, destroy up to 1 target artifact or enchantment. Subtly one of the better cards in the whole set. Weirdly, like one of the better role players, at the very least, in the entire set. I will award this card a 6.1. This is basically, I'm telling you, this card's really, really good. It's Reclamation Sage, but for any creature type. That's crazy. Play this card. Chronicle of Victory is 6 mana for a legendary artifact. When it enters, choose a creature type. Creatures you control of the chosen type get +2/+2 and have first strike and trample for some reason. Whenever you cast a spell of the chosen type, draw a card. This is Vanquisher's Banner. For a mana or more. The banner for a mana or more. But instead of Vanquisher's Banner, in this case, you get +2/+2 and then 2 ridiculous keyword abilities. So I think that's worth an extra mana. This is all Commander really driving this, but do keep in mind, we're in like a Badger Mole Cub Elves deck kind of standard. So like, maybe you can actually get to this. It's not entirely impossible. But still, end of the day, I'm going to give this a 7.5. I mean, it's Vanquisher's Banner, right? It's just like better. Banner, more. Yeah. More banner is always good. More banner, more cowbell. Who's counting? I like him either way. Cinder Strike, a single red mana for a sorcery, has an additional cost to cast it. You can blight 1 if you want to. Cinder Strike deals 2 damage to a creature. It deals 4 damage to that creature instead if the spell's additional cost was paid. So if this was more like Galvanic Blast, if it could hit face, I think we'd be talking here, even at sorcery speed. But as it is, no. You could argue that maybe in some sort of aristocrats or blight deck that wants to kill its own creatures, this is halfway decent, but I think you'd rather play like a Bone Splinters, like guarantee you kill whatever you want to kill. So I just don't love it. I'm going to give it a 3.5. Clacklin Festival is, well, I'll give it a 3.2 actually. Clacklin Festival is 3 mana, 2 and a white for a Kindred Kithkin enchantment. When it enters, create 2 1/1 green and white Kithkin creature tokens. You can pay 5 mana to create a 1/1 green and white Kithkin creature token. It's kind of neat. 3 mana, you get 2 guys in an enchantment. That's 3 permanents on the table. You can make more guys. Yeah, it seems tempting, but I'm actually just going to give this like a 3.8. I honestly don't think this card's very good. Collective Inferno is 5 mana, 3 and double red for an enchantment with Convoke. As it enters, choose a creature type. Double all damage, sources you control of the chosen type. Would deal. I think it's better than a few people I've talked to think it is. Right. But that said, I feel like I can be a sucker for these effects. I've already got like 3 of them in standard, 4, right? They never see play. So maybe my buddies are on to something with it, but getting it for, potentially free or even just 2-3 mana is again very tempting. But again, Commander is also involved in scoring of cards. So I'm going to give this a 6, right? About what I would give most of these damage doublers nowadays. There was a time where these cards were 7.5s, but seen so many of them, and there's always the question, like, is there a better one I could play than this? And for the most part, I think there is. Things that don't care about creature types, That said, I also think Lizards could play this and get it out on like turn 3, and that might be pretty decent. Also, Lizards has a bunch of things that deal damage without having to attack. Doubling the damage from those might be halfway decent. So like, if we see it anywhere, maybe there. But I'm still just gonna give it a 6. You know what I mean? We got a Creekwood Safe Ride up next. 2 mana, 1 and a black for a 5/5 elf warrior that enters with 3 -1/-1s. At the beginning of your end step, if there's an elf card in your yard and this guy has a -1/-1 counter, remove one of those counters. So we've already seen creatures like this, right? I don't think this one's particularly exciting. I'm just going to give him like a 4-ish, not even. I think it's got like a 3.7. Right? At the most, he's a 5/5, but a 2 mana 5/5 seems good. That said, you're only removing 1 counter a turn. I don't know how I feel about it. Crib Swap is a reprint that I will give a 3.8. Crossroads Watcher, 3 mana, 2 and a red for red, 2 and a green. Starting to break down for a 3/3 Kithkin Ranger with Trample. Whenever another creature you control enters, this creature gets +1/+0 until end of turn. There was a time I would have wanted to play this in Standard. It really was. It was a 3 mana, 3/3 Trample is a decent rate, and it can be a 5 power Trampler for 3 mana pretty easily. Still say that's tempting, but in Limited, I think this is wonderful, especially with all the Kithkin and other creatures that give you tokens when they come into play. This is wonderful. There's a little like common and uncommon combo with a Goblin. There's a Goblin in the set that puts effectively like 4 bodies into play. I think it puts 3 tokens in itself, if I'm not mistaken, but it might just be 2 tokens in itself into play if you blight something. But even if it is just 3 bodies, right? That's still, 6 trample the turn after you play this in Limited. That's not bad. So watch out for it there, but I'm still just going to give it a 3.4. Curious Colossus, 7 mana, 5 and double white for a 7/7 giant warrior. When it enters, Each creature target opponent controls loses all abilities, becomes a coward in addition to its other types. It has base PT 1/1. So it's humility. This is humility for one player, which is pretty crazy because humility is supposed to hit everybody. So that's fun. The loses all abilities is pretty wild on this, and it's a fun little reanimator piece for maybe sideboards of reanimator decks, but ultimately I don't see it. I really don't. Last I checked, this is one of the top 10 most expensive cards in the set. And I just got to say, I really don't think that is correct. So I'm going to give this card it's 7 mana, man. I'm going to give this card a 5.5. You know, it completely kneecaps a player. In Commander, I think that's fine. And again, I think there's ways to cheat it out. This could be okay. Again, Smuggler's Colossus or Smuggler's Surprise looks kind of okay. You know what I mean? So, sure. Darkness Descends is kind of neat. 4 mana, 2 and double black for a sorcery. Put 2 -1/-1 counters on each creature. So, not an infest effect. Those are usually 3 mana for -2/-2 till EOT. This, you pay an extra mana, and the counters, the -2/-2 sticks around. Which I think is kind of neat, actually, but I'm not playing it in my standard deck, so I'll just give this a 3.9. Dawn Blessed Pendant is a card I don't think I ever actually talked about during spoiler season. 1 mana for an artifact. When it enters, choose Elemental, Elf, Fairy, Giant, Goblin, Kithkin, Merfolk, or Treefolk. Whenever a permanent you control of the chosen type enters, you gain 1 life. You can also pay 2, tap it, and sack it to return a card of the chosen type from your graveyard to your hand. So, this, for certain decks, is a harder to kill, Soul Warden that any deck can play, theoretically. And just that is really, really cool. That is nice. Yeah, damn. This is interesting, right? You can play it on any mana, in any deck, on turn 1, and then, for the rest of the game, life gain triggers. But the problem is most of these creature types don't really care about life gain triggers. So you have to figure out something to do with that, right? But ultimately, I think it's cool. I think the activated ability is really neat as well. I think the activated ability is sick at instant speed, right? So I'm actually going to... I think this could show up in commander piles, for sure. I really do. Again, if you care about life gain, that's where you play this card. So I am going to give this a 5.4, which is higher than I anticipated giving it. But 1 mana for this effect in the right deck is okay. Yeah, Def Commander piece, yeah. It's not bad. It really isn't. Dawnhand Dissident over here is a single black mana for a 1/2 Elf Warlock. You can tap it and Blight 1 to surveil 1. You can tap it and Blight 2 to exile a card from a graveyard. Or, also, during your turn, you may cast creature spells from among cards you own exiled with this creature by removing 3 counters from among creatures you control, in addition to paying their other costs. So, you can exile cards from graveyards. You can surveil cards into graveyards by blighting. And then later, you can cast the card you exiled. 1 drop. Chat. I did not ask your opinion on a single card in the C's. Now that we're in the D's, how do you rate Dawnhand Dissident? What do you think about this card? I want to know. Because I am having a really hard time forming an opinion on this. You see a 1 drop, and you think, okay, that's a lot of text for a 1 drop. Okay, this can surveil on a 1 drop. Okay, this can reanimate things on a 1 drop. But is that any good? And obviously, when you're blighting things, it can remove counters that it's put on creatures to then reanimate stuff. The problem with that is, let's say you go, this is your 1 drop, and then you play 2 drop, 3 drop. I think that your guys might be dead. If you blight 2 a couple of times to remove cards from yards, I think that it's possible that the dudes you played on turn 2 and 3 are dead. Or Dissident is, right, for that matter. But they blow a removal spell on your 1 drop. I think that's you could probably make an argument for that being kind of good, So what have you guys been saying? Doesn't this remove counters from the saga creatures from Final Fantasy? Yeah. It does. Ooh. Who are you? Lava Being. That is beautiful. That is beautiful. I feel this card has hidden might. Yeah, maybe. 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 And this guy is great, says Ira of Dawn. I really like the idea of removing the counters from the Saga guys. That's kind of silly. Seems like a Roots piece. It's rough for Roots to use the first ability, I think. Yeah, I don't know what you Blight, you know? I don't know what you Blight. Like what you Blight without killing it, basically. The Surveil one, you can Blight this guy one time. Like you can put a counter on him without killing him. So there's that. It could be a Roots piece, but you know, we got so many Roots pieces, but we don't have a whole lot of good one-drop Roots pieces. Usually it's like Molt Tender. And you see Lana War Elves too. Occasionally it's like Snarling Gorehound, right? But I think we could use more good one-drops for Roots. The 9 Lives cat. Ooh, that's cute. That's a cute one. Yeah, it can remove +1/+1 counters as well. Yeah, you can remove any kind of counters. That's true. Do FF Saga creature decks play black, though? Yeah, for the most part, no. But you might be able to work something out. You know? It's not Deathrite, but it's strong. Yeah, I've already said this season, like, this is not Deathrite Shaman. That was the first thing I said about this card, and it's not. I don't even think it's really trying to be Deathrite, but I could see the comparison, for sure. It messes around in graveyards. It's a one-drop, you know? Think you pair him with the Tree Folk? Which one? Yeah, we got a 4.5. A lot of people are saying how they feel about the card, but not actually providing a number, which, look, I understand. You know, I'm balking on providing a number for the card too. I actually think it's bad though. I kind of think the card is kind of bad. So I'm going to give this a 4 and we're going to keep moving. A 5.2. I'm going to keep moving. I'm going to give this a 4. I think that this probably gets tryouts, maybe a deck or two in MTGO League for the first 2 weeks and then drops off. But it could also be insane. If this card is insane, I will take the L on that. But for now, I'm going to call it a 4. I don't think it's that good. Dawnhand Eulogist is 4 mana, 3 and a black for a 3/3 Elf Warlock with Menace. When it enters, mill 3 cards. Then, if there's an Elf card in your yard, each opponent loses 2 life, you gain 2 life. So, not a standard playable card, which is a shame because of this incredible Evan Fong art. It's really beautiful, but this is a very limited playable card, especially at the common rarity. I think you play a couple copies of this in your Elves deck, right? So, I'm just going to give this a, 3 right at. Dawn's Light Archer is 3 mana, 2 and a green for a 4/2 Elf Archer with Flash and Reach. That's the card. I'm going to give it a 3/2. Not a 3.2. A 3 as well. A 3 tambien. Tres tambien. We are at Deceit. We're also at our second page, everybody. This is cards 61 through 120 of 273. We are, oh my God, an hour and a half in. We got to pick it up. Deceit is 6 mana, 4 and 2 Dimir hybrids. For a 5/5 elemental incarnation. When it enters, if you spent double blue on it, you get to bounce a non-land permanent. When it enters, if you spent double black on it, an opponent reveals their hand, choose a non-land card, player discards that card, you evoke this for 2 Dimir hybrids. So remember when we looked at that removal spell earlier that was like 2 mana for either -2/2 or Pilfer? One of the reasons I think that card is not as good as it could be is because Deceit exists. It's not even, that card's not even Pilfer. That card wants a non-land permanent. This wants any non-land card at all. So I think Deceit is not only better than that card. I think Deceit is the best of these Evoke Elementals. You basically get Boomerang Basics on the first half. Now, it costs double what Basics cost and doesn't draw you a card if you bounce one of your own things. But as far as, redundancy, with a card like Basics in decks that want the ability to bounce something back to their own hand, yeah, fantastic. And then obviously the discard mode is, you'll use it. You'll use Thoughtseize, right, from time to time. So Deceit is, again, just to me the best of these. I'm going to give this card an 8. And I mean that. I think this card is actually like kind of busted. And I want to give it like a 8 point something. But I'm not. I'm gonna temper my expectations and give it an 8. I think the card shows up. I think it has day 1 homes in like a couple of different Dimir decks and stuff like that. So, kind of love it. Kind of stupid love it. Let's go. Deep Channel Duelist. Yes, 60 cards down in 72 minutes. I should be doing like 10 seconds a piece on these. Deep Channel Duelist is 2 mana, a white and a blue for a 2/2 Merfolk Soldier. At the beginning of your end step, untap a Merfolk you control. Drexy, thank you for the 1,000 bits. My goodness. Appreciate that. Other Merfolk you control give +1/+1. So, there's another card right next to it, Deepway Navigator. I should review these at the same time. Deepway Navigator has the same cost, a white and a blue for a 2/2 Merfolk Wizard with Flash. When it enters, untap each other Merfolk you control. As long as you attack with 3 or more Merfolk this turn, Merfolk you control get +1/+0. So Navigator is the trickier one. You can flash it in after blocks are made. You've attacked with 3 Merfolk, and now your creatures get larger, you deal more damage, whatever. You might blow them out. It has Flash. That's good. Deep Channel Duelist, on the other hand, is a 2-mana straight-up Anthem effect that is always an Anthem effect. I like that about it. It even gives you the extra toughness, which is, better than people give it credit for. And this doesn't enter and untap a bunch of Merfolk, but it does at least untap one of them every turn. So if it has an activated ability or just if you want to attack more, that's good. I think they're comparable cards in a lot of ways. They're the 2 drops for the Merfolk deck, along with maybe Floodpit's Drowner, if that's a Merfolk. I think it is. Right. And that deck wants to play at instant speed for the most part. So I think Navigator's the more altogether important piece. I think it's the trickier piece. You can use it to block with a bunch of Merfolk. You can use it to deal more damage when you're aggressive. So it works on, both defensive and aggressive axes. That's important for a card in an aggro deck to do, especially in a tempo aggro deck, which this looks like. Deep Channel, on the other hand, it looks like you'll probably drop on turn 4, if I had to guess, with Counterspell backup, or you just play another Merfolk, right? So I think these cards, again, are comparable in terms of overall power level. I will give Deep Channel Duelist a 6. I think it's a very effective 2-mana Anthem. That goes in all the Merfolk, commander decks for the rest of time. But also, if Merfolk's a thing in Standard, yeah. And then Deepway Navigator, I'll give a 6.2. Again, these specifically for Merfolk decks, obviously it's narrow to those decks. But in the context of those decks, 6 and a 6.2. I think that Navigator's slightly more important for what the decks are, how they're trying to operate. But ultimately, I think Duelist is almost as good, right? Merfolk needed both of these cards if it's going to exist, Disruptor of Currents is 5 mana, 3 and double blue for a 3/3 Merfolk Wizard with Flash and Convoke. When it enters, return up to one other target non-land permanent to its owner's hand. So not restricted to creatures. Be anything but a land. Not bad, especially when you're looking at a free creature. There's a bunch of Merfolk that want to tap, right? So this might be the best thing to Convoke with Merfolk, like in the entire set. That said, last time I looked at the card, it was $8. I think it probably went down since a couple of days ago, but this card was surprisingly expensive, and I don't think it should be that expensive. I really don't. It's a fine card that you might spend rare wild cards on for Merfolk, but I don't know if you have to spend 4. I really don't. So I'm going to give this a 5.3. I think it's a pretty good Magic card. I really do. But I think it's kind of a role player in one deck. I'm not convinced. Doran, Besieged by Time. Power Dragon had me thinking this might be a standard playable card, and I'm still kind of on that train. 1 white, black, green. So 4 mana for a 0/5 legendary Treefolk Druid. Each creature spell you cast, toughness greater than its power, costs 1 less to cast. Nice. Whenever a creature you control attacks or blocks, it gets +X until end of turn. X is the difference between its power and its toughness. Now, something you might not catch there is that, if I attack with a 2/5, my creature gets +3/+3 till end of turn. Well, if I attack with a 5/2, my creature also gets +3/+3 till end of turn. I think a lot of people look at this like it's just the difference, between power and toughness, but I'm pretty sure it also works the other way around. So that's nice. Yeah, good commander. Yeah, I think it especially goes in the 99 of Felithar and Baitor decks, right? Really good in those. But it could be a commander by itself, and you play those other guys in the 99. I like that Abzan is kind of establishing itself as the color of toughness matters, I like that. So really cool guy right here. And I do like, looking at it for standard play, I do like that this has an effect on the table the turn it comes into play, right? You can play this on turn 4, attack with your 2 and 3 drops, and they will get some kind of bonus from that. And that, you're looking for that first in standard playable Magic cards, especially if you played a 2-mana 0/8. Isn't there a 2-mana 0/8 in standard? The blue one, which would be kind of hard to play with this. You get what I'm saying? Like a 2-mana 0/5 on turn 2. And then on turn 3, you play just like a 3-mana 2/4 or something. You swing for $1 million on turn 4 when you drop this. Now, it could be halfway decent. It really could. So I don't hate this card in standard, depending on what we're doing. If we get a 1-mana 1/2, like it's an artifact creature, right? It's like an artifact creature that costs 1 single mana of any color, and it's a 1/2. Well, guess what? You can just play it for free the turn you cast Doran. So it could happen. Inquisitive Puppet, is that like a 1-mana 0/2 or something? Anyway. You can play your Ornithopter for free. It's just like, you could already do that. But in any case, just a cool card here, especially for commander playability. It gets a relatively decent score, but I think there's something here in standard potentially. So I'm going to give Doran a 5.9. And a lot of that is commander. Dose of Dawn Glow is 5 mana. 4 and a black for an instant. Return a creature card from your yard to the battlefield if it is not your main phase. Blight 2. So we just have better instant speed reanimator spells in standard than this. So I'm going to go 2.7. Dream Harvest. Somebody on Twitter I saw the other day called this potentially the worst magic card of all time. I don't know about that. It's a 7 mana, 5 and then 2 Dimir hybrids for a sorcery. Each opponent exiles cards from the top of their library until they have exiled cards with total mana value 5 or greater this way. Till end of turn, you may cast cards exiled this way without paying their mana cost. In Commander, this might bang. It might, because each opponent, that means 3 opponents will be exiling cards until they give mana value 5 or greater. Which means that off each player, you could get like 3 cards. Like, let's say they get a 2-drop, a 1-drop, and a 4-drop. You get all of them. You get all of those cards. And then the other 2 players at the table do that. And you don't go in your hand or exile them and you can do a thing. No, you just cast them all. So, like, potentially you can cast, like, 9 spells in one turn for the 7 mana. Like, that's kind of okay. Not bad. On the other hand, let's say your opponents each reveal a single card from the top of their library, a single 6-drop. As unlikely as that is, you're still casting 3 cards and getting like, oh my god, like 11 mana value off of it. I think this card's kind of fun in Commander. I really do. I'm gonna give this like a 5.4. You know what I mean? Like, I think it's all Commander. It's nothing but Commander. But in that format, I don't know. Try it. It'd be fun to resolve at the very least. Dream Caesar is 4 mana, 3 and a black for a 3/2 fairy rogue with flying. When this creature enters, you may blight 1. If you do, each opponent discards a card. It is not Liliana's Spectre, as much as I would like it to be. I don't know. Fine limited card, though, for the most part. I'm going to give this a 3. Dundulin Weaver is 2 mana, 1 and a green for a 2/1 Kithkin Druid. When it enters, if you control 3 or more creatures, return target permanent card from your yard to your hand. It just isn't Eternal Witness. It's not that card. I will give this a 3.6, though. I'll do that for it. Eclipsed Boggart. The Eclipsed cycle here. Boggart is 3 mana, all of it Rakdos hybrids. For a 2/3 Gobbo Scout, when it enters, look at the top 4 of your library. Reveal a Goblin, Swamp, or Mountain from among those. Put it in your hand. The rest go on bottom. So they're all kind of like this with very subtle differences. Eclipsed Elf is 3 Golgari hybrids. For, in this case, a 3/2 instead of a 2/3. It's an Elf Scout. When it enters, top 4, reveal an Elf, Swamp, or Forest. Do you see where we're going with this? They all do that. Eclipsed Flamekin is 3 mana. This time it's easier to cast. 1 and 2 is it hybrids. For a 1/4 Elemental Scout, you can get off the top 4 an Elemental, Island, or Mountain. Eclipsed Kithkin. We'll keep that one till the end. Eclipsed Marrow is 3 mana, all of it Azorius hybrids. For a 2/3 Merfolk Scout, look at the top 4, you get a Merfolk, Plains, or Island. Eclipsed Kithkin, now this is a 2/1. When it comes into play, you get a Kithkin, a Forest, or a Plains. Put it in your hand. The rest go on bottom. This costs 2 mana. Both Selesnya hybrids. That makes it the best one. Congratulations, Eclipsed Kithkin. You're the cheapest one and therefore the best one. Is it standard playable? Probably not. I think there are better 2-drop Kithkin than this. That said, in praise of the card, this does not say basic anywhere on it. You can get a dual land so long as it's got the Forest or Plain subtype on it. I think that's kind of cool. That ain't half bad, you know? So I'd look out for this one if I looked out for any of them. But ultimately, I don't think that these are great. You know, I will give 4 out of 5 of these, the 3 mana ones, a solid 4. I think it's not a bad ETB trigger. I like getting my 4th land. I like fixing my mana. I like a creature that comes into play and draws another creature. These are all good things. So I can't score the cards too low. Eclipse Kithkin, though, the 2 mana one, I will actually give a 4.2. The reason that this costs 2 mana, I think from a design perspective, is that the creature it fetches, right? The creature it's looking for is the least relevant creature type in Commander and most formats of all of these, right? Pretty easy to find a playable Goblin in the top 4 of your library. A little bit harder with a Kithkin, right? So we're going to make it 2 mana. The way I look at this, if it ever incidentally finds another copy of itself, or maybe a Bridget if you're playing that card, or just a Kithkin in your Kithkin deck, that's fine. But mostly I'm looking for Forest and Plains with this when I do play it in my deck. I'm probably just looking for Forest and Plains, and it's halfway decent. So again, at 4.2, a little better. Eclipsed Realms is a land. When it enters, choose Elemental, Elf, Fairy, Giant, Goblin, Kithkin, Merfolk, or Treefolk. You can tap it for a colorless mana, or you can tap it for a mana of any color. Guess what you can spend it on? Spell of the chosen type, or an ability of the chosen type. So I want to call this an Ancient Ziggurat, but it's not, because you can also cast spells with this so long as they're kindred with the type of thing you chose, right? So it's an interesting card. I think this is actually a pretty cool land. Insane Elena Danner art on this. Just incredible piece. That, again, I will remind you, I overscore lands. I will give this a 6.5. I think it's pretty nasty. Goes in your Changelings deck, right? But goes in all of these, right? If I have a 2-color elf deck in Commander, I'm pretty sure this is automatically in, right? But, it also gives some support to creature types that don't often have it, and I like that. Iridu, Carrier of Dawn, is 5 mana, 3 double white for a 5/5 legendary elemental god with flying and lifelink. Creature spells you cast have Convoke at the beginning of your first main phase. Pay a black to transform it into Isuyu, Carrier of Twilight. This is a 5/5 legendary elemental god with flying and lifelink. Each other non-token creature you control has Persist at the beginning of your first main phase. Pay a white, transform it back into Iridu. This card is probably bad in Standard. Maybe. I mean, one thing I like about this, even if you don't have any other creatures on the entire table, what you can do is play Iridu and then immediately tap it to cast a 1-drop out of your hand. Don't know if it's ever going to happen, but you can. More likely, you can cast Iridu on turn 4, ramp it, right? And then tap down Iridu and like 1 or 2 other guys to cast a 2 or 3-drop creature. And now we're kind of talking. We're talking a little bit. Are we having a conversation? And then all your creatures that persist on the other half is gross. That's pretty good. Your opponent effectively has 1 turn to find the sweep. Kind of, like they can cast Ultima and persist won't work. There's a few things they can cast right now and persist won't work. Keep that in mind. But altogether, I think the card is really expensive for Standard, right? Could be a fun commander, but ultimately, guys, I think you got to have something to cast for free when you cast it. You got to get extra value the same turn. I don't know how often that's going to happen, but I think it's mostly better than like Lyra Dawnbringer with the same stats. Let's go. I'm going to give this a 5. I hate to do it. This card should be higher than a 5, right? $5.1. Saw it go crazy in sack. Yeah, probably for early access. This ability, each other non-token creature you control has persist. That ability is probably nutter butters. But early access is not, much like Twitter, it is not real life. So I'll wait and see if this card does go off. But for the time being, 5.1. I'll bump it up 1/10 of a point. Pinch hit hero, thanks for your 9 months. Appreciate you coming in. Elder Auntie is 3 mana, 2 and a red for a 2/2 Goblin Warlock. When it enters, you get a 1/1 Gobbo Man. So normal, common, limited card. I'll give it a 2.8. It's not bad. Emptiness should be my favorite because it's Orzhov. 6 mana, 4 and 2 Orzhovs. Hybrids for a 3/5 elemental incarnation. When it enters, if double white was spent to cast it, you get a creature mana value 3 or less from your yard to the battlefield. But if you pay double black instead, you put 3 -1/-1 counters on up to 1 target creature. Now, of course, haven't said this yet. If you paid the 6 mana cost for this, you can get both of these. That's kind of cool. If you pay the 2 mana cost, though, it is a sorcery speed removal spell that gets around indestructible and stuff. Or it's 2 mana sorcery speed like a, not helping hand, but like refurbish. Is that the name of the card? There's a couple of 2 mana cards like this, right? I'm not the hugest fan. I definitely think the card has its uses. I think the card could show up. I'm just not sure where or when, right? So for the time being, I'm going to be hurt by this, but I'm actually just going to give this card like a 4.9. Which sounds really low, especially given what all it can do. But I think of these incarnations in the set, the evoke elementals, I think it might be the worst. I kind of love all of these. Emptiness leaves me a little empty, appropriately, right? Why is it only a 3/5? The others are so big. Yeah, I feel like they work to make this one bad, and there's already better options. You know, like I would just, even though this is potentially 2 spells and a large creature, I would still just rather play Helping Hand in the decks that want to get an Oculus out of the yard or whatever, right? So, you know, fine looking card, really. I just don't think it's in the right world at all. Encumbered Regery is 2 mana, 1 and a white for a 5/4 Merfolk soldier. Enters with 3 -1/-1 counters on it. So, you get a 2/1. Whenever this creature becomes tapped while it has a -1/-1 counter on it, chuck one of them. So, okay, you know, solid limited creature, I would say here. Probably not good enough for the Merfolk deck in standard, but, you know, it's a 2 mana 5/4. Except it's not. So I'm just going to give this a 3. End Blaze Epiphany, one of my sleeper honorable mentions from the set. X and a red for an instant. Epiphany deals X damage to a creature. When that creature dies this turn, exile a number of cards from the top of your library equal to that creature's power. Then choose 1 card exiled this way. Till the end of your next turn, you may play that card. So if you spend 3 mana to take out an X2, or to take out a, let's say, a 3/2, right? You spend 3 mana, the creature's a 3/2. You look at the top 3, choose the best one, play it until the end of your next turn. I think that's actually kind of good at instant speed. I really do. I think this card has a ghost of a chance. I really do, guys. 5.1 as a removal spell? No, just 5. Just right out of... No, let's not do that. Let's not do that. 4.5. I will go all the way down to 4.5. Against my better judgment, I think the card probably doesn't see much play, but there is something about this, you know? Like, instant speed, kill a guy, and get card advantage. Like, it's not stock up. It's not stock up, right? But, like, if I pay 3 mana to kill your 3/2, and I basically get to cast Anticipate and kill your guy on the same card, like, it's card advantage. It's card advantage. I don't know, man. I think it's okay. I think it's all right. Enraged Flamecaster, oddly enough, another honorable mention sleeper card. This is 3 mana, 2 and a red for a 3/2 elemental sorcerer with reach. Whenever you cast a spell, mana value 4 or greater, this guy deals 2 damage to each opponent. I think this could be fun in like Commander Gruul decks, and it works like up the beanstalk, so you don't have to spend 4 mana to cast a 4-drop spell, right? That's kind of cute. So I'm going to give this dude like a 4.3. I don't think he's very good, but he might show up in a Commander deck of mine. Ever Shrike's Gift. Oh my god, all 3 of these last cards were on my sleepers list. I didn't even realize. A single white mana for an aura that enchants a creature. Enchanted creature gets +1/+0, has flying. Pay 1 and a white and Blight 2 to return this card from your yard to your hand at sorcery speed. I think this is a good magic card. I do. +1/+0 and flying for a single mana in the Enchantress decks. That's incredibly efficient. That'll get you through for a bunch of damage. Look at this Drew Tucker art. Oh my god, it looks amazing. Apart from that, the ability to like, okay, I'm going to get rid of my Optimistic Scavenger forever so that I can get this out of my graveyard and play it on my creature that has a Sheltered by Ghost, right? So now I have a lifelink flyer with at least 2 extra power, probably more. I think that's worth it. So yeah, I think this card is fantastic there. And maybe even fantastic in, you know, Enchantress decks and Commander. I think it could be really good there. It's so efficient. It's such a cheap card, man. This will blow up sealed events. Maybe. Maybe. I wonder if you're talking about the last card. This card, I think, will certainly blow up sealed events. Absolutely. You throw your, you know, +1/+0 and flying on your, like, uncommon 5/5, you know, you just win the game. They'll just win the game. It really will. And if they kill your 5/5, well, just put it on your 4/4 flyer. You know what I mean? Or on your 4/4. Now you have a 5-power flyer. I too think this is very good in pre-release. I do too. I think there's definitely a place for this in standard. I'm going to give this card a 5.6. It's pretty narrow. It's pretty narrow, which is why I'm kind of holding back on it a little bit. Screw it. I'll give it a 5.8. I'll go up to 5.8 on this. I'm reluctant to give auras really high scores, but this is about as efficient as it gets. Evolving Wilds doesn't count, but I would still give Evolving Wilds like a 6.5. It's a good magic card. Explosive Prodigy, 2 mana, 1 and a red for a 1/1 elemental sorcerer with Vivid. When it enters, it deals X damage to a creature an opponent controls, X being the number of colors among permanents you control. I am going to pick this as like one of my limited sleepers. I actually think that you should probably play every copy of this you get in limited. You know, you don't have to drop it on turn 2. You can wait till 3 or 4. Drop something before it, and then suddenly just like shock or bolt a creature when it comes into play. You got so many hybrid mana cards in this set. I think it's easy for this to deal 3 or 4 damage when it comes into play. And then it's just a 2 mana Flame Tum Kavu. I think in limited that's crazy, but outside of that format, no play from what I could tell. So I will give this a I'll give it a 3. Cool removal spell on a body, you know. Feed the Flames is 4 mana, 3 and a red. For an instant, deals 5 damage to a creature, exile it if it would die. Normal red removal spell, 2.5. Feisty Spikeling, 2 mana, 1 on a Boros hybrid. For a 2/1 shapeshifter with Changeling. During your turn, this guy has first strike. Not great. You know, we've talked about these. There's a cycle of these in the set. Changelings that technically have like playable and limited stats, but aren't really impressive. I'll give it a 2.2. Figure of No, I'll give it a 2. I'll stop at a 2 with that one. Figure of Fable is a green-white hybrid. For a 1/1 Kithkin, pay green or a white, and it becomes a Kithkin Scout. Base power and toughness 2/3. Pay 3 mana, and if it's a Scout, it becomes a Kithkin Soldier with base power, toughness 4/5. Pay 6 total mana, 3 of it hybrid. If the creature's a soldier, it becomes a Kithkin Avatar. Base power and toughness 7/8, and protection from each of your opponents. Now, there are cute things you can do with like Agath's Soul Cauldron. Especially if the creature that you're soul cauldroning the ability onto is a soldier, right? Because the creature's a soldier. You can make it become a Kithkin Avatar. Cute tricks. Ultimately, though, this card's bad. I'm pretty sure this card's kind of bad. So, I hate to say it. I'll give this a 4.4. We'll see, right? It might be the best one drop of the Kithkin's decks, or it might not be. Ultimately, though, I don't have as much faith in this as I would have 10 years ago when Figure of Destiny came out. So Furdock Core is up next. 3 mana for a Kindred Shapeshifter artifact with Changeling. Tap for a mana of any color. Or pay 4 to have it become a 4/4 till EOT. Really neat card, but that's about where it stops. I like the design on it, but I still just have to give it a 3.5. It's a mana rock. Flame Braider is 2 mana, 1 on a red for a 2/2 Elemental Bard. Tap to add 2 mana in any combination of colors. Spend this mana only to cast elemental spells or activate abilities of elemental sources. This is kind of a reprint-ish of a card that we already had in like one of the last Lorwyn sets. 2 mana elemental dork that taps for 2 mana, but you got to spend it on elementals. Could be good here and there, but pretty normal card for the most part. Looks great, right? But I'm just going to give it a 3.9. Flame Chain Mauler is 2 mana, 1 on a red for a 2/2 elemental warrior. Pay 2, it gets +1/+0 against menace. So till end of turn. So we got a, again, pretty normal drafty creature here. I will say there was a time, I feel like I always point this out. There was a time where 1 in a red for a 2/2 with the upside, a decent activated ability mana sink, unheard of in red. Unheard of in red. They didn't get those. Weirdly, for such an aggressive color, right? But that was too good of a stat line, too good of a magic card for red. So strange. But nowadays they are hardly worth, commenting on. I give the card a 2.3. Flamekin Guildweaver is 4 mana, 3 in a red for a 4/3 elemental sorcerer with trample. When it enters, you get a treasure token. That's a lot of stuff for a common in limited, right? 4 mana for a 4-power creature with a decent keyword ability and extra value. Yeah, I'd probably play every copy of this I got in limited, especially considering if you have any of the elementals that care about casting larger spells 4 or greater, this procs all of those. So yeah, give it a shot. I will give this a 3.5. I like creatures that come into play, give me a treasure. Flaring Cinder is 3 mana, 1 and then 2 Izzets for a 3/2 elemental sorcerer. When it enters, and whenever you cast a spell mana value 4 or greater, you can rummage. It's discard and then draw. So cute, again, limited card here, but very good that it's common. Rummaging is good in limited because it gets you closer to the bomb that you got in your sealed pool or whatever. The bombs you drafted, but especially in pre-release, I like rummaging, I like looting, I like filtering. Because you're just really trying to get to the 2 most powerful cards in your deck, and this helps you do that on a body that can actually trade in combat pretty well. So I'll give this a 3.5 as well. I think it's halfway, more than playable in that environment. Flitterwing Nuisance is a single blue mana for a 2/2 fairy rogue with flying that enters with a -1/-1 counter. You pay 2 and a blue and remove a counter from it, and have whenever a creature you control deals combat damage to a player or planeswalker this turn, draw a card. So a little endearing curiosity right there. It's not whenever a specific creature, whenever a creature. So you get basically 1 turn of curiosity. And that is actually kind of gross in a lot of ways. I really think that is okay. It technically costs less than it would to land a curiosity. You can do it early. You can play this on 1, a card on 2, and then on 3 you can effectively draw 2 cards. That's not bad. But especially on turn 4 or 5. The card draw becomes fantastic. Just a 1 mana, 1/1 flyer is good enough. And when it becomes a 2/2, it's great. So yeah, I like this for fairies. I think it's kind of the 1 drop you mostly want to be playing. So I'll give the card a 6.1. I really think this card's that good. There's another fairy in the set I like even more. We'll get there. Flock Imposter is 3 mana, 2 and a white for a 2/2 shapeshifter with Changeling, Flash, and Flying. And when it enters, bounce up to one other target creature you control to its owner's hand. So, you know, Fear of Isolation, Ambrosia, Whiteheart. This one has Flash, like Ambrosia. And that's proven to be okay, but not really that impactful for 3 mana, specifically. So I'm just going to give this a 3.1. I think it's cute. A white main lion that's any creature type is cute. Foraging Wicker Maw is 2 mana. A 1/3 Scarecrow artifact creature. When it enters, surveil 1. Pay 1, add a mana of any color. This creature becomes that color till end of turn. Activate only once each turn. So I do like the ETB Surveil. I think it's also like the Ron Spencer art. It's beautiful. But ultimately, I'm just going to give this like a 2.8. You know, I don't think it's that great, right? Forest is gorgeous. If you are familiar with the 10 cards rated series, you know what basic lands get. You know how we score those. Not going to say. Formidable Speaker, ding, ding, Sons and Daughters. This is 3 mana, 2 and a green for a 2/4 Elf Druid. When it enters, search, you can discard your card. Discard a card from your hand. If you do, search for a creature card, reveal it, put it in your hand, shuffle up. Pay 1 and tap it to untap another target permanent. Oh my god. This is, I think, standard playable. In Reanimator piles that tend to already be Soul Tie, this just discards the Aclazotz. Did I say Aclazotz? This discards the Arden, or it discards the Bringer of the Last Gift, you know, and it goes and gets the Superior Spider-Man. That's nuts. That's so stupid that it does that. Even if it's not like, even if you're not playing a straight up Reanimator deck, there are a lot of ways to make this first, you know, ability crazy. It's just, yeah, you got to come down a card, but you get the best creature in your deck for the situation. That's so nuts. You could even do some kind of 4 of Formidable Speaker build in Standard that allows you to go kind of toolboxy with it. So long as you have ways of playing out of your graveyard and taking advantage of the cards you discarded earlier, yeah, you could go full toolbox mid-range with this guy. I think that'd be fun. Untapping another target permanent could be decent Standard, but obviously we get to Commander and it untaps Nykthos and whatever. So the untap a permanent is crazy. It's a Voltaic Key that doesn't just untap artifacts. That's a stupid ability. That's a very dumb ability, you know, even if you're just untapping Well-Wisher, that's a good ability. But obviously in Commander, the first line of text is Boffo, Bananas, Bonanzas, holy smokes. What are we doing? Like this is pound for, we'll see play in cube. Yeah, mine. Just absolutely. Yeah, this is, by the way, Jean Emmanuel de Praz's world champion card. And damn, he knows how to make them. I'm surprised they let him make this. This is an insane Magic card. I think, and I don't want to shock anybody, but again, we're rating for multiple formats. I think this is good in not just Commander and Standard, but potentially other formats as well. I should have Lip Balm. The chatter earlier was correct. I think this is probably, barring perhaps 2 other cards, maybe. But even then, I should just come out and say it. I think this is probably the best card in the set. Especially if we're talking about multiple format play, casual play, and, you know, by casual, I mean Commander. But also competitive. Yeah, I think this has all the chops, Bubba. I think it's got all the chops, son. This card, him, is an 8.9. I'm not trying to be a coward. I'm not trying to be a coward and not rate this a 9. I'll give this an 8.9. I think that's probably right. 8.75. Somebody said 11. Joe now said 9. Yeah, I think this is close to 9 without quite dunking. You know what I mean? Grazes the rim. I'll give it an 8.9. I think this card is phenomenal. Absolutely stupid that this card exists. Gotta win a world champion. I've got to win a world championship. Galley, you make whatever you want, apparently. Gallant Foul Knight is 4 mana, 3 and a white for a 3/4 Kithkin Knight. He's riding some sort of giant chicken. That's awesome. When it enters, creatures you control get +1/+1 or 0 till end of turn. Kithkin creatures you control also gain first strike till end of turn. Need card in the Kithkin decks and limited. That's where it ends. So probably never see this chicken in Standard. Very sad. I will give this I'll give it a 3. Gangly Stomplin. It's one of these. This is the most Changeling guy of all Changeling guys. When I say, he's got that Changeling guy look to him, this is precisely what I mean. If you're into feed picks, you're happy right now. This is 3 mana 2, and then a Gruul hybrid for a 4/2 shapeshifter with Changeling and Trample. That's the entire card. It's one of these. I'll give it a 2. Gathering Stone is 4 mana for an artifact. When it enters, choose a creature type. Spells you cast the chosen type cost 1 less to cast. When this artifact enters, and at the beginning of your upkeep, look at the top card of your library. If it's a card of the chosen type, reveal it, put it into your hand. If you don't put the card in your hand, put it into your graveyard if you feel like it. So this is cute, but I feel like I'm going to hit lands with it mostly, especially on ETB. Would suck if it hits lands. But I think it's cute. I think it's a cute card for maybe like bracket 2, you know, like budget commander players and stuff. You can't afford your roaming throne in the 4-drop slot of your Kindred deck. Then yeah, maybe Gathering Stone's cute. Porque no les dos. I don't know. It's kind of expensive, but still I do kind of like this card, and I will give it a 4.8. It's kind of fun. A chicken out of 10 for the last game. Yeah. Giant Fall is 2 mana, 1 and a red for an instant. Choose 1. A creature you control deals damage equal to its power to a creature an opponent controls. Or destroy target artifact. So a Bite or a Shatter at instant speed for 2 mana. This is actually one of the better cards in the set, I think. I really do. It's just strictly upgraded Shatter. This you can say strictly better about this card. Strictly better Shatter, which we have seen before. But we've never seen it in this form. A Bite effect is really, really cool on a Shatter. Like, I don't know. You're going to find some use for this card. Like, absolutely. So I'm actually going to give this card a 6. I think as far as removal spells go, it's actually really, really, really good. And that's all I really have to say about it. Yeah, Christmas is an amazing card. Yeah, I think it is too. A Bite instead of a Braid. Rin Matthew, I like it. Yeah, I mean, I think a Braid might be the better card most of the time because it doesn't like require you to have a creature. But obviously, if you have a 4 or 5 dropout or whatever, like you can kill bigger stuff than a Braid can. That's nice. That is nice. Guiltleaf's Embrace is 3 mana, 2 and a red for an aura with flash that enchants a creature. When it enters, enchanted creature gains trample and indestructible until end of turn. Enchanted creature gets +2/+0. I play Timely Ward in Commander. I have played Timely Ward in like 4 decks in the last year. I played it in Sith's Harvest Hand. I played it in Ariad of the Charmed Apple. At least those 2 decks I have played Timely Ward in. I'm fairly certain this is more or less a strictly better Timely Ward. I might be wrong about strictly on that. But I think for the most part, this is better, too. This is a, save your guy trick that also puts a Rancor on the guy. It's kind of good. Like, it's not that bad, man. I'm going to give this. Oh, yeah. Giant Fall should have been hybrid Gruul. Yeah, you're right. Lava Being, I think that's actually a really good point. But yeah, and an instant speed. Guiltleaf's Embrace is instant speed as well. I mean, 3 mana's hefty. Hefty enough to not really see play in Standard when we have other options like Blossoming Defense or like Snakeskin Veil. Won't see it there. But in Commander, like, again, Sithis decks, like Enchantress decks, anything like that, I think this is actually kind of good. Yeah, Codis. Oh, in Codis. Yeah. +2/+0 and Trample is crazy. Now, Codis already has Indestructible. But obviously you want to put Trample and more power on Codis. And Flash, yeah, I could see it. Just trying to Voltron out your Codis. Yeah, I could see it. So altogether, I kind of like it. I'm going to give it a 4.3 because, it's 3 mana aura. You can get blown out. But the Flash helps you not get blown out. There's things I like about it. Seriously. Glamour Gifter. I've made no secret that I like this card. 2 mana, 1 and a blue for a 1/2 fairy wizard with flash and flying. When it enters, choose up to 1 other target creature till end of turn. That creature has base PT 4/4 and gains all creature types. Now, I had to put this in text because I didn't realize it until I was already editing. But in yesterday's sleeper video, I had pointed out that this puts the creature over most red removal that's played in Standard, right? This will also put the creature over a lot of black removal that's played in Standard. Tragic Trajectory and especially Nowhere to Run, Virtua Persistence. You can get past all of those with this card. One thing I didn't think of until I was editing was that you're also blanking Shoot the Sheriff, which is arguably the most played removal spell in Standard. So now that we know we can blank Shoot the Sheriff with this because it grants all creature types, does that not make it better to you? Do you not think that's pretty good? I just think this spell is fantastic. You get a body. It helps you either punch through for a bunch of damage when you normally would have just punched through for 1. That's good. You can just absolutely turn around, like judo flip any combat interaction the opponent thought they were going to win most of the time. It's base PT 4/4. So, if they have counters and stuff on them, right? That helps. just all together, man. And of course, you get a body out of it with flash at the same time. So I really like this lady, like so much. And I am actually just mostly for standard play. I don't think you play her most other places, but for standard play, I think I'm going to give this thing a 6. And, you know, if it doesn't work out, it doesn't work out. But if it does, I'll look like a genius. But I know it might be one of the more sus opinions to some people in this whole video, this whole like 4-hour affair. But I really think Glamour Gifter is the sleepiest card in the set. I really think this card could do a lot. I do. S-Dub Yank. S-Dub Yan YC. I probably destroyed that name. I'm so sorry. Thank you for your follow. I appreciate that. And Pinch Hit Hero, thank you for your resub with Prime. And Adexid, maybe. Thank you for your follow as well. But yeah. Love Glamour. 2 mana for all that is good. See, I think it is too, guys. I think it is. We'll see. If Fairies is a deck, I think it plays this card. Glamour Might is 3 mana, 2 and a red for a 2/2 fairy rogue with flash and flying. When it enters, choose 1, tap a creature, or untap a creature. So it's kind of Pester Might vibes on this one. I don't think it's quite as good, but it's still a strictly better Windrake, you know, 3 mana, 2/2 flyer. That in this case has flash and tempo on it. This is very close to good. I will give it a 4.7. Glen Alindra Guardian is 3 mana, 2 and a blue for a 3/4 fairy wizard with flash and flying. This guy enters with a -1/-1 counter on her. You can pay 2 mana, remove a counter from it to counter a non-creature spell its controller draws a card. This is the best fairy in the set. And it's not particularly close. If you have 5 mana, you can go ahead and just counter a spell and have a 3/4 flash body, flying body. That's not bad in and of itself. But if you just flash it in, end of opponent's turn 3, and then immediately untap, you're set for life. How do you lose that game of Magic? I would like to ask. This card is unbelievable. I think this card is good outside of Fairies decks. I really do. Especially if you have a deck that puts +1/+1 counters. Like, let's say Ouroboros. Can I just say, I don't think it goes in that deck, but can I just say Ouroboros? A deck where you have all the mana in the world available to you, so you'll have the mana to activate this ability. And if you do land Ouroboros the turn after this, well, now it'll start getting +1/+1 counters. And you can remove those +1/+1 counters to counter the sweepers, counter the thing that would kill Ouroboros, counter something that would kill it. You don't care. You got 4 +1/+1 counters on it from the Boros. I just think they kind of work well together. So this is very good. One of my favorite decks lately is Mono Blue Land Pass. Yeah, we used to call that Draw Go. In like 1998, John Finkel and the rest of the people that pioneered the archetype called it Draw Go, because that's what you do. You draw for the turn and you say go. That's how the deck works. And I think that, you know, they're fun decks. This swings in for 3 flying damage a turn after you've taken the counter off of it. This is crazy with Snakeskin Veil too. I just want to throw that out there. If you've already countered a spell with it, it has no counters on it. Snakeskin Veil in response to a removal spell against it. And now, not only have I countered the removal spell, I got another counter just ready to, just cocked and loaded. That's crazy. This card is crazy. This card is crazy, guys. 8.2. So super serial. I am Lucky Charms right now. I'm so serial. This card's good. It's I'll go so far as to say one of the best cards in the set. Seriously. Get it for $1.50 right now. Order that card. Glen Alindra's Answer is 4 mana, 2 and double blue for an instant that cannot be countered. Counter all spells your opponents control and all abilities they control. Create a 1/1 blue and black fairy creature token with flying for each spell and ability countered this way. Chat, I need you. How many of you are there? There are over 70 of you. There are literally dozens of us. Chat, I haven't asked you in 4 different letters at this point. Asking the audience, rate this card. Do it. What do you think? This is obviously mint. God, look at that art. Sam's got it, dude. Sam, that's a weird sounding sentence. The whole gay family is just on it, dude. Maybe he learned from the best. She? I'm actually not sure. But Sam must have definitely, it runs in the family is all I'm going to say. Are they even related? I'm just assuming. I mean, it's a very similar art style to Rebecca, you know what I mean? But yeah, you guys are rating it at this point. This is obviously meant to tear apart like Storm stacks, maybe in Commander or even other formats. But obviously it does more than just that. I would say it does more than that. What do you guys got here? Get 4 of them. You got 3.6 4 mana. Oof. Yeah. High All the Time Monkey, 3.5. Fuzz Nuts, 4.12. And then, of course, Regenerate Gamer. Not Degenerate Gamer. Regenerate Gamer. Says seems good against Storm. Yeah, that's kind of my take too, but is it that good? When you really need to counter something but don't have time stop. There are times where the stack gets 3 or 4 cards deep. It happens. And at those times, I guess the card's fine, you know. In fairness, 3 mana for this would be kind of broken. Yeah, just if this were the strictly better cancel of the set, it'd be insane. Right? 4.5 not for standard, maybe a one of. Sideboard plus plus. 4.7 from Paul Rog. It's a great name, by the way. 6.7 from Regenerate Gamer. That's a high score. They're shooting for the moon on this one. I will give this card a 5.5. Higher than I think a lot of chat would rate it. But I think that in the spots this is good in, it's crazy. Like, I think a lot of people read this card and they're just like, this is a 4 mana counterspell. Yeah, it is. But it's a 4 mana counterspell that probably puts like 2 to 3 fairies on the table on a normal day. On a bad day, it completely counters every instance of Tendrils of Agony on the stack and gives you 8 to 12 fairies. Also, let's say we're playing standard, right? Let's say we're playing Jeskai Control in standard. Is it kind of worth it to counter a spell and get a guy? Like a flying guy, you know? Just that. Just what you counter one spell with it and you get a body on your opponent's turn. Is that actually kind of okay? Like, a little bit? I think it is, really. Not to peek ahead, but Annie Steeg from Gloom Ripper's art is related to Justin Gerard. They both have some awesome MTG art. Just discovered them. Nice. ATX Sid. I have to look into both of them because the Gloom Ripper has cool art. So does, by the way, Glister Band, but not Nils Ham is always on it. But yeah, I think this is better than it looks. Every card on screen now has phenomenal art. And in case you haven't seen Gloom Ripper yet, there's Gloom Ripper. Cool art. Very cool art. This, Glenn Linger's answer, I've already given it a 5.5, and I think I've justified it a little bit. You know, you have 5.7 from the board sounds right. I'll bump it up to 4.4. Best Mystic Snake ever. I mean, like, when you think about it, it is Mystic Snake, right? Yeah, kind of. Slightly easier to cast Mystic Snake. It's not bad. Like, I'd rather have a 1/1 flyer than a 2/2 ground creature most days. And Mystic Snake can be countered. This can't. Like, really, when you compare it to Snake, yeah, we're kind of getting somewhere, right? I'll give this a 5.5 with room to grow. If you ever get 2 fairies out of this, I think it's really good. But Glister Band. Glister Banner is kind of a card I kind of like. This is 5 mana, 2 and 3 Simic hybrids for a 1/4 oof with Vivid. At the beginning of combat on your turn, one creature you control, another target creature, gets +X until end of turn. X being the number of colors among permanents you control. So this always gives at least +2/+2 to a creature. Beginning of your combat step. It would be very easy for this to give +3/+3 to a creature. Is it just me or is that kind of tight? Like, like in limited, that could really ruin someone's day. You know what I mean? Like on turn 4, I play a 4-power flyer that's red, right? Or something like that. And then on turn 5, I play Glister Bairn. And now I swing for, I don't know, like 7, like pretty easily. So I'm doing that every single turn. I actually would look out for this, is my point. You know, I would look out for this in limited. Especially at pre-release. I think like a potential +3/+3 to an attacking creature every turn. That'll help you bust through. So that'd be better than it looks there. Wearing the Tanuki suit. Got to respect that. I will give this card a 3.5. Gloom Ripper is 5 mana, 3 and double black for a 4/4 Elf Assassin. When this creature enters, target creature you control gets +X/+0 until end of turn. And up to one target creature an opponent controls gets -0/-X until end of turn. X being the number of elves you control plus the number of elf cards in your graveyard. So, always gives at least +1/+0, right? Probably +2/+0 because the creature you're given the boost is an elf. And at that point, it'll always give -0/-1 or -0/-2. And that could be okay. But this looks like a crazy limited card. Like, it's rare because in limited, it kills one of their guys and just boosts your dude and gives you a 4/4. Great there. In standard, no, probably not. Probably costs a little too much. Probably slightly unreliable, yada, yada. So I want to love it, but I just can't do it. So I'm going to give this a 4.5. I think it's close. Gnarlbark Elm. Gnarls Barkley is 3 mana, 2 and a black for a 3/4 Treefolk Warlock. Enters with 2 -1s on it. Pay 2 in a red, or 2 in a red, 2 in a black to remove 2 counters from this creature. Creature gets -2/-2 till end of turn. Activated sorcery speed. I think it's actually kind of nice in limited. I do. Haven't said that about every card, but I've said it about enough. But yeah, this is a body with a removal spell on it. I tend to like those. I'll give this a 2.9. Goat Nap is 3 mana, 2 in a red for a sorcery. Gain control of a thing till end of turn. Untap it. Gains haste till end of turn. If the creature's a goat, it also gets +3/+0. Read Changeling. Although I guess you could get like Frantic Scapegoat. Like some red decks will actually play that card from time to time. You could grab like a Frantic Scapegoat and give it +3/+0. But yeah, cool limited threaten effect. Active treason effect for the environment. I'll give this a 2.8. Gold Meadow, well, yeah, sure. Gold Meadow Nomad is a single white mana for a 1/2 Kithkin Scout. Pay a white and exile it from your yard to get a 1/1 Kithkin guy at sorcery speed. I like this. It's probably worse than like Doom Traveler or Infestation Sage, but I do like that you can control when you get the 1/1 rather than just immediately getting it when the creature dies. So, I don't know. There's definitely redeemable things about it. I'll give it a 4. Goliath Daydreamer is 4 mana, 2 double red for a 4/4 giant wizard. Whenever you cast an instant or sorcery from your hand, exile the card with a dream counter on it instead of putting it into your graveyard when it resolves. Whenever this creature attacks, you may cast a spell from among cards you own in exile with dream counters on them without paying their mana cost. Pretty cute, but obviously you have to not only wait an entire turn to use it, but you have to spend mana on an instant. You have to have an instant or sorcery in your hand to begin with that's worth casting and blah. So kind of, it's one of those, like, it looks tempting, but it actually turns out to be bulk. I think. So maybe I'm wrong about this, but I'm just going to give it a 4, and we'll go from there. Gravel Gill Scoundrel is 2 mana, 1 of blue for a 1/3 Merfolk rogue with vigilance. Whenever it attacks, you may tap another untapped creature you control. If you do, this guy can't be blocked. Cute, especially with all the Merfolk they want to get tapped down, right? But ultimately, just a 3. Grave Shifter is a reprint, I'm pretty sure, and strictly better in a lot of ways than Grave Digger, which is a fine card in limited, so I'll give this a 3.5. Great Forest Druid is 2 mana, 1 in a green for a 0/4 Treefolk Druid, tap for a mana of any color. Cool that it's a 0/4. It's pretty high power toughness differential, which we've already seen matters on some cards in this set. But at the end of the day, it's just a dork. I'll give it a 3.8. Let's give it a 3.6. Gristle Glutton is a cool name for a card. 2 mana, 1 in a red for a 1/3 Goblin Scout. Tap it, Blight 1, discard a card. If you do, draw a card. Do that at instant speed if you feel like it. And I like a rummage. And I think on a 2-drop, this could be halfway decent in limited, obviously. Because again, it helps you get through your deck quickly. And I like cards like that, especially when they're cheap and come on bodies. But ultimately, 3.2. It's not that great. Grub's Command is 5 mana for a freaking sorcery. Choose to create a token that's a copy of a Gobbo you control, or creatures target player controls. Get +1/+1 and gain haste till end of turn. Destroy target artifact or creature, or target player mills 5, then puts each goblin card milled this way into their hand. So there's a way you can get like 3 goblins off of this and also destroy a creature, which I guess is fine for 5. But ultimately, 5 at sorcery speed, dude. Ugh. 4.75. I'm harsh on that. Grub Storied Matriarch is 3 mana, 2 and a black for a 2/1 Gobbo Warlock, legendary. It's got menace, and whenever it enters or transforms into this one, return up to 1 target goblin card from your yard to your hand. Beginning of your first main phase, pay red to transform it into Notorious Auntie. This is a 2/1 as well, with menace as well. Whenever Grub attacks, you may Blight 1. If you do, create a tapped and attacking token that's a copy of the blighted creature, except it has, at the beginning of the end step, sacrifice this token. At the beginning of your first main phase, you may pay black. If you do, transform Grub. Now, do you all remember a little card? Oh my god, I forgot the name of it? Wow. You Live Enough Life. Fable of the Mirror Breaker. Do you guys remember a little man called Fabled? Fable of the Mirror Breaker. Now, if you want to squint, that's kind of what this is. A little bit. This has to attack, and it blights. So I think in a lot of ways it's worse than Fable. But my point here is that even if it is worse than Fable, never forget that make a copy of a thing is nuts. It's super nuts. Yeah, Kiki Jiki, right? Yeah. This can be pretty good for as efficient as it can be, right? And even then, if it never gets to do that cool thing, the Fable of the Mirror Breaker thing, it's still like, you get card advantage out of your yard, right? It's fine. So, I don't know. I kind of like it. I don't know if I play it in Goblins. I don't know if there's anything I want to copy enough. I also just don't know if a 3-mana 2/1 is going to be what that deck, wants to be doing. Especially if you are blighting anything. You got a 1 toughness 3-drop here. Do I really want to be messing around with Blight in the same deck with a 1 toughness 3-drop? I don't know. So there are definitely issues with the card, but I like that it at least replaces itself most of the time when it comes into play. It's cool. I'm going to give this a 5.1, mostly just because I like the ETB trigger on the first half. And if you ever Fable of the Mirror Breaker, like full on, go full Fable, it's obviously very good. Gut Splitter Gang is 4 mana, 3 and a black for a 6/6 Goblin Berserker. At the beginning of your first main, you may Blight 2. If you don't, lose 3 life. So this is actually cute. I think in Limited, you might just be able to lose 3 life a couple of turns and attack with your 4 mana 6/6, Neat guy. But I'm just going to give him a 2.5. Hallowed Fountain doesn't count. We've already done these cards. We're moving on to 121 through 180 of 273. We got to pick it up a little bit. Harmonized Crescendo is Distant Melody with Convoke, and it costs 6 mana. It's also instant speed, which is nasty. I do think this card has standard playability. I think if you can tap 3 dudes and play it for 3 mana and draw 3 cards, you're doing great. I really think you're doing fantastic. If you can actually, you can tap 4 guys, play it for 2, draw 4, you win the game. So actually this card's really good. Not just in Commander, but obviously there too. I will give this card a 7. I think this card is insane. At least Commander, right? But we know Distant Melody's already good. You throw instant speed and almost free on it, then yeah. Distant Melody's crazy card. Heirloom Auntie is 3 mana, 2 and a black for a 4/4 Gobbo Warlock. Enters with 2 -1/1 counters. Whenever another creature you control dies, surveil 1, remove a -1/-1 from this creature. There's a big on that one. Let's give this a 3.1. Hexing Squelcher, ladies and gentlemen. This is what everyone, including myself, sometimes are calling the best card in the set. Now, I said on Twitter, can a card be the best card in the set and overrated at the same time? And, a lot of people are like, yes, right, card's great. But I also got a number of people who were like, card sucks. That's insane. That's so insane to me. Oh my God, you're right. Somebody on Harmonized Crescendo, somebody just pointed out, for each permanent you control of that type, it does not say non-land permanent. There's probably something about that. But Hexing Squelcher, the moment we've all been waiting for here. A lot of people's pick for the card in this set. 2 mana, 1 and a red for a 2/2 Gobbo Sorcerer that cannot be countered. Ward, pay 2 life. Spells you control can't be countered. Other spells other creatures you control have ward, pay 2 life. I think this card is very good. Is that controversial? It's more controversial than I thought it would be. The card's obviously good. And I honestly think the farther back you go, the better the card is. If you play this in Legacy, then you can play it, cannot be countered, guaranteed to get it onto the table. And then it shuts down, Force of Will, Pact and Negation, and 3 other free counter spells. Everything all the way down to Thwart and Foil. This thwarts and foils. So I think it's good in older formats specifically, but obviously in sideboards and standard, this comes in versus Blue-White or Jeskai control versus Dimir that plays counterspells versus, the Dragon's deck that tends to play the blue counterspell, the Dragon counterspell. Maybe even against Lessons, you can't, nothing will quench me at this point, right? So, I don't know. There's a few decks in standard that play blue. It's a very powerful color. This is good against most of them because they all play some manner of counterspell. But, you get to Modern and Pioneer and all that, and I still think the card is really fantastic, man. This reminds me of, first of all, what is it? Vexing Shusher. And I think it's, especially with the name, supposed to remind you of Vexing Shusher. But it's like a Vexing Shusher stapled to a May from the Avatar set. And that makes for, I think, a pretty playable Magic card. I really do. So I'm going to give Hexing Squelcher an 8.4. Which I believe is a 1/10 of a point off of the highest. Well, no, because the elf guy was like an 8.9. So I'll still give him an 8.4, though. I think this is a card with counterplay. I think this is a card that, doesn't signal the end or win the game immediately. It's not something that must be answered or you die. And a lot of people have pointed that out, right? But I also think that it's a removal check. It's a spell that once it is down, really does a lot to help you out and punish the opponent. Make sure you can play your spells. It's a goblin. That's important. So a lot to love about this card. 8.4 is the lowest I'll go. The lowest I'll go on this. At the very least, in standard, it's, you know, one of the most important mono red sideboard cards. But again, in older formats, I think it has a chance to break out. I really do. And maybe Commander. You know, in Commander, I think that this gives certain decks a chance to just like drop it on a late turn, like drop it on turn 6, and then do stuff unencumbered, right? Like go hog wild, which I think a lot of Commander decks want the ability to do. But let's keep moving here and look at High Perfect Morcant. So this is 4 mana. Looks, I swear, they created this creature for Tappy Toe Claws to cosplay. It almost looks in some ways like they invited Tappy in to sit in a chair and get painted. If you know Tappy, cool. If you don't, go follow her on Twitter. She's really great. But High Perfect Morcant is a 4 mana, 2 a black and a green for a 4/4 legendary elf noble. Whenever High Perfect Morcant or another elf you control dies, each opponent blights 1. Tap 3 untapped elves you control to proliferate. Activate only as a sorcery. Did they mean to call it prefect? Nope, they meant to call it perfect. In the original Lorwyn set, there were also perfects. They're called perfects. Because they are. They are perfect. So they believe. These elves, the Lorwyn elves, are not the like nice. They're actually closest to Lord of the Rings elves. Then, you know, like they are benevolent in some ways, but they're also really feeling themselves. You know, these very vain, you know, elves. I like that about Lorwyn elves. Like they just let their vanity kind of overtake their better nature, and that's cool. That would happen with elves, you know, some from time to time. But in any case, this is a really cool commander. Super duper. It's kind of also note you could do some, I think, aristocrat shenanigans with this, right? But really where it's at is the proliferate. I think this would go in the 99 of Lathril pretty easily because now, you know, you just tap 3 untapped elves, proliferate does a lot for that deck. But obviously out of the command zone, this gives you another way of building an elves or a -1/-1 counter deck. So most of this score is going to be, you know, cool commander tax, cool commander upsizing. But I'm going to give this a 6. Just a straight 6. You know, I think that this is one of those you'll build a few times and then not build anymore. But you'll be happy that you built it those few times you built it. Hovel Hurler is 5 mana, 3 and then 2 Boros hybrids for a 6/7 giant warrior. Enters with 2 -1s on it. Pay 2 Boros hybrids, remove a counter from it. Another target creature you control gets +1/+0 and gains flying until end of turn. Activate only as a sorcery. Watch out for this one at pre-release. Maybe not draft at large, where the card's not as efficient at 5 mana, blah, blah, blah. But in pre-release specifically, I think this card is next to a bomb. I actually kind of do. Like, eventually you'll end up with a 5 mana 6/7. That's pretty good. It's already a 4/5 when it comes into play. That's good for 5 mana. But the activated ability is both a mana sink and a way to just win the game. You know, like if you've got a big creature, +1/+0 and flying wins games of pre-releases. So again, and the more you use him, the better he gets because he gets larger. I would look out for him. 3.5. Illusion Spinners is 5 mana, 4 and a blue for a 4/3 fairy wizard. You can cast it as though it had flash if you control another fairy. Flying. The creature has hexproof as long as it's untapped. An uncommon that's really neat for limited. I'll say that much, but I'm not going to give it more than a 3.2. Impolite Entrance is interesting. A single red mana for a sorcery. A creature gains trample and haste till EOT. Draw a card. So 1 mana cantrips. That means draws a card. And also trample and haste. That's all right. It's okay. You know, I'm not saying it's like amazing, but it's okay. You get a 4.5. I think it's a sometimes playable, like depending on like if you're doing like a prowessy, cast a lot of spells, red aggro deck. This ain't bad. Iron Shield Elf is 1 and a black for a 3/1 elf warrior. Discard a card. It gains indestructible till end of turn. Tap it down. So this is Seasoned Hallowblade. Color shifted. And I think color shifted to black, it's way better because now you can play it in like more reanimator decks, like more easy because black reanimate stuff, right? So you can feasibly play it in more reanimator decks. It's really good there. Also good with Moon Shadow, a card we'll look at earlier. Good with Marauding Mako on turn 1. Just a solid magic card. Always has been. Not great against like Nowhere to Run, but for the most part, this dodges a lot of removal in standard. I'm going to give this a 5.5. Hallowblade has always been good in standard, and I don't see that changing. Keep Out is 2 mana, 1 and a white for an instant. Choose one. Deals 4 damage to a tapped creature or destroy target enchantment. The budget Get Lost. We have Get Lost at Home, and it's this card. Again, cool Ron Spencer art. And great in Limited. You will play every copy of this card that you pick up Unlimited. If you have 3 of them in your pre-release kit, I would suggest you play white. This is a very, very good removal spell. But all that said, 3.7, something like that. You just play Get Lost. In Standard, just play Get Lost. Kin Binding is 5 mana, 3 and 2 white for an enchantment. Creatures you control get +X, X being the number of creatures that entered the battlefield under your control this turn. At the beginning of combat on your turn, create a 1/1 green and white Kithkin creature token. Sick with Voice of Victory, and like any other mobilized creatures, because obviously, beginning of combat on your turn, you get the +1/+1, you get a Kithkin. And then you attack with Voice of Victory, and you get 2 more. You get +2/+2. Well, yeah. Because 2 more tokens enter the battlefield. Really good with Elspeth Stormslayer, even though they're both 5 mana, you won't play them in the same deck. Theoretically, crazy good with Elspeth Stormslayer because she makes 2 tokens every turn. I do kind of like, I have to admit, because I think the card's bad in Standard ultimately, but I do kind of like a card that just gives you a guy every turn. Like, no questions asked. I didn't raid Island. I said we won't do basic lands after Forest. If you're familiar with the 10 cards rated series, when we hit basic lands, they are 5s. All basic lands get a 5. They are good cards. But Kin Binding, I will ultimately just give a 4.7 to. I think that even in Commander, 5 mana for this might be a bit much. Decks that want it are around, but they're also, it's kind of narrow. The kind of deck that actually wants, oh, okay, I'm making 7 tokens a turn, right? Tokens decks exist, but it only goes in those decks, right? So tempting card, but I will say I do like a thing that just gives you a guy. I just, have a guy every turn, buddy. Sure. That's kind of neat. But I'm just sticking it with I'll go 4.6. I'll go 4.6. Kindle the Inner Flame, another kind of sleepery card that hasn't appeared on any of my sleeper list or the underrated list with Power Dragon. But I nonetheless kind of like this. Kindle the Inner Flame is 4 mana, 3 and a red for a sorcery that is Elemental Kindred. Create a token that's a copy of a creature you control, except it has haste, and at the beginning of the end step, sack this token. So that's Molten Duplication. It's literally the card Molten Duplication. But you can flash this back for 1 and a red and behold 3 elementals. So, if I were to say, mill this into my yard or discard it earlier in the game, right? Wait until I have 3 elementals. Well, then suddenly I can copy one of them. And that is better than I think I just made it sound. I really do. Behold 3 elementals, they can be in your hand, but I think more likely they'll be in play. But you can mix and match, right? That's fine. I just think 2 mana, dump this in your yard somehow in the early game, and then use it to literally win the game later. Yeah, I think that's a possibility. I really do. So I'm going to give this card a 4, which sounds low, but I think it has room to grow. I do actually think it has room to grow. Kinsbale Aspirant is a single white mana for a 2/1 Kithkin citizen. As additional cost to cast it, behold a Kithkin or pay 2. Whenever another creature you control enters, this thing gets +1/+1 till end of turn. This is the best 1-drop for Kithkin, I think. It's a Savannah Lions that you should be able to get down on turn 1 pretty easily in a Kithkin deck. And on turn 2, it can pretty easily attack for, 3 or 4 damage, which is pretty quick. Even starting, even on turn 3, it can attack for a lot of damage. So, just play a Bridget. You play Bridget on turn 3, it attacks for 4. That's pretty good, actually, and you get the sick Margaret Organ-Keen art, another old school Magic artist. She has an interesting style. Not for everybody, but I like it. Ultimately, though, yeah, I think this is a neat 1-drop. Every creature type got a 1-drop that's a 2/1. I think this is maybe potentially among the best in the kind of deck it wants to go in. So, I don't know, I kind of like it. I will give this a, I'll give this a 5.1. I really will. But again, only in Kithkin decks. Very narrow to those decks, right? In Kithkin decks, I give it a 5.1. Kinskire Sentry is 2 mana, 1 and a white for a 2/2 Kithkin soldier with first strike and lifelink. Whenever it attacks, you may put a creature card, mana value X or less, from your hand onto the battlefield tapped and attacking. X being the number of attacking creatures that you control. So attack with 2 guys, drop a 2-drop. That's wild. Is this card good? Is it? I'm not asking you to rate it. I just want to know if it's good. I think it probably is. As a chatter pointed out here, Fuzznuts, I get to say your name, just goes good in any go-wide strategy. And it does. I'm pretty sure that it does. Goes good in, decks that have ways of drawing, extra cards. Anything like Tristani's Welcome, Enduring Innocence, think stuff like that. And if you have ways of keeping cards in your hand, card gets even better. If you have ways of increasing its power toughness to make it more likely to attack over multiple turns, then it becomes really good. First strike and lifelink on a 2/2 for 2 is already like kind of there. Like it's more or less there, you know. It's at knight stats. I like that. So yeah, there's just not really anything to dislike about this card. You know, in an aggressive deck that's swinging with 3 guys on turn 3. Yeah, like I said this in the preview video, I think that if you play like a haste creature on turn 3, this thing becomes insane. You know, if you drop like Tersa Light Shatter on turn 3, well now, you discard 2 cards, you dig for a card you can cast when you attack, if you don't already have one. Tersa allows you to do that. Then attack with 1-drop, Kinscare, and Tersa Light Shatter, drop a free 3-drop. And I don't even think that's Christmas Land. I really don't. You at least get a free 2-drop that turn, right? So, yeah. I think that Sentry is probably real. Probably. So, I am going to give this... Man, I think it's pretty good. I'm going to give this a 6 point... No. I'm going to give this a 7.2. And it may deserve a higher score. This may be a breakout 2-drop. It may be. Keyroll, Attentive First Year. This is 3 mana, 1 and 2 Boros hybrids for a 3/3 legendary vampire cleric. Tap 2 untapped creatures you control. Copy target triggered ability that you control. Choose new targets for the copy. Activate once per turn. So cool commander, right? Kind of gives us like a conspire thing, I guess, but still really, really neat. Really cool. And another way of tapping down like Merfolk that want to be tapped down or something. A way of tapping down a Kona, which I think is cute if you have ways of making that work. So, you know, I like Keyroll a lot. End of the day, is it standard playable? Well, I'll put it this way. If you can play this on turn 3 and this creature resolving or entering the battlefield in some way triggers something, at which point you can tap it and a creature that's already on the table to get a double trigger, like the turn it comes into play, yeah, I think that that's probably good. That's probably the best way of using the card. And if we have a good way of doing that, that gives us enough value on turn 3, I think the card could potentially be dangerous in standard. Really. If we can give value the turn we get him down, yes. If we can't, or if we can't get enough value, I think that obviously kneecaps the card. But cool commander, and cool in the 99 of a bunch of decks too. Like really cool in the 99 of a bunch of decks, but I want to build around it and see what we can do. I will give this card a 6.2, and I'm only doing that mostly for commander, but I also have to acknowledge if there's a line in standard, then it might be better than it looks. It really might be. Kithkeeper is the freakiest card in the entire set, dude. This card freaks me out. 7 mana, 6 and a white for a 3/3 elemental with Vivid when it enters. You get X/1/1 Kithkin creature tokens, X being the number of colors among permanents you control. Tap 3 untapped creatures you control. This guy gets +3/+0 against flying until end of turn. Why is he 7 mana? I think it's because he can put 5 tokens into play, but very likely won't do that, you know. This wants to be Cloud Goat Ranger from the original Lorwyn, but it has neither the charm nor the efficiency of Cloud Goat Ranger. Cool though. I mean, it's not terrible, I would say, in limited, but you gotta be able to play a 7 mana card. That's easier said than done, and even then you have to facilitate it by having multiple colors in play. So I want to say this is bad, but there's something telling me it's actually still as good as Cloud Goat was in limited. If you don't know how good Cloud Goat was in limited, that means it's really, really good. So just keep that in mind. But outside of that format, it's Nowheresville. So 2.9. Kolrath Mystic over here. Yeah, why no Convoke? Yeah, did they forget to give it Convoke? Agreed. Agreed. Kolrath Mystic is 3 mana, 2 and a blue for a 2/4 elemental wizard. Whenever you cast a spell, mana value 4 or greater, this guy gets +2/+0, gains vigilance till end of turn. So it wants to be a 3 mana 4/4 vigilance, which, yeah, that's fine and limited, but that's as far as it goes. 2.6. Kolrath Zealot is 6 mana, 5 and a red for a 6/5 elemental warrior. When it enters, exile the top of your library. Till the end of your next turn, you may play that card. Also has basic land cycling, 1 and a red. So again, neat limited card. This procs all your cast up thing 4 or greater, you know, especially elementals 4 or greater. Is an elemental. Basic land cycles, always good and limited, you know, huge guy if you draw it off the top late. Just altogether a 6 mana, 6 power creature that draws a card, in this case, effectively draws a card. Especially, you had 6 mana. You cast this guy on 6 mana. So unless the card you exile at the top of your library is literally Kithkeeper, you're probably going to be able to cast whatever it is. It's basically drawing a card on ETB. But aside from that, basic land cycling is kind of draw a card at instant speed. So I like these in limited a lot. That's why I'm spending a little bit extra time on it. I will give this a 3.6. Lasting Tarfire is a cool card, man. 2 mana, 1 and a red for an enchantment. At the beginning of each end step, if you put a counter on a creature this turn, this enchantment deals 2 damage to each opponent. Is this a playable commander card? This says each opponent, so there's that. It also says, this is easier to miss, at the beginning of each end step, not at the beginning of your end step. So, you can put +1/+1 counters on your creatures at instant speed with Snakeskin Veil and cards like that. Or you can put -1/-1 counters on their creatures at instant speed and still trigger this 4 times per turn cycle if you can. This is Nutter Butters? Yeah, okay, we got somebody that kind of gets it. This can deal 8 damage per turn cycle. Is that Christmas Land? Probably. Now there are things that allow you to put counters on creatures for no effective mana, just a tap, right? I think there are ways to make this deal tons of damage. Yeah, you can stack it. I'll say this too, in standard, multiple copies, right? You can't play multiple copies in Commander, but in standard, you have 2 copies of this. There's a chance that even if you're only putting 1 counter on a creature per turn cycle, you're still doing 4 damage per turn cycle. It's pretty good in multiples. I will, however, say that if you play this on turn 2, you are skipping your turn 2. You're not doing anything with your turn 2. Guaranteed. Play it later in the game, maybe. It could be a little bit of reach, right? I think it's cute in like maybe Gruul Landfall, where you're like always putting a counter on Mossborn Hydra or something. You're always putting a counter on Saza's Chocobo, right? Very cute little piece of in-game reach, I think. So I think there's more to this than there appears. I do. So, and nobody runs enchantment removal in Commander or enough. Yeah, that's true. So I think this is another kind of sleeper-ish card from the set. I will give this card a 5, right at almost symbolic 5. So I think there's a lot of room to move up, but I don't think it's any worse than a 5 either. I think it's like a realistic 5. I would not dip into the 4s. 32 damage per turn cycle. Is there a way? Yeah, if you have 4, something like that. Pretty nuts. The Lava Leaper over here. I think Lasting Tarfire might actually be like one of the most interesting cards in the whole set. But Lava Leaper is kind of cool. This is 4 mana, 3, and oh, it's Ron Spears. I didn't even notice that. Another old school Magic artist I haven't even noticed yet. Ron Spears, everybody. 4 mana, 3 and a red for a 4/4 elemental. All creatures, every one of them, have haste. Whenever a player taps a basic land for mana, that player adds 1 mana of any type that land produced. So this is whatever. Fervor? It's not even Fervor. It's the 1 mana one. All creatures, every creature, including your opponent's creatures, have haste. Could backfire. However, this says whenever a player taps a basic land for mana, your opponent might not have a whole lot of basics. You know? It's Mana Barbs. It's Mana Flare more than Barbs. But even Mana Flare was just any land that gets tapped. Whereas this is basics, which could, as the mono red player, I think that helps you, more than a lot of other people. I think it's neat. I don't think it's better than Sunspine Lynx. I don't think it's necessarily even better than O'Hare Ashenil. And there's a couple of other red 4s, actually, I think might just be more playable than this. But all creatures have haste is a line of text that can sometimes be good enough. Right? Enduring Curiosity is close to the red Enduring Courage maybe is close to this. But I think Enduring Courage might only give like 1 creature a turn that +2/+0 in haste. I could be wrong on that. But still, all creatures have haste is typically very good for red, especially if you're already like 5 drops. But tap a land for mana, a basic land, and you get, like I have 4 mountains. So next turn I'll tap and I can make 8 mana without even dropping a land. Like that's okay. Okay. I also have like a frog deer with fire antlers. So cool. I will give this card a 5.5. I'm actually gonna do that. Yeah, this card hits the nostalgia real nice. Yeah, it does. It really does. Probably why I'm overrating it. But I think a 5.5 is probably right. Just both lines of text on this card are very good. Liminal Hold is 4 mana for an enchantment in white. When it enters, exile up to 1 target non-land permanent an opponent controls until it leaves the battlefield. This enchantment. And you gain 2 life. So probably not like Fate's Fetters, right? Not as good. But again, the art in this set. Oh my God. And I don't even know this artist. Ovidio Cartagena. I'll have to start paying attention to their work now because that is really nice. But I can't give this card more than a 2.8. It's just a solid removal spell for limited. Lorwyn Imperfect Naturalist, 2 mana, both Golgari hybrids. For a 1/3 legendary elf druid, when it enters, mill 4, then you may put a creature or land card from among those cards on top of your library. Pay 5 mana, 3 of its Golgari hybrids, tap and discard a land. Create a 1/1 black and green worm creature token for each land in your yard. I literally just added Worm Harvest to the Jund Edge of Eternity's, commander deck, the World Shaper deck. I added Worm Harvest to that card, and then 2 days later, they spoiled this card. So this is Worm Harvest on a body that you can do it every single turn so long as you have a land. It turns out that in World Shaper, you will always have a land in your hands, so you just get to do it once a turn. Pretty crazy. But in Standard, I think there's something to it. We have a 2 mana creature, a 2 mana card on a body that mills 4 when it ETBs. Okay, that's already almost playable, right? It sucks that the card goes on top of your library, but I need to point this out. There are a few cards in Standard that, and just throughout Magic history specifically, that care about what's on top of your library, right? They want you to reveal the top card of your library, and they deal damage equal to however much, or you can just play them directly off the top of your library or whatever, There's a bunch of those actually in Standard. I was thinking there's just 3 or 4. There's many more than that in Standard. That look at the top X cards and do this. So just fixing the top card of your library could be really good depending on what other stupid tricks you're up to. But I just like that this is a 2 mana creature that mills 4 when it comes into play, gets in the way and blocks something, whatever. And then if it's still around later in the game, makes, 5, 6 1/1s. You know what I mean? Is that good? I think that's okay, man. I will give this card, and I'm serious, a 6. I think the ETB is good enough if you don't get value. If you ever get to the point where you're tapping this thing, you probably win. Very likely. It's a very good card. But Lochmere is up next. Man, 2 mana, 1 and a blue for a 4/5 Horse Serpent. Enters with 3 -1/-1 counters. So starts as a 1/2. Pay 1 and a blue and remove a counter from it to draw a card. Pay 2 and a blue and remove 2 counters from it to tap a creature and put a stun counter on it. Yeah, I thought about Miracle for the last card. Yeah, Miracle's a good point. But you still, after you do it, you have to draw the card. It has to be the first thing you draw that turn. Which I guess if you play this on turn 2, put a card on top, you can guarantee that you can Miracle at the next turn when you draw it, right? Anyway, Lochmere. I meant to ask the audience about this one. How do you guys feel about Lochmere? I haven't talked too much about it this season. I haven't overhyped it or underhyped it too much. I will say, at one point, this was the 3rd most expensive card in the set. And that was after we'd seen, I think more than 3/4 of the set. So we'd seen most of the set. This was number 3 in terms of most expensive. That should tell you something. Could just be overhype. Could be overhype. But how good do you think this card actually is? I like it. Okay. It's a 7.0 from Drexy over here. Okay. 2/3, you can use it to draw and make it larger. Yeah. It's like the first time you remove a counter from it, it becomes a 2/3. Right? It enters with 3 counters. Yeah, so it's a 1/2 when it comes into play. Remove a counter, draw a card, it becomes a 2/3. Remove a counter, draw a card, it becomes a 3/4. This is a body that allows you to draw 3 cards, but there's a mana commitment involved. The mana commitment is serious. I don't know how often you're going to use the stun counter mode, but it is still technically like removal and card draw on a large body for 2 mana startup cost. And that's fine, right? Rayman, thanks for your follow. Stock Tom, thanks for your follow. Also, S-Dub Yanks, thanks for your follow. So I appreciate y'all. 8 mana, right? It's a total of 8 mana to draw the 3. Yeah, Training Grounds. Yeah. Training Grounds is in Standard. Actually. Somebody said 3.2. Fuzznut said 5.3. Yeah, my cousin said 3.2. I am going to go out on a limb here and give this card a 6 For what it's worth, I don't think it's any better than a 6. But I think it's a 6. I think there are decks that would not mind playing this on turn 2, right? And then like the rest of the game, oh, I didn't counter a spell. I'll draw a card. I didn't remove a creature that turn. I'll draw a card. I didn't play a sweeper that turn. I'll draw a card. So I think it might be good in control decks, but obviously you sweep it away. Eventually you might have to sweep this card away. But in the meantime, it's done all this blocking, all this stonewalling. Once you remove a counter or two from it, it blocks really effectively. So I don't know, man. I tend to really like stuff like this, but I also don't think, like, considering the massive mana investment inherent in the card, I don't think it's that good, but I'll still give it a 6. Right? I'll give it a 6. Yes, I didn't know Training Grounds is in standard yet, guys. You go check it out. I think it is, unless it's like just rotated. I know it was in standard. Lofty Dreams is next. 5 mana, 3 in double blue for an aura. It's an enchantment. But enchants a creature. It has Convoke, and when it enters, draw a card. Enchanted creature gets +2/+2 and has flying. So I actually think that this is a monster sleeper in limited specifically. I know I've said the word a lot. I don't think this is standard playable, like, really at all. If you do try to Convoke this, like you tap down like 4 dudes, you get it for 1 mana, you feel good. If it gets countered, you're blown out. You are blown out, dude. Like, you tapped your entire team and like most of your mana. That's a problem. In limited, however, I think there's still a chance of getting blown out. Don't get me wrong. They don't just, going guns blazing. But in limited, I think that +2/+2 and flying makes literally any creature a threat right there. And draw a card. Draw a card. And if you can somehow cast this for 2 mana, I think it's worth trying. Because I think that this is a massive, massive limited playable card. I really do think it is. But I'm not going to give it more than like a 2.8. I think it is kind of trappish. But there are going to be entire games of limited just when pre-release happens. When we get to pre-release, I imagine there's going to be literally dozens, possibly hundreds of games all over the world won by this card. I just bet. Luminalisk is up next. This is 4 mana, 3 and a green for a 2/4 elemental with Death Touch and Vivid. When it enters, gain life equal to your Vivid. So it's cute, 4 mana Death Touch that could gain you 5 life. But even if it gains you 3 life, I think it's really good against aggro decks specifically. In limited, I'm talking about. If the format is too fast, this is a pretty good check on it. Block and kill anything, gain 3 when it comes into play, sure. So I will give this a 3. Lissalana Dignitary is 2 mana, 1 and a green for a 2/3 Elf Advisor. As an additional cost to cast it, behold an elf or pay 2. I believe this is the only color that didn't get a 1 mana 2/1. You can tap it and add 2 green, but only if there's an elf in your yard. So to play it in the first place, I have to have an elf in my hand or in play, or pay a bunch of mana. And to tap it, I have to have an elf in my yard. That's some hoops. I gotta say, you gotta admit that's some hoops, but should be easy enough hoops to jump through. But in most cases, I think I'm just playing a different mana dork than this, like even in Elves. So I'll just give it a 3.9. Lissalana Informant is 2 mana, 1 and a green for a 3/1 Elf Scout. When it enters or dies, surveil 1. Multiple people told me the cat that I was thinking of when I said there's a cat in standard like this, or there was a new Capenna like this. Multiple people told me its name. I've already forgotten it, but we've had this card as a cat and as a dog, and now he has an elf. So that's probably the best creature type it's been so far, theoretically at least. Oh my god, I really like this. Siddharth Chaturvedi. That is wrong. I murdered that last name, but I really like Siddharth's technique for creating leaves. It's kind of like just watercolor effect here. I usually don't pause to just talk about art out of nowhere, but yeah, this very watercolory effect on the leaves here, it's beautiful. But anyway. Card kind of sucks. I'm going to give it a 2.7. 2.6, maybe? Anyway, Marilyn Fey Ascendant, my choice for most exciting commander in the set. This is 5 mana, 2 black, green, blue for a 4/5 legendary elf fairy noble with flying. When Marlin or another elf or fairy you control enters, exile the top 2 cards of target opponent's library. Once each turn, you may cast a spell mana value less than or equal to the number of elves and fairies you control from among cards exiled with Marlin this turn, without paying its mana cost. So that's pretty cute. Note too that this says once each turn, not once during each of your turns. So you cast free spells 4 times per turn cycle. If you've got instants and stuff, you can do that. That's stupid. We are talking elves here, son. So less than or equal to the number of elves I control. My guy, I have 12. So I can cast a Kozilek with this card like most of the time. I realistically have 5 elves, right? I don't think that's Christmas land, is it? I don't think so. Even with fairies, I don't think that with all the things that make fairy tokens and like your Bitterblossoms and stuff like that, I don't think it's unrealistic to have 7 fairies, right? Especially, well, it kind of depends, right? What does Moloku the Clouded Mirror put out? Does he put out fairy tokens? He might. But again, all I'm saying is there's a lot of ways to get fairy tokens. Una, Queen of the Fae, she makes a bunch of fairy tokens too in a really cool way. So, and she too is a fairy herself. So yeah, between fairies and elves, I think that especially the idea of creating a hybrid fairy / elf deck is really cool. That's a really cool idea. But even if you just spec into one creature type or another, you can build a really fun deck here that's just like constantly ripping cards off the top of your opponent's library. I think there's a way too that if you can somehow loop an elf or a fairy infinitely, you basically win the game. There has to be a combo that does that, right? If you can elf a fairy or if you can loop an elf or a fairy forever, you just exile the top 2 of everyone's library until they're all dead. So that probably exists, right? But even if you're just playing the card like 100% straight, no infinite combos, I still think it's really fun. And the last thing about this, I don't think this is a playable standard card. I don't. However, and I'll end it there. You're right. I'll just leave it there. However, 4/5 flyer with an ETB trigger that effectively gives you 2 cards, kind of draws 2 cards so long as she stays in play. And the longer she's in play, the more cards you get. And like, if this stays in play for 2 turns, I'm pretty sure they're like just buried. They're just buried in card advantage at that point. This could be more dangerous than it looks. I really think your Brawl Star, that too. Yeah, absolutely. With Una and Commander, yeah, somebody said it maybe before me. But yeah, I really think there might be something to this. Although really the format for it's Commander. I think it's the coolest Commander in the set. It's the one I want to build the most. You might see a deck tech for this eventually. Commander, right? So I love it. I'm going to give this card a 7. And again, that's the cool Commander tax. But in this case, it really gets a massive bump for being as cool as it is. Meander's Guide is up next. 3 mana, 2 and a white for a 3/2 Merfolk Scout. When it attacks, you may tap another untapped Merfolk you control. When you do, return target creature card mana value 3 or less from your yard to the battlefield. So this is a 3/2 that has to attack, meaning it'll probably die. Very likely die in combat. But, it kind of replaced itself. It's cool. I like it in limited. I think it's neat. I also think, who this looks like to me? If this rings a bell for anybody. A 10-year-old game at this point. Yes. Yeah, I'm going to make you feel old by saying that. Does this look like Undyne from Undertale? Does this look, a freaking lot like Undyne to anybody else? Is it just me? Is it? But that's an esoteric reference in 2026 at this point. Never played. Yeah, sorry. You have to. Even in 2026, Undertale, that game makes me cry for no reason. Like, no, seriously. Like, you look at a plate of spaghetti and it increases your determination, and something about that's like, I'm determined, man. We're going to get where you're going. We're going to get you where you're going, little guy. But anyway, people in the YouTube comments, a bit of it, but I didn't beat the first one. Real. Yeah. Anyway, yeah, real. That's all of us. In this world, that is all of us. But anybody watching YouTube comments, if you see it, tell me. Tell me if you see Undyne. Anyway, Meek Attack. Did I rate this card? This is one of the very few Merfolk in the set that you'll note attacks. It doesn't say becomes tapped. I wonder if at any point in development this said becomes tapped and it was gross. It would have been really good, but it said it has to attack. So I'm just going to give it a 3.6, something like that. Meek Attack over here. This is like Sneak Attack. Do you see what they did? It's 3 mana, 2 and a red for an enchantment. Pay 1 and a red. Put a creature card with total power and toughness 5 or less from your hand onto the battlefield. Creature gains haste. Beginning of the next end step, sack that boy. So why does it cost 2 to activate, they ask? Well, because you can probably put 6 drops into play with it if you're putting the right guy into play. I have not yet found the guy I want to put into play with this, and I have not seen anybody else really talk about it that much. I'm sure we'll figure something out. Just for the potential of a card like Mtg Deck, I'm going to go ahead and slap a 6 on it. But this card could be an easy 8. This card could be an easy 8, dog. Oh, wait, it's the night character from Undertale. I like her theme song. Yeah, that's her. Yeah, I love her. She has the best theme song. Well, it's like, the Spider Dance is the best song in the game. It's not close. Well, it is close. It is. There's like 5 incredible songs in Undertale. But yes, it's the soldier thing with the eye patch, and he throws spears at you. She throws spears at you. He has red hair. That's Undyne. Mtg Deck, I will seriously slap at least a 6 on though. Like you have to respect cards like this when you see them. I think they got a little too cute with Mtg Deck. Yeah, that's my worry too. Next is Marrow Sky Swimmer. 5 mana, 3 and 2 Azorius hybrids for a 2/2 Merfolk soldier with Convoke, flying, and vigilance. When it enters, create a 1/1 white and blue Merfolk creature token. If you can get this for free, I mean, a free 2/2 flying, vigilance, and a 1/1, that's cool. Really good limited card here. And the reason I say that is because it's common. I think this is kind of a bread and butter limited card for the Merfolk decks, or just any kind of deck that wants to go wide. So I like it. I will give this a 3.3. I think it's the first 3.3 of the video, actually. Midnight Tilling is 1 and a green for an instant. Mill 4, return a permanent card from among them to your hand. So cash grab in standard, I think I want to say is strictly better than this, but not by a whole lot. You know what I mean? We've seen that cards like this could be good. Maybe if cash grab rotates before this, Tilling will see some play. Just decent magic card. I'll give it a 4.4. And that's what decent magic cards get. Mirror Form is a commander all-star. 6 mana, 4 and 2 blue for an instant. Each non-land permanent you control becomes a copy of target non-aura permanent. So, permanents you control that aren't lands become copies of all your other, all of them become a copy of a permanent. Doesn't have to be a creature. That's neat. It's really neat. Also, a cool little guy. I like a cool little guy. He's very cute. By Wayne Reynolds in the art here. Obvious commander bomb. Probably. This is one of those, though, and they've been printing more cards like this lately, and I appreciate it. Where, like, it does something insane, but you gotta think. You gotta think about it. You gotta go on Scryfall. You gotta pull out your collection and refresh your memory on certain tricks. And I like cards like that. You know, cards that make you want to look through your cards. You know, that's nice. I will give this a 6.5. And the only reason I'm doing that is Commander. Somebody said Tarfire. Yeah. I like that. All your non-lands become copies of Tarfire, and then you throw counters on stuff, and you steal 1 million damage. That's cute. That's cute. I like it. Mirror Mine Crown over here. Wait. Oh, I meant to point this out. Mirror Form? It looks like a dumb enchantment or something like that, right? It's an instant. This card is instant speed. Instant speed. That might make it actually crazy. Which is one of the reasons I gave it such a high score. I think the card is quite good, but we'll wait and see. Mirror Mine Crown, even more commandery card here. 4 mana for an equipment that equips for 2. As long as it's attached to a creature the first time you would create 1 or more tokens each turn, you may instead create that many tokens that are copies of equipped creatures. So this one does have to do creatures. Oh my God, this is Dan Frazier. This is Dan Frazier art. All the old Magic artists are full force for this one, dude. I love that. It's Dan Frazier. But anyway, first time I'm noticing that. This card is fine in Commander. This one has more hoops to jump through and all that. It's a lot more restricted than Mirror Form, but a similar card in some ways. But cares, tokens decks care more about this card. And any token deck can play it because it's an artifact. Probably some shenanigans. I will give this card a 6 out of respect, but 0 standard play whatsoever. That is all Commander right there. Mischievous Sneakling is 2 mana, 1 and a Dimir for a 2/2 shapeshifter with Changeling and Flash. I kind of like it. I'm not playing it in standard, but I kind of like it, man. 3.5, seriously. Miss Meadow Council is 5 mana creature, 4 and a green for a 4/3 Kithkin advisor. Costs 1 less to cast if you've got a Kithkin. When it enters, draw a card. Fine, I guess, in draft. We'll give it a 2.9. No, we won't. We'll give it a 2.7. Moon Glove Extractor is 3 mana, 2 and a black for a 2/1 Elf Warlock. When it attacks, you draw a card, you lose a life. I think you probably play all of these. Right? It's common. It usually replaces itself with nothing else. Even if it runs headlong into danger. Like it's replacing itself. So yeah, I'd probably play like 3 copies of this in limited. I think it's small for the mana cost. But what are you going to run it into a creature with a bunch of -1/-1 counters? You know, a creature that's supposed to be a 6/6, but it's just a 2/2. You know, so I actually kind of think this is halfway decent there. I'm going to give this a 3. Moonlit Lamenter is 3 mana, 2 and a white for a 2/5 Treefolk Cleric that enters with a -1/-1 counter. Pay 2 mana, 1 of it white. Remove a counter from the creature to draw a card. From this creature to draw a card at sorcery speed. There's another one I guess it's worth noting. If you can get a bunch of +1/+1 counters, it just says 2 mana, draw a card. That might be cool, but especially at sorcery speed, it's not that impressive. You know what I mean? So I'm just going to give this a, well, I'll throw a 3 on this too. Moon Shadow, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much for giving me more comments than I've gotten on a video in maybe the last 6 months. And you didn't even give them to me. You kind of gave them to Quan. So I was talking to Power Dragon the other day about our overrated cards in Lorwyn Eclipsed. And this is like one of his, you know, overrated picks. And I think that there are currently 300 and some odd comments on that video. 90% of them are like, but bro, Moonshadow is so good. Like, I gotta say that a tree. Yeah, I gave Moonlit Lamenter a tree. That's cute. That's cute. I'm telling you, you guys should be in this chair and not me. Anyway, Moonshadow, I think is quite good, but he did convince me in some ways of the ways it could be bad. I think one thing that not everyone has seen is that whenever 1 or more permanent cards are put into your yard from anywhere, that is kind of a big deal. Because if I play an Overlord of the Bale Merc on turn 2, I don't just instantly get like a 5/5 Moonshadow. I get a 2/2 Moonshadow. It's not as good. You know? If I manage to cash grab on turn 3, I got a 3/3. You know? Yeah, this in Modern. Yeah, Modern and Legacy have access to fetch lands. And I think that with fetch lands, this card gets many times better. You know, if you've got like fetch land into Stitcher Supplier, something like that, right? Then yeah, you're pulling a lot of counters off of it pretty efficiently. I think the goal with this is to swing for 4 on turn 3. Right? Anytime you've got a 1 mana 4/4 with a keyword ability, it was probably worth putting that guy in your deck. You know? So I like that about it. But what do you rate the card? Right? Like, what do you actually rate a card like this? Gorgeous Magic card too, by the way. Olivier did fantastic on this. I will give Moonshadow. It looks so awesome too. I will give Moonshadow an 8.1. Oh my God. I think it's worth the hype. Yeah, I mean, yeah, of course you can remove the counters. I mean, yeah, of course you can. But I kind of agree with Power Dragon that you might be pulling them off too slowly. That said, there's a part of my mind that's like, dude, as soon as this is a 1 mana 3/3 menace, it's a really good Magic card, and that only takes a couple of turns. So I think it's probably worth a fair amount of hype, even in Standard where we don't have that many good fetches. The farther back you go, the better it gets, right? Cards like that are usually crazy, but no real Commander playability. I don't, whatever. And I actually think that Standard is the other worst format for this card. I think you have to go more and more back to make the card playable, but obviously means it's good. You know, if you can break through all the 1-drops that currently see play in Legacy and start seeing play, I think that's a sign of a good card. So I'm going to give Moonshadow. I've already rated it, but I'm going to rate it again. I'll give this card an 8.2. I'll bump it up to an 8.2. I think that this is more than playable. More than playable. Moon Vigil Adherence is 4 mana, 2 and 2 green for a 0/0 elf trio with trample. It's +1/+1 for each creature you control and each dude in your graveyard. So I used to love creatures like this. Like, this used to be like my favorite kind of guy. And I will say, if you have like 15 dudes in your graveyard, if you have that, and you either cast or reanimate this dude, then suddenly you have a 15/15 trample. Like, one of the worst problems with Lurgoyf type creatures is that they often don't have trample. Are you willing to pay 2 extra mana? Are you willing to pay double for a Lurgoyf with trample? And that also counts the creatures you control. So it's like the rabbit 2-drop, right? A Beauregard Mentor or whatever, or something like that. It's like that combined with a Lurgoyf. I kind of think this card is super cool. Like super duper cool. I kind of want to build a Pauper EDH deck around it, right? Like it's in that territory. That said, it's not like amazing. I'll just give it a 3.6, but even that's higher than I should give it. I just like stuff like this, like a lot. I always have. More concise is 2 mana, 1 and a green for a Kindred Elf enchantment. At the beginning of your upkeep, Surveil 1. Ooh. Pay 6 mana and sacrifice this thing to create X 2/2 black and green elf creature tokens. X being the number of elf cards in your yard. Activate only as a sorcery. Maybe some commander play. Could be. I don't think it's fast enough for standard, but one thing I'll point out about this is that, you know what it reminds me of? And you're going to call me crazy. I am specifically not saying it is these cards. But it kind of reminds me of like a Sylvan Library. The best version of this is a Sylvan Library. It reminds me more really of a Miri's Guile. You know, look at the top 3 cards of your library, put them back in any order. It's a 1 mana enchantment. So it's from the same like DNA as those cards, right? A green enchantment that lets you fix your draw every turn. Which honestly isn't terrible if the game's going a while. If the game is going a while, you can pay 6 and get, I don't know, 10 2/2s. That's, I don't know, there's something there, but I'll just give the card a 4.3, right? Morkant's Loyalist is a pretty good card. 3 mana, 1 black green for a 3/2 elf warrior. Other elves you control get +1/+1. When this guy dies, return another elf card from your graveyard to your hand. So, first of all, doesn't have to be an elf creature card, just an elf card. So that's, you can get kindred stuff back with it. That's neat. But this will die. You know, it's a 3 mana 3/2. So a 3 mana creature again that dies to Trajectory and Burst Lightning and Dry Torch the Tower and right. You got to worry about that. But it is an elf lord, and when it does die, it gets an elf back for you. So you don't care. You know what I mean? Maybe if you have another copy in your graveyard, they can just keep getting each other back, and that might be cool. And in Commander, for what it's worth, yeah, you probably played this card in Commander. So that makes it pretty good. I mean, anytime you see a new elf lord, you know, you judge it based on the other ones. And I won't say this is one of the best, but it is basically the only one that knows it's going to die and gives you some sort of, you know, bonus for that. Right? I don't love playing a 3-drop that for 1 mana gets me blown out completely. Because not only, when it dies, not only does it die, right? But now all my attacking elves are smaller and I just get murdered in combat. So you do have to like worry about cards like this a little bit, but I'm still going to give it a 6 because it's going to see a fair amount of play, right? Morningtide's Light is 4 mana, 3 and a white for a sorcery. Exile any number of target creatures. At the beginning of the next end step, return those cards to the battlefield tapped under their owner's control. Till your next turn, prevent all damage that would be dealt to you in exile. Morningtide's Light. So a few different ways to use this card, right? You can alpha your opponent by just wiping all their creatures for a turn. Even if you don't alpha them, you still won't take combat damage from them next turn, which is pretty cute. This in some ways breaks parity really, really well. It breaks the game in Commander in some ways. Because, you know, now you can exile everyone's creatures, even your own. Every single person's creatures. And now still until the end of your next turn, everyone can try and come at you and they won't do nothing. So that's good. I think it's a fine card in some situations. Ultimately, I think the card's bad though. I really do. No standard play, very likely. Even in Commander, it's just good in like decks that want fogs. If you like fogs in your deck, this is a good card. So I'm going to maybe be a little controversial here and give this card a 4. I think the best thing it does is blink all your guys. That's the best thing it does. Aside from that, I don't know. I just don't know, man. I will say this too. One last little piece of tech with this. This could work really interestingly with Chronotog. Chronotog is from like Visions, I want to say. It's an ATOG. ATOGs eat stuff to get +2/+2. That's what they do. Sometimes they eat artifacts, sometimes they eat creatures, whatever. This ATOG eats turns. Chronotog says, skip your next turn to give it like +3/+3 in this case. So if I cast Morningtide's Light and then I eat my next 50 turns, I can just sit there, right? I'm not taking any combat damage. I'm not taking any burn damage. I'm not drawing cards off the top of my library, so I'm not milling. So could I potentially eat my next literally 100 turns with a Chronotog and just sit there while everyone else mills out? Is that a possibility? Maybe. It's cute. But anyway, Mornsong Aria is 3 mana, 1 and 2 black for a legendary enchantment. Players cannot draw cards or gain life. At the beginning of each player's draw step, that player loses 3 life, searches their library for a card, puts it in their hand, shuffles. So the bad part about this is your opponent gets to search for a card first. That card could either win in the game or be something you cannot answer, or it can just be an enchantment removal piece. But if it is a piece that removes an enchantment, you kind of cast a bolt to the face. You know what I mean? That's fine. That forces them to use mana too, I guess. But this, I think, is just a commander-only card. I don't think this is playable in basically any other format. But Marlin the Morn Song kind of does this from the original, Lorwyn sets. And that's like a $30 card or like a $50 card. It's high up there. Cool with Opposition Agent. Gaz, I had no idea you were evil. I didn't know you were an evil person. Yeah, I guess it's also good with even Mind Sensor, like stuff like that. Yeah, it's really, really good. But yeah, ultimately, I think that since that card is so expensive in Commander, it's only been printed once, right? There's reasons for it. This card's probably going to be at least somewhat popular. It's a freaking tutor every turn. So I'm going to give this a 6.9, and it's a pretty nice card, but ultimately, I don't love stuff like this. I don't. I do love this mountain, though. You guys seen this mountain? Not even the best basic in the set is coming. Mud Button Curse Tosser, everybody. This is the guy I was talking about earlier when I said that there's another 1-drop that acts as a removal spell. I think it's better than the last guy. Just puts a -1/-1 counter. Mud Butt over here, old Mud Butt Tosser. It's a single black mana. Don't be tossing Mud Butt. You got to demand a shower at that point. A single black mana for a 2/1 Goblin Warlock as an additional cost to cast this spell. Behold a Goblin or pay 2. This creature cannot block. When this creature dies, destroy target creature an opponent controls. With power 2 or less, son. Yeah, this is my nickname in college. Mud Butt Tosser. This guy is like maybe my favorite card in the set. I hate so much that you have to like behold a Goblin or pay mana. If you have to pay mana, you get a 3-mana 2/1 that you no longer actually get mana value on when it dies, which sucks. If you pay 1 mana for this, you can effectively get mana value by killing a guy. That's great. But even if I have to pay 3 mana for this, I guess I'm okay with it. I guess I'm okay with it, dude. But for the one, if I'm in Goblin Aristocrats, and Goblins looks like an Aristocrats deck. If I'm in a Goblin Aristocrats deck, you mean to tell me, my friend, that I can Village Rites or Corrupted Conviction, whichever one you like, this Curse Tosser away, draw 2 cards, and kill one of your guys. It's crazy. This can kill an Ouroboros the turn after it comes into play. If all it got was the 1 token, the 1 counter. This doesn't say, mana cost, 1 or less. Power. So again, this kills, Ouroboros and stuff. And Preacher of the Schism, right? It's a 2 power creature. So yeah, you could get some mana value off of it, even if you paid the full 3 for it. So just a cool little dude, man. Like, I'm going to be bone splintering this dude like all season. Like, kill your hugest guy and kill your smallest guy for 1 mana. I love this creature. I'm going to give this, and this is where the fact that it's me doing this comes into play. I think I am being biased here, but I'm going to give this card a 6.3. I really think this might be one of the best Aristocrats 1-drops to ever exist. Shame that it has to play with Goblins specifically. Mutable Explorer is 3 mana. This can kill a Mud Button Tosser. Yes, it can, actually. Yes, it can. And then that one will kill another one of your Mud Button Curse Tossers. Mutable Explorer is 3 mana, 2 and a green for a 1/1 Shapeshifter with Changeling. When this creature enters, you get a tapped Mutavault token. Insane. This card's insane. Yeah, it kills Badger Mole Cub, the Curse Tosser. Yeah, see now. It kills a lot of really important standard creatures. But Mutable Explorer, this card is nuts. This card, do you understand how great this card is? It's like, I think it's better than Summon Fenrir. I think it might be better than Overlord of the Hauntwoods for a lot of intents. If you are picking stuff back up, and if you're picking stuff up and putting it down, like Boomerang Basics, Esper Pixie, whatever. If you're doing cards like that, this card's good. If you are blinking it, it's obviously really, really good. If you're reanimating it with like a helping hand or something like that, card is very good, man. I feel like the second time you play a Mutable Explorer, you haven't won the game, but you've got 2 Mutavaults. Having 2 Mutavaults and 2 Explorers, by the way, is having 4 creatures with the same creature type, because they're all Changeling creatures. Getting 2 Mutavaults, it didn't fix your mana, right? It didn't fix your actual color mana. But getting 2 Mutavaults means that you now play through every sweeper your opponent will ever play for the rest of the game. That's crazy. Is normal Mutavault in standard? It's not. Mutavault is not in standard. But I think that this could be like day one, the best 3 mana make a land guy. We got a bunch of them in standard. But the moment you get the second Mutavault off of this, I think it is demonstrably the best one, right? Problem is you don't have to play Summon Fenrir twice to make it good, you know what I mean? But I don't think you have to play this twice to make it good either. I really don't. Fixing your mana is a good thing on all the other like 3 mana versions of this effect, but god dang, this gives you a Mutavault, dude. This gives you a Mutavault. That's crazy. It's so good. 6.75. This is a very good card. Nameless Inversion is a reprint. It's a decent removal spell. I will give this like a 3.6. It's fine. Nightmare Sower over here is 4 mana, 3 and a black for a 2/3 fairy assassin with flying and lifelink. Whenever you cast a spell during an opponent's turn, put a -1/-1 counter on up to 1 target creature. So this I kind of like for Commander, but also it will probably never actually see play. I'm not sure. I think 4 mana is probably too much for this, even in that format. But I like it, man. I do kind of like this. You know, cast a removal spell, cast a counter spell, cast a card draw spell, whatever. This reminds me of Fairy Tauntings from the original Lorwyn. So whenever you cast a spell during an opponent's turn, ping everybody for a damage. Cute spell. This is a removal engine. Sick. There's a chance this is really good, but not standard. It's priced out of standard. In Commander, I kind of like it. I'll go all the way. I'll give this a 4.35. I think this is okay. Noggle Robber, baby. I love this guy. 3 mana, 1 and 2 Gruul hybrids for a 3/3 Noggle Rogue. When it enters or dies, you get a treasure token. This guy's crazy. Like, I seriously think this thing is insane. Like, a 3 mana, 3/3 that gives you 2 treasures? What are you talking about? This is good. Like, that's fantastic. Right? Am I being stupid here? Or is this card actually like Jewel Thief? It's kind of like a Jewel Thief. It doesn't have Vigilance or Trample. But like Jewel Thief Piggy Bank at the same time. That's so good. That's a good card. It usually trades in combat too and leaves behind the treasure token. Like if you play this on turn 3, you have 3 mana, right? So if you play this on turn 3, you get a treasure token, block with it, take something out in combat, it dies too. Untap with 5 mana on the table, play a land, you have 6 on turn 3. Am I wrong? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You have 5. You have 5 on turn 3 when this dies. I like it, like a lot. I don't know if it sees play, but it's not like Burning Tree Emissary, right? But like, I definitely think there's a lot to this card, dude. I'm going to give this like a 5.4. I'm serious. I think this is actually pretty good. Just keep an eye on it. Noggle the Mind is 2 mana, 1 and a blue for an aura. It's an enchantment with flash that enchants a creature. Enchanted creature loses all abilities and is a colorless Noggle with base power and toughness 1/1. It's just eaten by piranhas, right? It's basically the same thing. 3.65, sure. We are in the O's, ladies and gentlemen. That means that we are a little more than halfway through, I think. And we are 3 hours and 7. Oh my God, we better be way more than halfway through. Oko Lorwyn Liege is 3 mana, 2 and a blue for a 3 loyalty planeswalker. At the beginning of your first main phase, pay green. If you do, transform it. +2, up to 1 target creature gains all creature types. +1, target creature gets -2, -0 till your next turn. If you do flip this over, you get Shadowmoor Scion Oko. Beginning of your first main phase, pay blue to turn it back. -1, mill 3 cards. You may put a permanent card from among them into your hand. Okay. -3, you get 2 3/3 green elk creature tokens. -6, choose a creature type. You get an emblem with creatures you control the chosen type. Get +3/+3, have vigilance and hexproof. Remember, this starts on 3. You can go up to 5 the first turn it's in play. So it shouldn't be too long. You get to that -6 right there. But either way, this is maybe the card in the set I don't know what to feel about the most. Again, 3 mana. If you look very closely, this is the largest I've ever seen the card. If you look very closely, he has an outline right here that can really only be one thing. The artist thought to put that in. This is, but again, I don't know what to think about this card more than like any other card in the entire set. I really don't. Maybe you play this for 3 and you kneecap a creature, right? A la like Jace Completed Mind or whatever it's called. Just +1 it, becomes a 4 loyalty planeswalker. First turn it's in play. That costs you 3 mana. Next turn you flip it over and you get 2 Elves. Right? And you still have an Oko. You still have a 1 loyalty Oko at that point. Is that good enough? Is it? You know, like the next turn you can choose to not transform it and get a free permanent off of it and mills. Or you can transform it and just like neuter another creature. You know, like, is it fine? Is it okay? Yeah, 2 3s for 4 ain't that bad, right? Yeah, and it's 4 mana in installments too. And in the meantime, you got to kneecap a guy for a turn. You know, it's fine. Where does it go though? I just don't know. I'm gonna give Oko a 5.7, just because I think this is a playable planeswalker. I just don't know where the hell you play it. You know what I mean? But anyway, Omni Changeling is 5 mana, 3 and double blue for a 0/0 Changeling. Shapeshifter with Changeling. Also has Convoke. You may have this creature enter as a copy of any creature on the entire battlefield, except it has Changeling. Cool art by the way, by Jeff Lobenstein. I just like this style. But this might be okay too. You know, if you got like 3 creatures and now your clone that copies anything costs 2 mana, okay. You know, I'm not going to give this more than a 4.2, but I like it. I like the potentially free clone, right? That could be really, really good. Overgrown Tombs next. We've already done the dual lands in the set. Perfect Intimidation. This is 4 mana, 3 and a black. For a sorcery, choose one or both. Target opponent exiles 2 cards from their hand, or remove all counters from target creature. Again, Morcant in the art. You're telling me that's not supposed to be Tappy Toe Claws? Like they didn't just... Okay, anyway. This is not good for 4 mana. At sorcery speed, you get a Mind Rot that forces exiles, or both. You know, you get both. You get to remove all the counters from a Mossborn Hydra, or something with a bunch of -1/-1 counters on your side. You remove all the counters from an Ajani's Pride Maid or something. It's cute, but not good enough. Not really. So I'll just give this a 3. Personify. This is 2 mana, 1 and a white for an instant. Exile a creature you control. Return that card to the battlefield under its owner's control. Create a 1/1 colorless shapeshifter creature token with Changeling. Now, I don't love that this has to be a creature you control. I wish this was just like a card capable of getting tempo out of the opponent. That might be nice. Ultimately, though, I think any sort of 2 mana blinker card is okay, especially at instant speed, that you want your blinks to be instant. So I'll give it a 4.9. We're very close with this one. Pestered Wellguard, which I always want to call Westered Pelguard for some reason. I just want to mix it up. I don't know why. This I kind of like a little bit. 4 mana, 3 and a blue for a 3/2 Merfolk Soldier. Whenever this creature becomes tapped, create a 1/1 blue and black fairy creature token with flying. So if I throw like a Freed from the Real on this, Freed from the Real is 3 mana for an aura that enchants a creature. Pay a blue mana to untap the creature. Play a blue mana to tap the creature. So if I pay a blue to tap him, get a 1/1. Untap him with a blue mana. Tap him with a blue mana, get a 1/1. Untap him with a blue mana. Tap him with a blue mana, get a 1/1. I think that's a fun little combo. I think that's kind of cute, but ultimately that's the only thing I can really think to do with it. Cute again in limited. I think this might be cool for having like a Batter Blossom. You know, it's not a Better Blossom. Definitely, it's probably a Batter Blossom, but close enough in some context. So maybe keep an eye on it. 4 mana 3/2s aren't usually great, but I might chance that one. I'll give it a 3.8. Pitiless Fists is 4 mana, 3 and a green for an aura that enchants a creature you control. When it enters, enchanted creature fights up to 1 target creature an opponent controls, and the enchanted creature gets +2/+2. So this is just kind of a removal spell that makes your creature larger, which I think makes it worth trying to play it as an aura in limited, but nowhere else. I will give this a 2.6. This Plains is the undisputed champion of basic lands, not only in this set, but maybe in Standard. I think this could actually be my favorite basic land in all of Standard. What a gorgeous Plains. Good job, Zoltan Boros. You always do such a freaking good job. There aren't enough good Plains. There really aren't enough good Plains, but this one is. Prideful Feastling is 3 mana, 2 and a Orzhov hybrid for a 2/3 shapeshifter with Changeling and lifelink. Barely playable in limited, but I think it's there. I think you might be able to do it. I will give this a 2.0. It's like all the other Changeling with a keyword abilities we've seen so far. 181 through 240 of 273. We were almost there, everybody. Prisma Basher is 6 mana. This is, I believe this is the Colossal Dreadmaw of the set. 6 mana for a 6/6 trample. So yeah, Vivid. When this creature enters, up to X target creatures you control get +X/+X till end of turn, where X is your Vivid. So not only is it the Colossal Dreadmaw, it's also the Overrun effect. Very clever, and I think too at pre-release, extraordinarily playable. I think this card's very, very good there. So just for that, I want to bump it up a few tenths of a point, man. I'm going to give this card a 4. Like, this is a little better than it looks, but mostly at pre-release. Prismatic Undercurrents has incredible Steve Ellis art. Everybody brought their A game on this one, buddy. 4 mana, 3 and a green for an enchantment with Vivid. When it enters, search your library for up to X basic lands, X being the number of colors among permanents you control. Reveal those cards, put them into your hand, and then shuffle. But you may play an additional land on each of your turns. I think there might be some bracket 2 or 3 commander players that appreciate having a card that says this last line of text that doesn't cost $5 minimum. You know, this tends to be a pretty pricey ability to have on cards. So cool to have an uncommon one, and one that kind of draws like 5 cards all at one time is kind of neat. I don't know. I like the idea of the card, but I don't think it's actually very competitive. I'll give the card a 4 though. I will. Protective Response is 3 mana, 2 and a white for an instant with Convoke. Destroy target attacking or blocking creature. You are telling me that what we have here is a free removal spell, ladies and gentlemen. And sometimes it's just going to cost you like 1 mana. Even if you tap down one guy, it costs you 2. Still worth it. Still worth it, right? I'm going to give this thing a 5. I really think this is an incredible removal spell. As a matter of fact, I'll give this a 6. I won't. Split the difference. I know it might sound crazy to some of y'all, but again, Commander comes into this a little bit. And Commander players, god dang, they love their free removal spells, don't they? They just, oh, it's free? I'll take it. Oh, 7 hoops I have to jump through? It's free, though, at the end, right? I'll take that. So, yeah, I'll give this a 5.6. I really think this card is kind of stupid, actually, when it comes down to it. Puka's Eye is 2 mana for an artifact. When it enters, draw a card, then choose a color. This artifact becomes the chosen color. Pay 3, tap it, draw a card. Activate only if there are 5 colors among permanents that you control. Tough to make that work, and even when you can draw a card, it costs 3, right? So seems like it wants to be commander playable, but actually isn't at the end of the day. It's just Prophetic Prism, but slightly better. And Prophetic Prism used to be playable depending on the pile, but not in 2026. Even this one, I don't think so. So I'm just going to give this a 3.7 and keep pushing. Pummeler for Hire is 5 mana, 4 and a green for a 4/4 giant mercenary with vigilance and reach and ward 2. When it enters, you gain X life, X being the greatest power among giants you control. So what this is a 5 mana, 4/4 vigilance, reach, ward 2, gain 4 life when it comes into play. Is that actually kind of good? Like, I'm not playing this in standard. I don't think I'm playing it in standard. But, I mean, 5 mana, 4/4, difficult to kill, 2 keyword abilities, and just gains me at least 4 life, if not more. I like it. I'm going to give this a 4.2. I'm serious. That's not bad. I mean, obviously it's not yet a 5 or whatever, but I still think, like, this is a very strong limited card, if nothing else, dude. Pyrrhic Strike costs 3 mana, 2 and a white for an instant. As an additional cost to cast it, you can blight 2. Choose 1. If you blighted, choose both. Destroy target artifact or enchantment, or destroy target creature with mana value 3 or greater. So, as long as you can blight, it's kind of a 2-for-1. Another thing commander players tend to really like. And this is not unconditional on both modes, but you're getting something good with both modes. So I kind of like this too. I give this a 4.7 because you can't make it free. But you can make it up to 2-for-1. I like that. Raiding Schemes is 5 mana, 3 and Gruel for an enchantment. Each non-creature spell you cast has Conspire. That's cute. As you cast a non-creature spell, you may tap 2 untapped creatures you control that share color with it. If you do that, copy the non-creature spell you're casting. A copy of a permanent spell becomes a token. Remember that. So, really cool commander card. Maybe up and down the most commander card in the entire set, really. So, I will give this a 5.7, though. As again, it's fun in commander. Reaping Willow. Not Weeping. Reaping Willow. By the way, Igor Kierstick, maybe? Crushed it. Love this style. 4 mana, 1 and 3 Orzhov hybrids for a 3/6 Treefolk Cleric with lifelink. It enters with 2 -1/1 counters on it. You can pay 1 and an Orzhov hybrid to remove 2 counters from this thing and return a creature card mana value 3 or less from your yard to the battlefield at sorcery speed. I don't think this is very good, but maybe I'd play it at pre-release. I will give this a 2.8. Reckless Ransacking is 2 mana, 1 and a red for an instant. A creature gets +3/+2 till end of turn. create a treasure token. That is neat right there, baby. Probably not playing it too often, but it's not a bad combat trick either. I'll give it a 3.3. Reluctant Doomguard is 3 mana, 2 and a white for a 4/4 Kithkin soldier that enters with 2 -1/1 counters. Whenever another creature you control enters, while this guy has a counter, remove a counter. So, okay, I guess, you know, it's whatever. I'll give this a 2.4. Requiting Hex is insane. There's a single black mana for an instant. As additional cost to cast it, you can blight 1. Destroy a creature with mana value 2 or less. If this spell's additional cost was paid, you gain 2 life. So you don't really have to blight in order to make this an insanely playable removal spell. This is my #1 sleeper in the set because it's less than $1 as I record this. That's so stupid. It will not be less than $1 for very long, or at least that's my prediction. I'm not sure that I know for a fact. I can't see the future, but this looks like a really stupid, stacked, dumb, incredible removal spell that people will be playing for a long time, especially in older formats. I think this is a great removal spell. So I'm going to give this like a 7.6, and I'm serious. This is the best removal spell in the set. I'm pretty sure it's the best removal spell in the set. Seriously, in a few sets at this point. Better than you might think, unless you already know. Let me say it that way. Wretched Wretch is 3 mana, 2 and a black for a 4/2 Gobbo. When it dies, if it had a -1/1 counter on it, return it to the battlefield under its owner's control. It loses all abilities. So a form of persist a little bit, I guess. Or whatever, you know. It's supposed to want it. It wants a -1/1. So that's kind of clever. But in any case, this is just kind of a cute little callback. I'll give it a 2.5. Risk the Evermore. Guy I actually really, really like, dude. 2 mana, 1 and a white for a 2/2 legendary elf warrior with flash. When he enters, another creature you control gains persist until end of turn. You can pay a white and tap risk to remove any number of counters from a creature you control at sorcery speed. Sorcery speed kind of sucks on the activated, but who cares, you know? Removing a bunch of counters from stuff can be really good. Stun counters, -1, -1s, whatever. Right. But I just like the Save a Guy mode. And the Save a Guy mode, unlike a lot of Save a Guys, repeats the ETB on that guy. You know, unlike a Nurturing Pixie or something like that, or, you know, let's say an Ambrosia Whiteheart, which can save a creature. You know, you don't have to like repay the mana for it or anything like that. You just repeat the ETB right then and there, and your opponent's removal spell doesn't work, and that can blow people out entirely. So I think I really like this card, and I might shock you with the score, but I actually think this is like a 6.8. Like, I think this is actually kind of phenomenal. Yeah, risk with Moon Shadow, remove all the counters from Shadow. That's cute. But yeah, I think this card is kind of phenomenal. I really do. I want to give it higher than I've given it, but I'll stick with 6.8 and want to give it a 7.7. I really like this card, dude. Bedtime for me, Vacantha. See you later, bud. Thanks for coming. Rhyme Chill is 7 mana, 6 and a blue for an instant with the Vivid. The spell costs 1 less to cast for each color among permanents you control. Tap up to 2 target creatures, put a stun counter on each of them, and draw a card. So if you have full Vivid, what does it cost? 2 mana? Still not good. I still don't think that's very good for 2. I don't. I'm going to give this a 2. I don't like it. Rhyme Fire Torque is 2 mana, 1 and a blue for an artifact. When it enters, choose a creature type. Whenever a permanent you control the chosen type enters, this thing gets a charge counter. Tap, remove 3 charges from this artifact. When you next cast an instant or sorcery spell this turn, copy it. Choose new targets for the copy. So I like this in Commander because you're just going to be casting spells anyway. You know, you just drop this on turn 2, and then you start playing the creature type that's in your deck, and eventually, you know, just for playing Magic, it'll give you a copied instant or a sorcery. There's problems though. You know, you're building a deck that wants a bunch of creatures, but the deck also wants a bunch of instants and sorceries. And the deck has to make room for this one artifact as well, at the very least. So, easier said than done. I could see it in Commander, but basically nowhere else. It's really slow. So, I will just give this a 4.7. I want to like it more than I do. Rhymekin Recluse is 3 mana, 2 and a blue for a 3/2 elemental wizard. When it enters, return up to 1 other target creature to its owner's hand. Kind of in a lot of ways, better like Mana War style effect. I will give this a 3.7. I think that's where we are with it. Riverguard's Reflexes is 2 mana, 1 and a white for an instant. Target creature gets +2/+2 and first strike till EOT. Untap it. Brutal combat trick and limited. I think this will just mess with a lot of people out of nowhere. Remember, it exists, you know, when you go off to pre-release. There's actually not that many combat tricks in this format. I don't know if you've noticed, but there aren't a whole lot of cards wasted, quote unquote, on combat tricks. So the ones we do have, remember they exist, right? That said, I'll just give this a 2.3. Rooftop Percher is 5 mana for a 3/3 shapeshifter with Changeling and Flying. When it enters, exile 2 cards from graveyards, you gain 3 life. So fits a few different bills in limited, right? It's an awesome little guy. More Nils Ham art, chilling on the roof, awesome looking dude. But, you know, this can mess with elf strategies. You know, it can take stuff out of their graveyard for Reanimator. Elves want stuff in the graveyard. It flies. It's a 3/3. Any deck can play it. It's any creature type you want it to be. This is the kind of limited card that shores a lot of stuff up on the edges. I'll give it a 2.3. Runaway Together is a reprint. I will give this a 2.5. Safe Right Cavalry is 4 mana, 3 and a green for a 4/4 elf warrior that can't be blocked by more than one guy. Pay 5 and an elf you control gets +2/+2 till end of turn. Very normal limited card. 2.4 on this one. Sanar Innovated First Year is 4 mana, 2 and 2 Izzet hybrids for a 2/4 legendary Gobbo Sorcerer. A Tom Sawyer with Vivid. At the beginning of your first main phase, reveal cards from the top of your library till you reveal X non-land cards, X being the number of colors among permanents you control. Each of those colors, you may exile a card that's of that color from among the revealed cards. Then shuffle, cast the exiled cards this turn. So it has to be this turn. You don't get to the end of your next. But what this actually does is give you 2 cards that are not lands every single turn. At least, you know, it's in play. So you have 2 colors. So if you have literally no other cards out, this draws kind of 2 cards every single turn. That's neat. That's actually pretty neat. Strawberry System 22, I made it to Diamond 1. Congratulations, Strawberry System. We're proud of you. That's the first time chat, too. I'm glad. I really am. It can be tough nowadays. But, yeah, I actually kind of like this guy. Just a little bit, like maybe in Commander, but even in Standard, I mean, you're sitting there on a 4-drop that's giving you 2-3 cards a turn, dude. Like, it's okay. That's kind of all right. Always gives you action, too. That's the real thing with this, is that it always gives you action. It never gives you lands. I like that. So I'm actually going to give this a 5.1, and we'll see where it goes from there. Sapling Nursery, another big Commander card that, dare I say, playable in Standard, 6 and 2 green, so 8 mana for an enchantment. Affinity for forests and landfall. Whenever a land you control enters, you get a 3/4 green Treefolk creature token with reach. You can pay 2 mana and exile it to have Treefolk and forest you control gain indestructible until end of turn. Pretty good if you have an Ashaya, making all your dudes forest. Awaken the Woods gives you a bunch of 1/1 forests. Dryad Arbor, I guess is the thing. So that's cute. If you mean to cast an Armageddon that turn, might be nice to give your Treefolk and forest indestructible, right? Jackal Hops that turn, give all your forest indestructible. Could be cool. But I think the idea behind this one is mostly just landfall, make a 3/4. And in a lot of cases, I think this is like probably the same amount to cast as a Felidar Retreat. And it's just giving you bigger guys in a Felidar Retreat. That's okay. You know, I mean, maybe in the kind of deck that's just a bunch of like sweepers. You know, I got like 8 sweepers in my deck. In Sapling Nursery, Felidar Retreat, right? It could work. Obviously a D's Commander card. I'm going to give this a 6 and not a penny higher. Not a penny more. But I do like it, you know. Scarblade Scout is 2 mana, 1 and a black for a 2/2 Elf Scout with lifelink when it enters. Mill 2 cards. That's not terrible, especially in the Elves decks that want to mill cards and stuff and limited. But altogether, 2 mana for a 2/2 with a decent keyword ability and a good ETB. Let's kind of go. I'll give this a 4. Scarblade's Malice is a single black mana for an instant. Target creature you control gains Death Touch and lifelink until end of turn. When that creature dies this turn, you get a 2/2 black-green elf creature token. A little bit reminiscent of a turn Inside Out, but in black. And I like that. It's mostly going to be used as a kill spell, though. I will give this... I do like it, though. I will give this a 4. I will. I like the card. Scuzzback Scrounger, 2 mana, 1 and a red. For a second, looking at the art, I thought, like, is this the TMNT set? Have they already printed a Rocksteady? Is that what I'm looking at? This is 2 mana, 1 and a red for a 3/2 Gobbo Warrior. Beginning of your first main phase, you may Blight 1. If you do, you get a treasure token. Solid. Solid little magic card, but not much more than solid. I'll give it a 5.2. Seer is 2 mana for an instant that deals 4 damage to a creature or planeswalker. Does not get much more simple than that. I respect the instant speed, but I will just give this a 4. Well, let's go 3.9. Selfless Safe Ride is 5 mana, 3 and double green for a 4/2 Elf Warrior with Flash and Convoke. When it enters, choose a creature type, probably Elf. Other permanents you control of that type gain hexproof and indestructible until end of turn. So if you just tap down some elves or whatever, flash it in, whole team's safe. Probably going to see playing elves till the end of time. I'll give this a 6. It's a heroic intervention on a body. It might just be for one specific deck and a couple of other creature type decks, but I think it's worth that 6. You'll see this card in your buddy's elf deck, guaranteed. Shadow Urchin is 3 mana, 2 and a Rakdos for a 3/4 oof. Whenever it attacks, Blight 1. Whenever a creature you control with 1 or more counters on it dies, exile that many cards from the top of your library. Until your next end step, you may play those cards. You know what this goes in? Fire Lord Zuko. If you remember correctly, Fire Lord Zuko gives your creatures +1/+1 counters when you play stuff from not your hand, right? If you play stuff from exile, for instance, all your creatures get +1/+1 counters. Well, look at that. Now when your creatures die, you get to impulse draw and play those cards, thus putting more +1/+1 counters on creatures. Just insanely good in Fire Lord Zuko. Insanely good in that probably just commander deck or brawl deck too, for what that's worth. But I'm not sure how good it is outside of that, like one very specific interaction. So I'm going to give this a 4.3. I have some faith in it, but not enough. Shimmer Creep is 5 mana, 4 and a black for an elemental with menace. It's a 3/5, and it has Vivid. When this creature enters, each opponent loses X life. You gain X life, X being your Vivid. You know, I said this on Twitter. This looks a lot like, you guys remember the episode of South Park where they get lost on the bus in the mountains. The bus breaks down, and Mrs. Crabtree, whatever the bus driver's name is, like, you know, sit down and don't leave, or a big scary monster will eat you. That whole episode. This looks like the big scary monster from that episode to me. It's got more of a bull head or whatever, but just like its body is that thing. Like it's uncanny to me how much it reminds me of that monster. This is not Gary. I see some people being like, bro, it's the new Gary. No, it isn't, you know, it's just not that. We've actually got a card like this already from many sets ago. I think it's a vampire, you know, and it basically does this. Do you play that card in Commander? I don't think so. I do think it's cool, but I'm not going to give it more than like a 3.3. I want it to be great, but it's just not. Shimmerwild's Growth is 2 mana, 1 and a green for an aura that enchants a land. As this aura enters, choose a color. Enchanted Land is the chosen color. Whenever Enchanted Land is tapped for mana, its controller adds an additional 1 mana of the chosen color. So this is like slightly worse Fertile Ground, and that's really good for Enchantress decks and stuff. I'm going to go ahead and just throw a 5 on this because Fertile Ground is a 5. This is Fertile Ground, so it's 5. But back to Shimmer Creep for a second. I just had the dumbest idea ever. Let's say that you have Leyline of the Guild Pact. All right, you got Leyline of the Guild Pact. It is all 5 colors. You started the game with it. Now you spend the entire game milling and discarding Shimmer Creeps into your yard, or maybe playing them, right? If that's what you feel like doing. You just get a bunch of Shimmer Creeps in your yard. And then you play that black spell that we reviewed earlier. It's like it has Convoke. You choose a creature type, reanimate all the creatures of that creature type. So you just get like 4 Shimmer Creeps out of your yard. They deal 5 damage apiece. You dome your opponent for 20. You gain 20. You win the game. Huh? Come on. That's a stream deck right there. We're doing it. Doesn't make the card good, but it's fun. Shine Striker is 6 mana. Foggy Swamp Visions does something. Yeah, it can reanimate all of them too. I like it. Dutchy Sweets, I like it. I like your name too. Shine Striker is 6 mana, 4 and 2 blue for a 3/3 elemental with flying, and the best art Ron Spencer has ever produced. It also has Vivid. When this creature enters, draw cards equal to the number of colors among permanents you control. I lied. The best Ron Spencer art, to my mind, might be the Order of the Ebon Hand from Fallen Empires. But either way, good looking card. This is neat. I can draw 5 off of this card. I can draw 5 cards off this thing, man. You will not be able to keep me from playing this at pre-release. if I open a copy of this, my whole deck is about it, dude. I want a 3/3 flyer that draws 5. Yes, indeed. This is a Traxa. You guys understand this is a Traxa? It's not really, but it is really neat. It's great for blinking. It's even kind of nice for reanimating if you can reanimate it along with like a 4 or 5 color thing. I really think this draws a bunch of cards, like so many cards when it comes into play, and I like that about it. I'm going to give this a tentative 4.7. I actually think this has the potential to be very nuts in the right deck. Shore Lurker is 4 mana, 3 and a white for a 3/3 Merfolk Scout with flying. When it enters, surveil 1. That's it. It's all. It's a Phantom Warrior or Phantom Monster that surveils 1 on ETB. Kind of selling it to me. It's not that bad, actually. Give this a 2.5. Silver Gill Mentor, 1 in a blue for a 2/1 Merfolk Mizzard. Mizzard? It's a Mizzard. He's miserable. A Merfolk Wizard. As an additional cost to cast the spell, behold a Merfolk or pay 2. When it enters, you get a 1/1 white and blue Merfolk creature token. I guess blue didn't get a 1 mana 2. It's only 3 colors. Got a 1 mana 2/1. I should know what I'm talking about when I talk. This Merfolk deck, yeah, I think it's probably your other 2-drop beyond the ones that anthem your team. If you are playing another 2-drop or Flood Pit's Drowner, maybe you find room for this too. I will give this 4.7. I think it's just like role player status, but a good one. Silver Gill Peddler has great art. Look at those eyes. Look at the color palette on the stuff that she's like selling. I like this card's look. 3 mana, 2 in a blue for a 2/3 Merfolk Citizen. When it becomes tapped, draw a card, discard a card. It's kind of fine and limited, right? I'll give the save 2.4. Sizzling Changeling is 3 mana, 2 in a red for a 3/2 Shapeshifter with Changeling. When it dies, exile the top of your library. Till the end of your next turn, you can play that card if you feel like it. Again, fine. It's just a fine card. I'll give this a... I'll give it a 3. Sure. I think that it replaces itself a lot of the time. That's pretty good. Slumbering Walker, 5 mana, 3 and 2 white for a 4/7 Giant Warrior that enters with 2 -1/-1 counters. At the beginning of your end step, you may remove a counter from it. When you do, return a creature card, power 2 or less from your yard to the battlefield. Just a much worse Sigardian Savior, and Sigardian Savior saw no play in Standard. I will give this a 3.9, dude. I really just kind of don't like it. Soulbright Seeker, a 1 mana 2/1 for elementals. There it is. As an additional cost to cast it, behold an elemental or pay 2. Pay 1 red mana. A creature you control gains trample till end of turn. This is the 3rd time this ability is resolved this turn. Add 4 red mana. First of all, I guess like Soul Cauldron shenanigans. There's got to be some kind of shenanigans available with this, right? Slumbering Walker so close to a Sun Titan. All right. Soulbright Seeker. Maybe. We'll see. This is a Savannah Alliance that also produces mana. If you have enough, it produces mana. I think that's actually very good. It's quite good, dude. I'm going to give this a 5.4 because it's a Savannah Alliance that produces mana. It can at least get a 5.4, maybe more. Soul Immolation, one of the bigger commander cards in the set. 5 mana, 3 and double red for a sorcery. As an additional cost to cast it, Blight X. X cannot be greater than the greatest toughness among creatures you control. Immolation deals X damage to each opponent and each creature they control. Now, this has been the 3rd or 4th most expensive card in the set the entire time, amazingly. Doesn't look like it's the best card for Standard, but theoretically, right? You're killing one of your creatures and you're murdering their entire team. So it's effectively a one-sided sweeper save for one of your guys. If you got a big enough guy, by the way, let's say you do have that 2 mana 0/8, and you just blight 6. You get to keep your guy, and you kill their entire team. Pretty cool. And metal art, yeah, it's more Drew Tucker, man. Drew knows what he's doing. He's been at it for long enough, But I think there's a potential for Standard playability in this card, especially considering it hits face too. Soul Immolation deals X damage to each opponent and each creature they control. In Commander, I think the idea, what was the 0/8? It was like an octopus or something. It was a blue octopus. Now I can't remember what it was called. But Soul Immolation in Commander, if you say, you could do this in Standard, actually. You have Walls of Ba Sing Se out. Let's say I reanimate a Walls of Ba Sing Se on turn 3. And then, on turn 4, I ramp into Soul Immolation. Right? Well, I just blight 30 and deal 30 damage to my opponent. Can I do that? Is that a thing? Yeah, I can do that. It's a super fling. Yeah, it's basically a super fling. Kind of. Yeah, more or less. You don't necessarily have to sack the creature or anything, though, not depending on the situation. So, pretty neat. It's not going to replace Blasphemous Act in Commander, but I do think it can wipe the table in one shot if you do it right. And it doesn't have to be Walls of Ba Sing Se. There's 20 creatures that can easily at least kneecap your opponents to 10 life, right then and there, for a relatively efficient cost for what the card's actually doing. 5 mana is not cheap, but it's good for what it does. So I like the card a lot. I'm going to actually give this, because I tend to give sweepers a high score too. I will give this a 7.1. I think it's actually really good, actually. But Sourbread Ante, a card I was talking about earlier, gives you a bunch of bodies. This costs 4 mana, 2 and 2 red for a 4/3 Gobbo Warrior. When it enters, you may blight 2. If you do, create 2 1/1 black and red goblin creature tokens. So it does create 3 bodies. I think you should blight it most of the time, right? Because then you get a 2/1 and 2 1/1s. For 4 mana, that's not bad, especially goblins. Goblins wants that. Convoke decks want that. You know, it actually has some synergy with some other stuff going on. So altogether cool for limited. I like a board in the box. I will give this like a 3.5. You know, it's not bad. Spell Snare, a reprint. What do you score Spell Snare, everybody? God. Spell Snare is a 7.5. And the only reason I say that is because of its ridiculously long storied history and incredible professional pedigree. Never run into Spell Snare before. This is one of the most important cards in Magic for like 6 years straight. It's pretty good. Spine Rock Tyrant, another one of the commander cards in the set. 5 mana, 3 and 2 red for a 6/6 dragon with flying and wither. Whenever you cast an instant or sorcery spell with a single target, you can copy it. And if you do, those spells gain wither. You may choose new targets for the copy. I think this is kind of cute in like a firebending deck, right? Because you can play it and then the same turn attack with firebending guys and cast spells to copy them. Like that's a way you can get value out of it on turn 5. But I don't think there's an aggro deck alive, especially a firebending one that wants to pay 5 mana for a creature. I think that's right out. If you're looking at other 5 mana dragons in standard, you've got Dragon Hawk, Fate's Tempest, or whatever it's called. You've got Bonehorde Dracosaur, you've got Terror of the Peaks. Just, I think, better choices. So, cool card. If you're going to tap with it and play and you have instants and sorceries in your hand, maybe, but wouldn't count on it. Commander special, but very good there. So I will give the card a 6.1. Spiral into Solitude. This is 2 mana, 1 and a white for an R that enchants a creature. It pacifies the creature, can attack or block. Pay 1 and a white and blight 1. Sack this R to exile the enchanted creature. Upgraded pacifisms are always kind of okay. I'll give it a 3.4. Springleaf Drum, another reprint. Could be really important in limited, but could be important in standard too. You know, stuff like Kona and whatnot could use this card. But ultimately, again, because of the pedigree, I'll actually give Springleaf Drum a 5.7. This has proven to be a very good card, and good lord, Corey Godley. Corey Godbay, that's also I just like everybody's style in this set. Spry and Mighty is 5 mana, 4 and a green for a sorcery. Choose 2 creatures you control. You draw X cards. The chosen creatures get +X till end of turn and gain trample, where X is the difference between those chosen creatures' power. I said this in the Sleepers video. I think this is halfway decent. I really do. Like, you're playing Commander, and even in Standard, let's say I have a Llanowar Elves in Standard, and like a 4/4. How hard is that? Like 4 power creature. So now I draw 3 cards, and I get like a total of +6/+6, +3/+3 on 2 guys. Pretty good attack step, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Attack for 11, trample that turn, and draw 3. I mean, dude, that's all right. But in Commander, where you can, have a 1/1 Llanowar Elf and like an 8/8 dude or something, like that's seems good to me, dude. I think people are sleeping on this a little bit. I'm going to give this card a 4.4. With a lot of room to grow. This card could be an easy 6 in Commander. Easy 6. I think this is actually okay. But yeah, this slaps. I like it too. One of the cheapest rares in the set. Really. Squawk Roaster is 4 mana. What a cool card. 3 and a red for a star 4 elemental with double strike and vivid. Power is equal to your vivid. So got all 5 colors. This guy swings for 10. I think it's just cute, but not too much more than cute, right? I'm just going to give this 3.2. Keep it moving. Stalactite Dagger is 2 mana for an equipment. It's equips for 2. When it enters, you get a 1/1 Shapeshifter with Changeling, and equipped creature gets +1/+1 and is all creature types. I wish you could equip this to the guy it makes. I think that only makes sense, but because it doesn't do that, I'm going to say that this is like a 2.7. I'm not a huge fan. Steam Vents is a 9.5. We've already talked about these. Sting Slinger, I think, is actually a cool signpost for the Blight decks to make sure they can finish games in limited. 3 mana, 2 and a red for a 3/3 Goblin Warrior. Pay 1 and a red, tap it, blight 1. This creature does 2 damage to each opponent. So this means that for 6 mana, sure, this has 6 damage just sitting there on it. You can blight 1 3 times on this guy. And again, I think it's going to be a good way to get that last few points of damage in limited. So keep your eye out for it, but I'm just going to give it a 3.3. Stoic Grove Guide is 5 mana, 4 and a Golgari hybrid for a 5/4 elf druid. You can pay 1 and a Golgari hybrid and exile it from your yard to get a 2/2 elf as sorcery speed. It's all right. I don't like it as much as the 1-drop that you can pay 1 mana, to get a body. Most of the time, all you really want is a body. And, you know, if it's really big, that's great. But the difference between a 1/1 and a 2/2, in that case, I think I'd rather pay 1 mana for the 1/1. But it all depends. This is an almost credible threat out of your body, or out of your graveyard. A 1/1 never is. So this could be the better card. And in the Elves decks, in Limited, where you're milling, you're surveilling, you're discarding, blah, 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 this is pretty good. This is all right. So it's not bad. I like the design. I'll give it a 3.6. Stratosorer is 5 mana, 4 and a blue for a 3/5 elemental with flying. When it enters, a creature gains flying until end of turn. And you can basic land cycle this for 1 and a blue as well. So you get a decently sized flyer that gets one of your big creatures through for at least 1 turn, or it draws a card for 2 mana. Again, I like these in Limited every time I see them. I like when they're common. This one is. Just in total, these are fine and Limited every time you see them. I'll give it a 3. Summit Sentinel, 2 mana, 1 and a blue for an elemental soldier. It's a 1/3, and when it dies, you draw a card. It's probably playable. Not anywhere but Limited, but, you know, I like it. I do like this. 3.6. You know, I like drawing cards. Sun-Dappled Celebrant has fun art by Steve Ellis here. This is 6 mana, 4 and 2 white for a 5/6 Treefold Cleric with Convoke and Vigilance. You telling me it's free? No, it's not. It's not free. I will give this yet another tree. This is Sunderflock on your screen. 9 mana, but not really. 7 and 2 blue for a 5/5 elemental. It costs X less to cast, X being the greatest mana value among elementals that you control. It also has flying. And when this creature enters, if you cast it, return all non-elemental creatures to their owner's hands. Now, here's what I want you to understand about this card. Huskburster Swarm. That costs like 7 mana, 9, it's a million mana, but it's 1 less for each creature card in your graveyard. All right. That means if you have a Huskburster Swarm in play, you probably got it for next to nothing. And it makes Sunderflock cost 2. Pretty wild. There's another thing like that in Standard that's an elemental, and now I can't remember what the heck it is. It's in my notebook. Where are you? Sunderflock. Diamond Weapon. That's what it. Diamond Weapon is the same thing, right? It can cost 2 green, but it really costs 9 mana. So if you have a Diamond Weapon in play, this just costs 2 mana. And now you have a 5/5 flyer and a Diamond Weapon that can just attack. Pretty good. Eddie Merc Crab is an elemental that costs 1 million mana, but basically only costs you 2 mana. And Rotten Mouth Viper is another one that costs you like 6 or 7 mana, but it really only costs you 1 or 2, right? So those are all elementals, and they're all insane with Sunderflock. So I think this card has more of a chance than people think, for sure. I'm going to give this card, again, Commander is playing into it here. I'll give this card a 6. I really like this card. Really, I'm going to try to play with it. Surly Farrier is 2 mana, 1 and a green for a 2/2 Kithkin Citizen. Tap it, and a creature you control gets +1/+1 and gains Vigilance until end of turn at sorcery speed. Just kind of fine. 23rd card for Limited here. I'm going to give this like a 2.6. I think it's all right. Swamp, give it a 5. Swat Away is 4 mana, 2 and 2 blue for an instant that costs 2 less to cast if a creature is attacking you. The owner of target spell or creature puts it on their choice at the top or bottom of their library. Another one that I think is better than it seems, right? If you're casting this for 2 mana, I kind of think 2 mana to put something on top is very good. Like, replace their next draw. You don't know how good that is. If it hasn't happened to you, I don't know if you know how good that is. I'm actually going to give this a 4. And I know that's like not super high, but it's not the 2.5 I think some people would give it. This is okay. It really is. Yeah, Julie Dillon crushed it. Crushed it on this. Again, I like the styling of it. Sig's Command over here is 3 mana, 1, a white, and a blue for a, again, Margaret Organ Keen art. Love it. Kindred Sorcery. It's a Merfolk. You choose to create a token that's a copy of a Merfolk you control. Creatures target player controls gain lifelink until end of turn. Target player draws a card or tap a creature and put a stun counter on it. This is another one I have no idea why it's not instant speed. If this was instant speed, it would be and that obviously would be a better card, but it might be playable. We might be playable if this card was instant speed. However, sorcery speed, I think the card is not good at all. Like, really not good at sorcery speed. Stun counter becomes worse, right? Copying a Merfolk becomes worse. Lifelink becomes worse. So I'm just not very impressed. I'm going to give this card a 4.2 because it's still a command. Sig Wanderwine Wisdom is up next. We are getting close, everybody. 2 mana, 1 and a blue for a 2/2 legendary Merfolk wizard that cannot be blocked. Whenever this creature enters or transforms into Sig, target creature gains whenever this creature deals combat damage to a player or walker. Draw a card until end of turn. At the beginning of your first main phase, pay a white to transform, and if you feel like it, transforms into Wanderbrine Shield. It's a 2/2 that cannot be blocked. And whenever this creature transforms into Wanderbrine Shield, target creature you control gains protection from each color until your next turn. Note that you can target Sig with his own ability here. At the beginning of your first main phase, you may pay blue. If you do, transform Sig back into Wanderwine Wisdom. Neither one of these can be blocked, so they're both 2 mana 2/2s that can't be blocked, right? One of them draws cards, right? And I also think, yeah, you can target him with his own ability here. So if you're transforming him back into Wanderwine Wisdom, might as well target him, swing in, draw a card, unblocked. This protects a creature. However, it doesn't do so at like instant speed. It only does it at a very specific time once every other turn, which I don't love, but I do think the card is kind of neat. Ultimately, I think I'm going to settle on like a 5.4 for this one. I don't think this card is that great. I don't. I think you have to be very strong as a 2-drop. And even though this is strong, I don't know if it's as strong as it needs to be. But it's one of those I really hope surprises me. I'll stick with 5.4 for now. That is the highest score I've given a card in a while. I'll say that. But Tam, Mindful First Year, is up next. This card. This is 2 mana, 1 and a Simic. For a Simic hybrid. For a 2/2 legendary Gorgon wizard. Each other creature you control has hexproof from each of its colors. You can tap it and have a creature you control become all colors until end of turn. So, it's kind of a mother of runes. It can tap to make a creature all colors, and therefore it has hexproof then from anything at that point. That's good. It's really good. And it might not even have to tap itself to do something cool. You know, Sultai deck. If you're in Sultai, well, all my creatures are now hexproof from black removal spells, you know, other than Tam, which is a problem. But still, I think for 2 mana, this is really good. Like, super good. I think when you compare it to, like, Skrelv, which was 1 mana, it doesn't seem as good, but Skrelv has to tap to protect anything. This, again, doesn't necessarily have to tap to protect stuff. In Band, it protects from Get Lost, you know, like, just naturally. That's so good. I think this is a great card. I'm going to give Tam a 7. Right at, you know? I really think this is a fantastic card. I do. We'll see it. Especially like Simic Ouroboros. You know, now your Ouroboros has hexproof from whatever you want it to have hexproof from. That's crazy, right? So I even think the card sees play. Like day 1. We'll see. Tanafel Rhyme Speaker is 4 mana, 3 and a blue for a 2/4 elemental wizard. Whenever you cast a spell, mana value 4 or greater, draw a card. So the most fixed up the beanstalk ever, you know, up the beanstalk that costs twice as much. Dice to removal, all that. But I might still play in a very budget commander deck that had a bunch of really expensive cards. You know, that has enough for expensive cards, like draw a card every time, sure. And for what it's worth, if you are able to play more than one copy of it, it draws off of copies of itself. It's cute, but not good enough. I'm going to give this a 3.7. Well, no, I'll go a little higher. I'll give it a 3.9, sure. And then 241 through 273 of 273. So we got about 32 cards left. Okay. Taster of Wares is 3 mana, 2 and a black, for a 3/2 Goblin Warlock. When it enters, an opponent reveals X cards from their hand, X being the number of goblins you control. You choose one of those cards, that player exiles it. If an instant or sorcery card is exiled this way, you may cast it for as long as you control this creature. Mana of any type can be spent to cast that spell. Is this kind of crazy? Is this a little wild? You know, I keep thinking that we have that 3 mana, I think it's a lizard in standard, that if you've dealt damage to the opponent, it's 3 mana, comes into play. If you've dealt damage, you get to steal a card from their hand. That card doesn't see much play, but this has 1 more power, has an arguably more relevant creature type, or at least it too has a relevant creature type. And you get to play the card. You see, if you exile a removal spell this way, unlike a Deep Cavern Bat or whatever, if you exile a removal spell this way, you get to play it. That's good, right? I think that's pretty good. That's not bad. And note that they don't like get their thing back. You know, like if this guy dies, they don't get their card back. That's pretty good, right? Can't hate it. Especially along with Champion of the Weird we looked at towards the beginning of the video, was it 8 hours ago? Champion of the Weird, really good on curve with this. Play this on curve on turn 3. Steal a card from their hand. Turn 4, Champion of the Weird. Behold this. Exile it. Champion comes into play. And then you can like remove 3 guys that turn if you want to, if you can. And then when Champion goes to the graveyard because you blighted so much, you get Taster, wears back in your hand. Next turn, steal another card. I think it's actually a pretty good sequence. So, but even Dry, I really like this card. Obviously, sometimes you don't get to like look at their hand, right? If this is your only Goblin, you get to look at 1 card. So they give you their worst card, right? But the moment you go like 1 drop, 2 drop this guy, you look at 3 cards from their hand. Like that's most of the cards from their hand at that point in the game. So I like this guy a lot. I'm going to give him a 5.9. I don't think he's insane. I just think he's like playable, you know? I like the guy. It's an outlaw. It is in fact an outlaw. Good call on that. So it can't die to shoot the sheriff. There's a thing. And anyway, Temporal Cleansing, more incredible art by an artist whose name I haven't said yet. This time is Wiley Beckert. Insane stylings here. 4 mana, 3 and a blue for a sorcery with Convoke. The owner of target non-land permanent puts it into their library second from the top or on the bottom. So the Convoke makes this kind of good. I actually think this is a reprint. I think it's from like March of the Machines or something like that. It wasn't great there. It's probably not great here, but I'll still give the card like a 2.8. You know what I mean? We're getting there. It's good replayable. If we open a box of this set, I can already tell Brittany's going to be like, these cards are pretty. A lot of these cards are very pretty. Tend the Sprigs is 3 mana. 2 and a green for a sorcery. Search your library for a basic land card. Put it on the battlefield. Tap, shuffle up. If you have 7 or more lands or treefolk, create a 3/4 green treefolk creature token with reach. I don't think it's going to be too hard to get the 3/4 off of this. But I still think it's not necessarily the best 3 mana rampa thing we have in standard. So can't rate it too high. I like that it's got a Junimo on it. If you play Stardew Valley, that is very Junimo-like, I would say. But I'll give this I'll give it a 3.3, right? Thirst for Identity, our new Thirst for card. 3 mana, 2 and a blue for an instant. Draw 3. Discard 2 unless you discard a creature card. Excellent card. Any Thirst card is always going to be good. This one's no exception. I will give this a 5.5. I think it's a very solid card draw piece and especially good in Reanimator decks. Turn 3, draw 3, discard your fat guy that you're going to discard anyway, you know? Yeah, wonderful. So play that card. Thought Weft Charge is 2 mana, 1 and a green for an instant. Target creature gets +3/+3 till EOT. If a creature entered the battlefield under your control this turn, draw a card. So Giant Growth, you pay an extra mana to draw a card, but you also have to have played a creature, which means you're spending at least 3, 4, 5 mana. Unless you're making tokens with a Planeswalker. I guess it works with that, but still, I'm not super impressed, but it is another combat trick you will play in Limited. I think you'd probably play 2 copies of this in Limited. Especially if you have a high creature count or something. Yeah, you do that. So I give it a 3.6. I don't hate it. No, I won't. I give it a 3.2. I mean, it's a combat trick, man. Thought Weft Imbuer, maybe my least favorite card in the set. Nothing against her. She seems like a perfectly nice person. I just don't like this text box. Or the Power Toughness. 4 mana, 3 and a white for a 0/5 Kithkin Advisor. Whenever a creature you control attacks alone, it gets +X/+X until end of turn. X being the number of Kithkin that you control. Just not a fan. I don't want to attack alone in my Kithkin deck that has a million Kithkin, right? I don't want a 4 mana 0/5. Although a 0/5 might be decent in this set for the same reason a lot of tree folk are okay. There's things that care about high toughness or difference between power and toughness. So like it matters, you know? New lore drop. Junimos came from Lorwyn. It would make sense. It would. But yeah, Imbuer, I have to give like my kind of crappy card prize for the set. I'm not a huge fan of this. Unless you're specifically playing exalted decks in Commander, and even then you have to have a bunch of Kithkin. You know what I mean? It's not even good in those. So I'm going to give this a 1.5. I'm just not a fan. Thought Weft Lieutenant is a green and a white for a 2/2 Kithkin Soldier. Whenever this creature or another Kithkin you control enters, a creature you control gets +1/+1 against trample until end of turn. So neat. Is this your 2-drop in Kithkins? Can it get out of hand? Right? Maybe. You can target other creatures. You can target itself, you know. You can target 3 creatures because you played 3 guys and now they all get trampled till end of turn. So neat guy, but I'm just not sure it's really where you need to be to impress anybody with Kithkins. So We'll see about it, but as it stands, I'm going to give this a 4. Timid Shield Bearer is 2 mana, 1 and a white for a 2/2 Kithkin Soldier. Pay 5 mana, and creatures you control get +1/+1 till end of turn. We see a lot of these in Limited in just about every set, and they're always kind of fine. Especially on a 2 mana 2/2, I'll take it some of the time, but it's not any better than a 2.2. Tributary Vaulter is 3 mana, 2 and a white for a 1/3 Merfolk Warrior with flying. When it becomes tapped, another target Merfolk you control gets +2/+0 until end of turn. So that's fine, I guess, but not too much more than fine with that power and toughness. But I do like the boost, I guess. Either way, I'll just give this, God, Tiffany Turl, another artist I haven't said yet. Tiffany Turl doing incredible work. Look at that. Is that colored pencil? Like, I'm like 90% sure this is colored pencil, and that is insane. It looks really good, but in any case, this is like a 2.4, sure. Tristan Callous Cultivator is 3 mana, 2 and a green for a 3/4 Elf Druid with Death Touch. It's legendary. Whenever it transforms or enters, mill 3 cards. Then if there's an elf card in your graveyard, gain 2 life. At the beginning of your first main phase, pay a black. If you do, transform Tristan into Penitent Color. This is a 3/4 Death Touch as well. And whenever it transforms into this guy, mill 3, then you may exile an elf card from your graveyard. If you do, each opponent loses 2 life. Beginning of your first main phase, pay green to transform it back. This is maybe my least favorite of the transformable guys in the set. 3 mana for a 3/4 Death Touch is actually like a pretty good deal, but that's where it all kind of stops. Honestly, I like the ETB mill, and ETB mill is fine. But beyond that, I just kind of don't care, right? I'm going to give this like a 3.8. And I know it might be a little bit better than that on stats alone. I'm bored by the card, ultimately. Tristan's Command is 6 mana for a sorcery. What an incredible magic card. 4 black and green. It's an elf sorcery, at least. Choose 2. Create a token that's a copy of an elf you control. Return 1 or 2 permanent cards from your graveyard to your hand. Destroy target creature or enchantment. Or creatures target player controls get +3/+3 till end of turn and untap them. Okay, why is it 6? Why does it cost 6 mana? Why is this card Dog Water? Why is this card Horse Scrabble? Why is this card Bullpucky? 6 mana for a sorcery? I guess some of these modes are okay, but just like, I guess because you're like 3 for 1ing, right? Like you're spending 1 card, you're getting 2 cards back, and you're blowing up one of their guys. 6 mana though. Why does it say so 6 mana, bro? I will give this a 4.7, and the only reason I'm doing that is Commander. But just play like Casualties of War. I think Casualties of War for 6 mana in the same color combination is better. But anyway, Tweeze is up next. My least favorite art in the entire set. 3 mana, 2 and a red for an instant. Deals 3 damage to a target. You may discard a card if you do draw a card. 3 mana is probably too much for this, even at instant speed, honestly. So I'm just going to give it a 3. Twilight Diviner. This is actually one of my favorites. Actually, literally one of my favorite cards in the entire set. But I don't know how good it actually is. So this is 3 mana, 2 and a black for a 3/3 Elf Cleric. When it enters, surveil 2. Okay. Whenever 1 or more other creatures you control enter, if they entered or were cast from a graveyard, create a token that's a copy of one of them. This ability only triggers once each turn. Cheese Louise. Macaroni and cheese. Holy mackerel. What a... I don't think this is playable in Standard, but on 4 mana, you play Twilight Diviner into Helping Hand, copy whatever you get. Pretty good. It's actually pretty good. I could see a number of ways this card could just crush in Standard if you had the mana or if you just untap with it. ETB Surveil 2 is not half bad, even if it gets blown away. It's an elf and a cleric. It's good creature types. But ultimately, I think this is more of a commander card, but not necessarily. I really think that this is like just barely efficient enough, just barely low cost enough to potentially be playable in Standard. I'm rooting for it, but even if it's just commander, it's really good. It goes in like every commander deck I will ever build for the rest of my life that have swamps. So I really like this card a lot. How much are you? How much do you cost? I want to know. Pre-order $2.43. That means when the set comes out, it's gonna be like $1. I'll take that every day of the week, dude. I'm gonna order you. I know that much. I love this card. It might literally be my favorite card in the set. I will give this a 7 though. I'm gonna pretend that I can see the future and this is as good as I want it to be and give it a 7. I think this is an absolutely insane line of text on this card. Twin Flame Travelers is 4 mana, 2, a blue and a red for a 3/3 elemental sorcerer with flying. If a triggered ability of another elemental you control triggers, it triggers. An additional time. Stop me if you've heard this one before. Specific to elementals, but still pretty cool to get a Panharmonicon, especially with so many evoke elementals. Kill 2 things with Shriekmaw, draw 4 off a Mole Drifter. Like, pretty neat. So I'll give Travelers a 5.5. Pretty high score, actually. But I think more than any card in the entire set, this is the Pauper EDH card. This is, if you're building Pauper EDH decks and you want a cool new commander, Travelers, baby. That's the one I want to build at least. But anyway, moving on to Unbury as we hit the U's here. Unbury is 2 mana, 1 and a black for an instant. Choose 1. Return a creature card from your yard to your hand. Or return 2 target creature cards that share a creature type from your yard to your hand. I thought this was pretty good. And then somebody in the response, like the replies, the comments to the preview video I covered this in, said that it's actually a functional reprint of a card from a set a few years ago that didn't see too much play. Looking into that, they're correct. But I still think that 2 mana at instant speed to draw 2 cards from your graveyard is pretty okay. I'd say that could be really good in the right situation. So I still like the card. I'll give it a 4.5. Unexpected Assistance is 5 mana, 3 and double blue for an instant with Convoke. Draw 3, discard a card. If you can play it for free, it is very, very good. Obviously, but how often are you going to do that? This almost made my sleepers list, but not quite. I will put a 4.4 on this. I think it's a decent draw spell. Unforgiving Aim is 3 mana. This spell is crazy. 2 and a green for an instant. Choose 1. Destroy a creature with flying. Or destroy target enchantment. Or create a 2/2 black-green elf creature token. 3 mana instant speed, I get a flash guy, a flash body, or blow up an enchantment, or blow up a creature with flying. Literally always something this does. You don't have to board this in pre-release. It's a plummet that always does something. And I don't think it's good enough for standard, but dang, man. Like, it could be a body. That's pretty good considering the other 2 modes of removal. I just kind of like this a lot. I'll give it a 4.3. I think it's cool. But next is Unwelcome Sprite, 2 mana for a 2/1 fairy rogue with flying. Whenever you cast a spell during an opponent's turn, surveil 2. A lot of potential. I wish that it had flash. It not having flash, I actually think does hurt the card a lot in standard. But, you know, as it stands, I think it's kind of fine. I'll give this card a 4.4. I think we're almost there with it. Vibrance, as we hit the V's. This guy's so good, man. This is 5 mana, 3 and then double Gruul hybrids for a 4/4 elemental incarnation. When it enters, if double red was spent to cast it, it deals 3 damage to any target. You can hit face with this. When it enters, if double green was spent to cast it, search your library for a land, reveal it, put it in your hand, shuffle up, and gain 2 life. And you guessed it, evoke it for either, for 2 Gruul hybrids. But when you evoke it, it really should be either 2 red or 2 green, or you didn't do it right. So, any target. I mean, Lightning Bolt is a 2 mana sorcery speed Lightning Bolt on a, that is also a creature in your yard. That is also a creature you've cast. A creature on the stack. A creature in play. It can't be negated, right? Like, you'd be surprised how much being a creature can mean from time to time. You got a Beast Whisperer, draw a card. A creature came into play. Like, that's awesome. Nobody talks about that with Evoke, or at least not enough. Sometimes just the fact that it's a creature is great. They cast Duress. You can't remove my removal spell with a Duress because it's a creature. There's a lot of little edges on this that make cards like this awesome. But again, it hits face. This is, I believe, the only one of these incarnations with Evoke that both modes can be cast no matter what is happening on the board. They don't require targets, right? Like, obviously the double red mode that requires targets, but one of them is your opponent, right? So literally, no matter what's going on, you'll be able to hit something in the face. If you want to, you can just search your library for a land, put it in your hand, shuffle up, gain 2 life. That also, it literally doesn't matter what's going on in the game. You can do that. And I think it's pretty good on turn 2 to go get your 3rd land drop and gain 2 life. Draw a card, gain 2 life. Guarantee a 3rd land. That's not bad. So ultimately, again, I just think both modes on this are pretty good, right? Once you are able to cast it for 5 mana, you get to blow something up, gain 2 life, put a card in your hand. Now you have a 4/4. Is that enough value for 5 mana? Of all the elementals that we have seen, I think that the blue-black one is the best one, Deceit. But I think this is the one that I'm most likely to actually just play out of my hand. 5 mana is not that much. If I have a Badger Mole Cub or whatever's going on, I can make 5 mana on turn 3 like no questions asked. It's the easiest thing in the world. So if I'm somehow able to go like double red, double green, blow up your guy, I've got a 4/4, got a land for next turn, gain 2 life. Like, I think this card is wacky. Like, very, very good. So I'm going to give Vibrance. I'm going to give Vibrance a 7.9. Like, we're super close to being like incredibly good territory here. And obviously the Jakub Kasper art is insane too. Vinebred Brawler is 3 mana, 2 and a green for a 4/2 Elf Berserker that must be blocked if able. Whenever this creature attacks, another elf you control gets +2/+1 till end of turn. Not super impressive, right? I'm just going to give this a 2.5. Virulent Emissary, another favorite card of mine from the set. A green mana for a 1/1 Elf Assassin with Death Touch. Whenever another creature you control enters, you gain 1 life. Best Soul Warden. Besides Soul Warden. Soul Warden gives you a life whenever any creature at all comes into play on yours or your opponent's side. Soul Warden's a better card. But besides Soul Warden, best Soul Warden. Seriously. Like, it's got Death Touch, man. Like, it's an elf. You know, it's actually got a relevant creature type too. Wonderful card. I'm going to give this an 8, and I mean it. I think that Soul Warden's just a good card. Hinterland Sanctifier is a good card. Actually, I'd give Hinterland Sanctifier a 7.2. I'll give this a 7.2. How about that? Voracious Tome Skimmer is cool, but probably not standard playable. 3 Dimir hybrids for a 2/3 fairy rogue with flying. Whenever you cast a spell during an opponent's turn, you may pay 1 life. If you do, draw a card. So, cast spells during their turn, draw cards. What else do you want? What else could you ever possibly want than that? You know what I mean? So, I think it's all right, dog. I'm going to give this I'm just going to give it a 4.8. I hate to do that, but I don't think it's standard playable. I just don't. Wanderbrine Preacher is 2 mana, 1 and a white for a 2/2 Merfolk Cleric. Whenever this creature becomes tapped, you gain 2 life. A normal guy, I guess. He's not too bad. I'll give him a 3. Wanderbrine Trapper, my favorite, I think. Except, well, Mud Button Curse Tosser, right? I just really like this guy. A single white mana for a 2/1 Merfolk Scout. Pay 1, tap him, and tap another untapped guy you control to tap a creature an opponent controls. So a Savannah Lions should have, nowadays, a Savannah Lions should have some gravy that offers it some relevance into the mid and late game. This does that. This totally does that. Like, just tap down another guy. You can, maybe it's a Merfolk that wants to be tapped, right? It gives you some sort of thing when you tap it. It's good with all of those, but you know, tap down 2 dudes when your opponent goes to declare attacks to keep them from attacking with their best guy. And now you get to attack through that guy. Like, I think this is actually pretty good, all things considered. And I think that's the first time I've said all things considered tonight. But we're at the end. I'm going to give this a 5.3. No, I'm going to give this a 5.6. I really, as far as Savannah Lions with upside go, I think this is insane. Wanderine Distractor is 4 mana, 3 and a blue for a 4/3 Merfolk Wizard. Whenever it becomes tapped, a creature an opponent controls gets -3, -0 till end of turn. Look at him. Look at this guy. Doesn't look like the typical Merfolk, right? But pretty cool, though. I'm just going to give this dude a 2.7. Wanderwine Farewell is 7 mana, 5 and 2 blue for a Kindred Merfolk sorcery with Convoke. Return 1 or 2 target non-land permanents to their owner's hand. Then, if you control a Merfolk, create a 1/1 white and blue Merfolk creature token for each permanent returned to its owner's hand. This way. So return 2 things, get 2 creatures. Convoke is good, but you're probably still casting this for like 4 mana. At which point, for sorcery, I don't know. If it was an instant, it could blow people out, but it's not. So I'll just give this a 3. It could be better than I think in limited. Warren Torchmaster. Why is it a sorcery? Exactly. Warren Torchmaster is 2 mana, 1 and a red for a 2/2 Goblin Warrior. At the beginning of combat on your turn, you may Blight 1. When you do, a creature gains haste until end of turn. Neat, but not actually that great. Giving haste is good, but making your guy smaller is not. So I'm going to give this a 3. Wary Farmer is 3 mana, 1 and 2 Selesnya hybrids for a 3/3 Kithkin Citizen. At the beginning of your end step, if another creature entered the battlefield under your control this turn, surveil 1. A very normal creature. Insanely normal creature, but does go in the Stardew Valley deck. We've talked about the Stardew Valley deck before. The Farmer deck. Probably good. It's a farmer. Goes in. But apart from that, it's like a multiple surveils. You know, like 2 or 3 surveils off of it in a game could be okay in limited. But I'm still just going to give this like a 2.8. Wild Unraveling is 2 blue mana, sort of. For an instant, as an additional cost to cast it, Blight 2 or pay 1. Counter target spell. This really should be Blight 1. It really ought to be. You know, I think we just had Temporal Distortion. Is that what it was called? Leave the format. Same exact card, but you can either pay the extra mana, making it a cancel, or you can tap an artifact. I think that card was way better than this card. And That card saw no play. But I guess this one, people are more likely to play creatures than artifacts, so I guess there's that. But this probably says sacrifice a creature, counter target spell, which, I don't know, blue-black aristocrats, anybody? It could work, but I'm still just not that impressed. I'm going to give the card a 4.2. Oh my god, we're done. Wow. Wildvine Pummeler. This is 7 mana. We got 3 cards left, everybody. Wildvine Pummeler is 7 mana, 6 and a green for a 6/5 giant berserker with Vivid. It costs 1 less to cast for each Vivid. It also has Reach and Trample. If there's an easy way to get a 5-color permanent out, this could be pauper playable. It actually could. Like if you can put a 5-color permanent into play somehow on turn 1 or 2, and then play this on turn 3, let's go. You play it for 2 mana if you've got the conditions fulfilled. I think it's cute, but probably not actually much more than cute. So I'm just going to give this I'll give it a 3.9. I'm kind of into it. Winnowing is sick. You'll get tired of winnowing. This is 6 mana, 4 and 2 green for a sorcery with Convoke. For each player, you choose a creature that player controls. Then each player sacrifices all other creatures they control that don't share a creature type with the chosen creature they control. So that's a mouthful. I will one more time ask the audience. Now do it again, but limited only. Yeah, let's bring it back to the top, ladies and gentlemen. This is my last Ask the Audience. I don't know how many people are still here. I think we've lost like half of our viewers because it's 1:30 in the morning. We've been at it for 5 hours, and that's what happens. But I want to know if there's anybody else here that wants to rate stuff. Do you think this card's good in Commander? Because that's probably where it would be, right? But it does Convoke. So in Standard, maybe, right? If you have 2 creatures of a creature type, you can tap those creatures down. And then blow everything but those 2 creatures up. So is that actually kind of good? Is it? No one's rating it. Literally, there's still like 50 plus people in here. No one is rating the card. What's that about? I don't know. I think a lot of the chattier chatters went home. I can see it. I can see it too. If you play 2-drop, 3-drop, right? Now this costs 4 mana after Convoke. So 2-drop, 3-drop, turn 4, bang. Blow everything up but your 2 guys. Pretty good. Anything's okay. At 3.7. Joke's on you, Dev. I'm here from top to bottom. We get some mileage. Yeah, Darth, you were literally the first person that chatted tonight, and you're still here. So thanks. Dedication, baby. Strawberry System, thanks for your follow an hour ago. Rayman, thanks for your follow as well. Stock Tom, 2 hours ago. I missed all of y'all when it happened. I am so sorry. A 3 from Darthvash and a 3.7 from Paul Rog. Now remember, I also use Commander. Commander counts for increasing the score of a card, in at least with my scoring system. But I do think this could potentially be Standard playable. I think we might all get caught off guard by this. I really do. I'm going to give this card a 6.6. I'm going to give the card that. I really am. It is a sweeper, which always tend to get high scores from me. But again, just 2 creatures. Just 2 creatures, and it becomes like a one-sided Day of Judgment. So, that's pretty good. That's okay. That's all they at least get to keep a guy. They do always get to keep a guy. I'll say that. But still good. Still okay, I think. Yeah, we got a 3 and a 4.8. People don't have the best thoughts about this card, but I actually think this is kind of insane. We'll see. Last card is Wistfulness, and it's a good one, too. It's a Kadoozy. This is 5 mana, 3 and 2 Simic for a 6/5 elemental incarnation. When it enters, if you spent double green on it, exile an artifact or enchantment an opponent controls. Remember that. Exile, not destroy. You exile. When this creature enters, if double blue was spent to cast it, draw 2, discard a card. Evoke, double green or double blue. Again, you can do it. You can pay blue-green for it, but I wouldn't. Again, this, just like Vibrance, costs less to cast than some of the other ones if you want the full version of it. And if you do pay 5 mana, you get a 6/5 that exiles something and draws 2. You discard 2, but you still draw 2. So good filtering on the card and a really good, removal mode on it, a disenchant mode. So even though both of those modes are technically sorcery speed, I still think they're really good. Remember that we do have, a couple cards in Standard that allow us to cast anything at like instant speed. You know what I mean? So I know there's at least like one 4 mana card in Standard that allows that. So, might be good with all of these. But even barring that, I think even at sorcery speed, these are crazy. Again, just like the last one I talked about, if you have Badger Mole Cub, you play this on turn 3, you blow up their monument, you draw 2, you got 6/5, just wild. Very, very good card. So I will score this under Vibrance, though, which I believe I gave like a 7 point something. So I'm just going to give a 7 to Wistfulness. I think it's right at a 7. But not... 6.8. Actually, I will go down to 6.8 on this. I don't think it's quite a 7, but it's still a very, very good card. These incarnations that evoke these elementals are among the best cards in the whole set. But anyway, they're mine world with grand plans, never thinking of what might happen if they got to the end of the list. We did, and now we are 4 hours and 29 minutes into the recording, which, not barring my intro, that probably means we spent about 4 hours and 20 minutes on this, which is not a broken record or anything, but it's not a bad time either compared to some of my other times. If you're watching on YouTube right now, I have spent too much of your time. You probably watched this in several shifts. Thank you very much for doing so. Just do all the YouTube stuff on your way out. Make sure you like the video. It's the button shaped like a thumb. Check out the Patreon or tip on YouTube if you want to support content like this and kind of support the fact that I'm out here blowing my voice out for 5 hours straight for you. I love you very much. If you'd like to support the channel, you can. There's multiple ways to do it. But in any case, if you just want to be here for the next one, come to twitch.tv/SBMTGDev and follow. Remember, if your household has an Amazon Prime subscription, that means you get one free Twitch subscription every single month. If you're not using it or you didn't know that was a thing, I'd be honored if you use it on me. It's pretty easy to pull that off. If not, just use it on your favorite content creator. At least use it. At least use it, right? You're giving somebody free money at that point. But anyway, y'all. That is all for my YouTube, folks. Twitch chat, stick around for like 30 seconds, and I'll let you guys go. Just do your special, outro that you guys get and nobody else does. If you want to know what that outro is, again, follow on twitch.tv/SPMTGDev. But apart from that, we got lists coming up. We got the top 10 commander cards, top 10 or X standard cards, and then decks after that. Lots of stuff. Subscribe to the channel if you haven't done it yet, and I will catch you cats later. I am Dev from The Place. Thanks for watching, Wizards. Spread love and be kind.